Chapter 359. Yi-Chen saw that the grandpa and grandpa had noticed him, so he did not try to hide anymore. He walked out of the mist directly, cupped his hands and said from afar, "You too, I have just entered the Forbidden Zone, so I do not know much about this place. I wonder if I could hitch a ride with you? Take me to a place where I can rest." The Forbidden Zone was way too strange. Without a guide, Yi-Chen would not be able to find a place to rest. The young woman saw that Yi-Chen was very young, and that his aura was pure and vast, with a hint of sharpness. He did not look like an evil person at all. She said to the elder in a low voice, "Grandpa, should we take him with us? We can ask him to pay for the boat. People who have just entered the Forbidden Zone are all rich." The elder nodded slightly, then said to Yi-Chen, "You can board, but you will have to pay 3,000 low-rank soul stones for the ride. What do you think?" Yi-Chen's cultivation was a bit strange in his eyes. He should be called a clasping Yuan realm warrior. His Zhenqi was way too pure. It seemed impossible to call him an astral-reaching realm warrior, since the Zhen Yuan of an astral-reaching realm warrior was extremely powerful. The aura on Yi-Chen's body was not even comparable to it, unless he had hidden his aura. Of course, he did not know that Yi-Chen's meridians were damaged, and his Zhen Yuan was not even at 5% of its usual level. Plus, it was very complicated and not as pure as usual. But no matter what, Yi-Chen was a clasping Yuan realm warrior without a doubt, so he should be able to afford 3,000 low-rank soul stones. Alright, Yi-Chen agreed right away. 3,000 low-rank soul stones were nothing compared to his entire wealth. "Let's go." The young woman waved her hand. After getting on the boat, Yi-Chen realized that the deck was covered with dead beasts, and their pellets had already been taken out. Most of them were rank 3 beasts, and there were not many rank 4 beasts. There was even a rank 5 beast among them. Although he did not know why these people were hunting those beasts, since the pellets of rank 3 and 4 beasts were not that valuable, he did not want to ask too much. He took out 3 small boxes from his storage ring, each of which contained 1,000 low-rank soul stones. He handed them over to the elder. "Here are 3,000 low-rank soul stones, you can count them." After opening the boxes, the old man nodded and put them away. He said, "We'll have to wait for a while before we set sail. Please wait for a while." Sure. Yi-Chen was not in a hurry and stood aside. Besides the elderly man and the young woman who were clasping Yuan realm warriors, there were also 2 clasping Yuan realm warriors among the dozens of warriors who were hunting beasts in the lake. They were the son and grandson of the elderly man. The rest of them were all at the condensing reality realm, which was equivalent to the inner disciples of a normal martial institution. "Did you really come from outside?" At this time, the young woman walked towards Yi-Chen and asked. Yi-Chen said, "Yes." "Is the outside world fun? I've never gone out before." The woman said enviously. "You grew up in the Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone?" Yi-Chen was surprised. "Yeah, after my great-grandfather fell into the Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone, he never came out. He then got married and had kids, and built my family." Hearing the young woman, Yi-Chen felt a bit sorry for her. He did not know how big the Bewilderment Fog Island was, but no matter how big it was, there should be a limit. Staying on the island for a lifetime without seeing the outside world was undoubtedly a kind of torture. Of course, she had grown up on the island, so she was very unfamiliar with the outside world. Perhaps she did not have high expectations for the outside world, but it was a blessing in disguise. Not wanting the young woman to have high expectations for the outside world, Yi-Chen shook his head and said that the outside world was very dangerous, and that he had been chased here. "You're lying. Last time, someone said that the outside world was very big and boundless, with a lot of fun places. As for revenge and whatnot, the Bewilderment Fog Island has them too," the young woman said angrily. Yi-Chen forced a smile and touched his nose. "Oh right. What are you hunting low-rank beasts for? These rank 3 and 4 beast pellets do not seem to be worth much, right?" Yi-Chen could not help but ask. The young woman glared at Yi-Chen and explained, "The natural Yuan Qi in the Forbidden Zone is very thin, and the supply is not enough to meet the demand. Pellets and spirit stones are also very rare, and the more we use, the less we have. Therefore, we hunt the beasts and extract the Yuan Qi from the pellets for our own training. After a long time, The number of high-ranked beasts around the island has decreased drastically. So we have to settle for the next best thing, which is to hunt beasts below rank 5. I see. Yichen suddenly understood. The natural yuan qi in the Forbidden Zone was indeed very thin. Not even 30% of the outside world. In this kind of environment, it would be strange if one could train fast. At the front of the ship, the elder took out a head-sized light ball from his storage ring. The light ball shone with an orange light, then gradually dimmed down. The sensory ball is about to lose connection with the sensory tower. Everyone come up now. Wrapped in Jin Qi, the elder's voice spread out into the water. Soon human figures jumped out of the water and onto the deck. Some of them were carrying beasts on their shoulders, and were covered in blood. Father, what is wrong with this brat? The one who spoke was the elder's son. He was in his 40s, with a muscular body and a full beard. Before he had been busy hunting beasts, so he did not have time to pay attention to Yi Chun. Now that he had the time, he finally asked. The elder said, he came from the outside, and has already paid 3,000 low-rank spirit stones. From the outside, should we? The middle-aged man pressed his right hand down. The elder shook his head. No, he is not simple. I do not have the confidence to take him on. Be careful, or I might get killed instead. It is better to be careful. You do not have the confidence to take him on? The middle-aged man froze for a second. The elder was at the peak level of late clasping Yuan realm. If even he did not have the confidence to take him on, then it would be pointless for him to go up. All right, do a head count and get ready to set sail. The elder started to speak. Grandpa, everyone is here. The young man who was in charge of the head count nodded at the elder. Yeah, let's go. The boat turned around and sailed into the fog ocean far away. Through the conversation with the young woman, Yichen found out that she was called Zhao Yushuang, and the elder was called Zhao Heng. The light ball in Zhao Heng's hand was a mysterious sensor ball. The gravity of the Forbidden Zone was chaotic, and the fog ocean was endless. Therefore, the items used to tell directions were completely ineffective. Nobody knew when, but in the center of the Forbidden Zone, there was a sensor tower built on the island. This sensor tower was similar to a lighthouse. As long as one carried a sensor ball, they would be able to sense the location of the tower within 1,000 miles. But there was a time limit. The longer the time, the weaker the connection between the sensor ball and the tower would be, until the connection was completely lost. For most of the people on the island, not being able to return to the island was a very scary thing. As the boat sailed, the fog around them started to dissipate, until it disappeared completely. From afar, Yichen saw a huge island. The whole island had a radius of hundreds of miles, like an upside-down pot covering the lake water. The highest point was more than 10,000 meters high, and the edge was connected to the lake water. Many boats of different sizes were docked on the dock. There were many buildings on the island, similar to the structure of the Snake Island. The island was divided into 9 levels from the bottom to the top. The outermost level was at the bottom, while the 9th level was at the top of the island. A huge sensor tower stood on top of the tower, and on top of the tower was a light ball that looked like a small sun. We have arrived at the island. The elder named Zhao Heng let out a breath. Every time he went out, he would be worried, afraid that he would not be able to come back. Fortunately, everything had been smooth sailing. Grandpa, what about him? He doesn't have an identity tag? Zhao Yushuang suddenly asked Zhao Heng. Hearing her, Zhao Heng seemed to have thought of something and said to Yi Chun, "This is your first time here, so you probably don't understand the rules here. Let me use this chance to tell you a bit, in case you lose your life." Rules? Yi Chun looked at the huge bewilderment fog island and understood. For such a huge island, there must be some rules. Otherwise, it would have been messed up already. There are 3 island leaders, 19 Grand Elders and 98 Elders. The Elders' power is equivalent to the top astral-reaching realm warriors, while the Grand Elders are extreme astral-reaching realm warriors. As for the island leaders, they are invincible among the astral-reaching realm warriors, and they can easily kill the top astral-reaching realm warriors. The whole island is under their rule. Therefore, the rules are set by them. Listen carefully. Zhao Heng cleared his throat and continued. Everyone on Bewilderment Fog Island has their own identity token. The identity token is the metal token in my hand. There is a number on it. Zhao Heng took out a palm-sized metal token with a string of numbers written on it. For example, early clasping Yuan Realm martial artists would have to pay 10,000 low-rank soul stones. Mid-clasping Yuan Realm martial artists would have to pay 20,000 low-rank soul stones. Late clasping Yuan Realm martial artists would have to pay 30,000 low-rank soul stones. Early astral reaching realm martial artists would have to pay 3,000 mid-rank soul stones. Mid-astral reaching realm martial artists would have to pay 9,000 mid-rank soul stones. And late astral reaching realm martial artists would have to pay 27,000 mid-rank soul stones, which can be exchanged with low-rank soul stones. The exchange rate is 1 to 40. If you do not have enough soul stones, you will have to join the forces of the Bewilderment Fog Island and work for them. There is no other option. Zhao Yushuang said, "Do not be reckless." In the past, there were powerful astral-reaching realm warriors who came to the island and did not care about the rules. In the end, they were killed by the two masters on the spot, and their bodies were hung on the city gate for 3 days and 3 nights. I got it. Hearing Zhao Heng's words, Yi Chen had a basic understanding of the island's forces. Without exaggeration, if the island were a martial institution, it would be the most powerful rank 7 martial institution. Since the rank 6 martial institutions would only have one extreme astral reaching realm warrior. However, there were 19 of them, especially the 3 leaders, who were all invincible among the astral reaching realm warriors. They were probably not far from the Sea of Souls realm. Of course, there were no Sea of Souls realm warriors on the island, so they could not compete with the rank 6 martial institutions. You have understood everything I have said. Zhao Heng could not see through Yi Chen, and was afraid that Yi Chen would cause trouble. If it were not for the fact that he liked him, he would not even bother to remind him. Yeah, thank you for telling me. Yi Chen was indeed grateful. Right now, his battling power was equivalent to a beginner astral reaching realm warrior. Not to mention the masters, he would not be able to handle any astral reaching realm warrior. If he were at his peak, he would not have to worry too much, since he believed that the power of the island would not want to humiliate an extreme astral reaching realm warrior either. Otherwise, there would not be 19 top masters. As long as you understand, let's go. Zhao Heng let out a breath. He could tell that Yi Chen had a calm temperament, and was not an impulsive person. So he only said those words to remind him. Chapter 360. Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone had existed for countless years, and no astral-reaching expert under the Sea of Soul realm had ever walked out of it. As time went by, the people who fell into the Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone would no longer have any thoughts of leaving. Generation after generation, the population of Bewilderment Fog Island had long since surpassed 10 million. It was like a human colony isolated from the outside world. On the dock outside the island, hundreds of thousands of ships were docked. These ships were only a dozen meters long, while the big ones were more than 1,000 meters long. The biggest ship was like a moving mansion. The guards on both sides of the ship were all at least mid-clasping Yuan realm. There were also dozens of astral-reaching experts. In the middle of the ship was a small sensing tower. The sensing ball on the top of the tower flickered like a star. Zhao Yushuang said quietly, "This is the ship of the elder group. I heard that many of the elders are approaching the end of their lifespan, and are frantically searching for elixirs that can increase their lifespan." Elixirs that can increase lifespan? Yi Chen was astonished. He wasn't surprised that so many elders were approaching the end of their lifespan. No matter how powerful an astral-reaching expert was, he could only live for 200 years, not even a day more. Once 200 years old, no matter how powerful one was, one would still turn to dust. However, he had never heard of elixirs that could increase lifespan. It should be known that the lifespan of an ordinary person was limited. For example, although ordinary people could live for more than 100 years, some died early, while others died late. Because of the difference in physical quality, those elixirs that could be bought could only increase their physical quality, and allow them to live a bit longer. It wouldn't exceed the limit of ordinary people's lifespan. On the other hand, as long as astral-reaching experts didn't encounter any accidents, They could almost live for 200 years. Their physical quality was absolutely not an issue. Elixirs that could increase their lifespan were the real deal. Even a day more would be heaven-defying. The legend of the reversed 9-turn spirit grass has always been passed down in the bewilderment fog forbidden zone. This kind of spirit grass can increase one's lifespan by 9 years, and it also has the effect of strengthening the soul. Therefore, the experts from the outside frequently come here, all for the sake of finding the reversed 9-turn spirit grass. Hearing her, Yichen finally understood how so many peak astral reaching experts and extreme astral reaching experts came here. Of course, there were some who had mistakenly entered the forbidden zone, but the majority should have come for the herb. Unfortunately, they were all trapped inside. There was a slight tremor as the boat reached the shore. After getting off the boat, everyone walked towards one of the city gates. 1 level 3 demonic beast core, or 1 low-grade spirit stone per person. Do not sneak in, or you will be killed without mercy. There were a lot of bewilderment Fog Island martial artists outside the city gate. The leader was a late-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, who was holding a silver long blade. His sharp eyes scanned through the people entering the city. The line moved forward quickly, and it was Zhao Heng's turn. We have 48 people. Here are 48 level 3 demonic beast cores. Zhao Heng handed over a leather bag filled with level 3 demonic beast cores. The cultivator in charge of counting the inner cores opened the leather bag and counted them carefully. Then he said in a clear voice, "Let them pass." Before entering the city, Zhao Yushuang looked back at Yi Chun. "Where's your identity token?" A bewildering Fog Island martial artist asked. Yi Chun said, "This is my first time coming to Bewilderment Fog Island, so I don't have an identity token." First time here at Bewilderment Fog Island. The person who asked the question was not surprised at all. He said to the leading late-clasping Yuan realm warrior, "Captain, this is his first time here." "Got it. Let me see what cultivation he has." That late-clasping Yuan realm martial artist walked over with a silver long blade in his hand. After a careful glance, he frowned. Late-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Seems like more than that. Astral reaching realm. Doesn't seem like it either. "What cultivation are you at exactly?" he asked. Yi Chun had already thought about this before, so he said without hesitation, "Early astral reaching realm." Astral reaching realm martial artist. Good. Follow me to the steward's hall. We'll get an identity token there. The steward's hall was located in the empty space between the first and second floor, which was very eye-catching. Entering inside, the man asked Yi Chun to wait for a while before stepping into the hall. Soon he walked out and said to Yi Chun, "Go in. Take care." After saying this, he turned around and left. Yi Chun took a deep breath and walked into the hall. There was only one person in the hall, who was sitting on the main seat. He seemed to be in his 50s, with a skinny body and a horse-like face. His eyes shone with a vicious light. Judging from the Zhen Yuan ripple on his body, he was a late astral reaching realm martial artist. "You are at early astral reaching realm. Don't lie to me." His eyes squinted as a dangerous aura spread out from his body. Yi Chun didn't change his expression. "I am indeed at early astral reaching realm." His current Zhen Yuan ripple was not even at early astral reaching realm, so there was not a single flaw in his words. Plus, he purposely hid his cultivation because he didn't want to cause too much trouble. For people who came to the island for the first time, the higher their cultivation, the more spirit stones they would have to pay. If he said that he was at mid-astral reaching realm, who knew if there would be other fees besides 9,000 mid-rank spirit stones? After all, mid-astral reaching realm martial artists were usually very rich, and early astral reaching realm martial artists might have just reached the realm, so they wouldn't be that rich. The middle-aged man wanted to see something from Yi Chen's body, but unfortunately, besides seeing that he was wounded, he couldn't find anything else. "How dare you lie to me? You are obviously at mid-astral reaching realm." The middle-aged man slapped on the armrest and yelled. Yi Chen lowered his head as a cold light flashed through his eyes. He bowed and said, "Sir, you must be joking. My aura right now is not even at early astral reaching realm. How could I be at mid-astral reaching realm? Why don't I wait for my wounds to recover before coming for the examination? Of course, I will pay 3,000 mid-rank spirit stones first. I have a lot of things to do every day. I don't have time to waste on you. How about this? I don't care if you are at mid-astral reaching realm or early astral reaching realm. Your fee will be half of what an early astral reaching realm warrior would be. How about 4,500 mid-rank spirit stones? The middle-aged man actually didn't think that Yi Chun was at mid-astral reaching realm. He only wanted to trick Yi Chun into paying more spirit stones. The extra 1,500 mid-rank spirit stones would be an extra income. It should be known that the spirit stones in the Forbidden Zone were extremely scarce, and the supply could never meet the demand. Those astral-reaching realm warriors who came to the island for the first time were undoubtedly fat sheep in their eyes. Of course, he wouldn't dare to take all of the extra spirit stones for himself. At most, 20% would be his, since he still had people above him. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to be so brazen. 4,500 mid-rank spirit stones? Yi Chun secretly cursed the man for being too greedy. Of course, he wouldn't agree right away. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how much he would have to pay. Isn't the rule of Bewilderment Fog Island that early astral reaching realm warriors have to pay 3,000 mid-rank spirit stones? Why do I have to pay an extra 1,500? Rules are made by people. If I tell you to pay, then pay. What's with all this nonsense? If you don't pay, your dead body will be hanging on the wall tomorrow. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chun said slowly, "All right, I'll pay." "Very good. You made the right choice this time." The middle-aged man crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking down at Yi Chun. Taking out 4 boxes with 1,000 mid-rank spirit stones and a pile of 500 mid-rank spirit stones, Yi Chun placed them on the ground. "I wonder if you can make an identity tag for me now." "What's the rush? I have plenty of tags." The middle-aged man waved his hand, sucking in the boxes and 500 mid-rank spirit stones. Counting the spirit stones, the man nodded. "Yeah, for 1,500 mid-rank spirit stones. Seems like you're quite rich." Yi Chun cursed inwardly. This man's greed could no longer be described as insatiable. He was clearly a blood-sucking bug that would not let go until he had sucked you dry. "Sir, you must be joking." After paying 4,500 mid-rank spirit stones, the remaining mid-rank spirit stones would not even be enough for me to train for a month. "Oh yeah. Do you want me to check your storage ring?" The middle-aged man chuckled. "Isn't this a little too much?" A killing intent leaked out of Yi Chun's heart. In fact, if he wanted to kill the man, he would only need 1 green lotus sword chi. Although his Zhen Yuan had only recovered by 5%, there were 9 green lotus sword chi in his dantian, which had all been cultivated. With the power of the green lotus sword chi combined with the sword intent, not to mention the middle-aged man, even a top astral reaching realm warrior would not be his opponent. Too much. Haven't you seen what's worse? You'll have to hand over all the spirit stones you've paid, and I won't get a single one. So, you'll have to hand over 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones to me. Otherwise, don't even think about getting the identity token. If Yi Chun was at the late astral reaching realm, then he would only ask for 500 mid-rank soul stones at most. He would not dare to ask for more than that, since who knew if the latter would join the Bewilderment Fog Island and go against him in the future. It would not be worth it just for a few soul stones. If the latter were at the peak level of late astral reaching realm, then the man would only follow the rules and would not ask for more. After all, a peak level late astral reaching realm warrior would be more powerful than him in terms of cultivation. What was even scarier was that the former might be a top astral reaching realm warrior. If his luck was even worse, and the latter turned out to be an extreme astral reaching realm warrior, then he knew without a doubt that his outcome would be death. As for astral reaching paragons, the middle-aged man wouldn't even think about it. In all these years, apart from the 3 island masters, he had never seen an astral reaching paragons appear on Bewilderment Fog Island. This kind of person would be roped in by the island master as soon as they arrived, and would be given the position of vice island master. Yi Chun was considering whether or not he should threaten the former, but he decided to give up on it. The green lotus sword chi was his current life-saving measure, and it would take him a few days to recover. Moreover, his current battle power was too low. If he exposed the green lotus sword chi with such a low cultivation base, it would be hard to avoid suspicion. If his cultivation base was at the late astral reaching realm, then he would threaten the latter without the slightest hesitation. After all, with his cultivation base, a higher battle power would be normal. Sorry, I can't take out 3,000 mid-rank soul stones. 1,500 at most. Yichen was not afraid of the latter checking his storage ring. The most important mid-rank storage ring had already been hidden in the corner of the low-rank storage ring. Without checking for a long time, it would be hard to find. Chapter 361. 2,000 mid-rank soul stones. I know you have it. Take it out, or don't blame me for checking it myself. Then, you won't get a single one. The horse-faced man did not want to push things too far. If the other party risked his life to escape from the Deacon's Hall, and attracted the elders of Bewilderment Fog Island, he would most likely not die. After all, he had paid the 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones for his first trip to Bewilderment Fog Island, and had paid an extra 1,500. Yichen took out piles of mid-rank soul stones without any expression on his face. It seemed that he really did not have much left. A smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. It should not be much. An early astral reaching realm warrior can only have this much. Alright, here is your identity tag. Leave now. Putting away the mid-rank soul stones, the middle-aged man waved his hand impatiently. Yichen took a deep look at the middle-aged man before leaving the assignment hall. On the streets of the first layer of the island, Yichen, dressed in blue, walked at a moderate pace. The most important thing is to take care of my body and restore my battle power to its peak. On the island, only the powerful are respected. Without enough power, one can only be exploited. Letting out a breath, Yichen quickened his steps and walked toward the restaurant at the end of the street. Sir, would you like to eat or stay? The waiter greeted him. How much is it? Yichen asked. 10 low-rank soul stones a day. I'll book it for a month first. Here is the deposit and tip. There were a lot of empty courtyards on the island, but Yichen did not want to deal with the island's power, so he planned to stay in the restaurant. Going upstairs, the waiter brought Yichen to an empty room and asked at the door, Sir, is there anything else you need? Just give me a table of dishes and a pot of wine. After eating dry food and grilled fish for days, Yichen felt bored. Alright, please wait a moment. Waiting for the waiter to leave, Yichen found the bathroom. There was a hot water switch in the bathroom. Turning it on, hot water flowed down the bamboo pipe and into the bath. After taking off his clothes, Yichen jumped into the bathtub. After washing up, the dishes and wine were all served. Most of the dishes were meat, and there were very few vegetarian dishes. After eating and drinking, it was already nighttime. Deep into the night, thick fog gathered from all directions, drowning Bewilderment Fog Island. There was a difference between day and night for Bewilderment Fog Island. Shutting the door and windows tightly, Yichen sat cross-legged on the bed. In order to speed up the recovery of his meridians, Yichen took a two-pronged approach. After swallowing a wondrous spirit pill to repair his meridians, he took out the petals of the heavenly demon flower to absorb the medicinal efficacy. Under his inner vision, Yichen could clearly see all the meridians in his body. These meridians were divided into main and secondary ones, thick and thin ones. Some were even hidden in the depths of the meridians. If one did not sense them carefully, it would be hard to detect them. Some were even tangled together, with two meridians on one path. It was like a map containing the mysteries of the world. Normally, even the best cultivation technique would not be able to use all the meridians in the body. It would already be amazing to use 70 to 80% of them. Under Yichen's control, the medicinal efficacy of the black heavenly demon flower spread towards the damaged meridians, gradually nourishing them. At the same time, the wondrous spirit pill also took effect. 5 days passed in a flash, and Yichen's meridians had recovered by 70%. The recovery speed was like a rolling snowball. At the beginning it was slow, but at the end it became faster and faster. After all, the amount of Zhen Yuan had a great impact on the meridian's recovery. On this day, a hurried knock came from outside the guest room. What's the matter? Yichen frowned. Dear guest, the tax collector is here. Tax collector? Yichen did not understand and said, "Let him in." Creak, the door was pushed open, and a group of martial artists walked in. "You are the guest. It's time to pay the tax." "What tax?" The waiter explained to Yichen. "The Bewilderment Fog Island pays the tax once a month. Condensing Reality Realm martial artists pay 1 low-rank soul stone. Clasping Yuan Realm martial artists pay 10 low-rank soul stones. And Astral Reaching Realm martial artists pay 500 low-rank soul stones." Hearing him, Yichen sneered inwardly. The power of the Bewilderment Fog Island really treated everyone like sheep in a pen. Every month, they would have to pay a fee to enter and leave the city. Perhaps it was just a drop in the ocean for him. But for those who had lived on the island for a long time, it was a huge pressure. Here, not wanting to cause any trouble, Yichen took out 500 low-rank soul stones and handed them to the leading martial artist. The days passed by one after another. Yichen's meridians and injuries had finally recovered completely. After being nourished by the Sky Demon Flower for so many days, Yichen's current body quality was far beyond what it was before he entered the Forbidden Zone. Of course, body quality was only body quality, and it was no different from chi power. It was just that his body's toughness had increased a lot, and it was not easy to get injured. Perhaps because he had been injured for too long, his Zhenyuan core had always been suppressed. This time, after recovering, Yichen's Zhenyuan surged like never before. Perhaps I can try to reach the peak of mid-astral reaching realm. The difference between mid-astral reaching realm and the peak of mid-astral reaching realm was the density of the Zhenyuan. Once the Zhenyuan accumulated to the limit, it would be the peak. If one wanted to go further, they would have to make a breakthrough. Holding a mid-rank soul stone in each of his hands, Yichen took a deep breath and activated his Zhenyuan, following the route of the Green Lotus Sword spell's 13th level. 1 big cycle. 2 great circulations. 72 big cycles. The Zhenyuan in Yichen's body was getting thicker and thicker, surging like the tide. It kept on rising without any sign of exhaustion. The next morning, the air vibrated, and the surging Zhenyuan spread out in all directions, pushing out everything other than the bed. The whole room was shaking. What's going on? The shaking of the room raised the curiosity of everyone in the restaurant. Inside the bedroom, Yichen walked down from the bed and stretched. His whole body let out cracking sounds of bones being squeezed together. Peak of mid-astral reaching realm. Although I can't compare to the astral reaching paragon, I am at least one of the best among the extreme astral reaching realm warriors. Before breaking through, Yichen was already able to fight evenly with Shen Tujue, and it was hard to tell who would emerge victorious. Now that his Zhenyuan had nearly doubled, Yichen's battle power had reached a whole new level. If he were to face Shen Tujue again, he wouldn't dare to say that he would win for sure, but he would at least be undefeatable. Pung. Shattering the vase in the living room with a punch, Yichen faintly smiled and walked out of the room. It's time for revenge. Assignment Hall. Sir, mid-astral reaching realm warriors only need to pay 9,000 mid-rank soul stones. Why do I have to pay 12,000? In the hall, a new astral reaching realm warrior said unhappily. The horse-faced man sneered. You are at the peak of mid-astral reaching realm. Therefore, you have to pay 3,000 mid-rank soul stones more than normal mid-astral reaching realm warriors. What? You don't want to pay? You better think about the consequences. This is the Bewilderment Fog Island. It's not up to you. He dared to be this arrogant because, besides being a late astral reaching realm warrior himself, there was also a Grand Elder and many elders looking after him. Of course, 80% of the extra soul stones would be given to them, and the remaining 20% would be taken care of by him. He would keep 10% at most. Under the horse-faced man's pressure, the new astral reaching realm warrior had no choice but to give in and hand over 12,000 mid-rank soul stones. But it was not over yet. The horse-faced man continued to ask for 5,000 mid-rank soul stones, as if he would not stop until he squeezed everything out of him. You are too much. The astral reaching realm warrior was furious. You are looking for death. The horse-faced man's body flashed, appearing in front of him within a second. He threw out a palm attack with a horrifying power, causing the air to explode. Pooh. The warrior puked out blood and backed out, his face pale. I have already shown you mercy with this palm attack. Next time, I will not let it go so easily. Lightly landing back on the main seat, the horse-faced man looked down at the warrior. So impressive. Right then, a clear voice was heard from afar. Who is it? The horse-faced man yelled. With a blurry blue shadow, Yichen appeared in the hall. It's you. You are a peak-level mid-astral reaching realm warrior. What a guy. How dare you lie to me? What do you think you deserve? The horse-faced man was shocked at first, then turned furious. Yichen said coldly, What crime have I committed? You are the one who is guilty. How dare you? Since you are a peak-level mid-astral reaching realm warrior, you still have to pay 7,500 mid-rank soul stones. Also, my 5,000 mid-rank soul stones cannot be less. Even one less, I will take your life. The horse-faced man wanted to kill. Yichen had surprised him too much, and he had a bad feeling about it. If he had to, he would have to kill Yichen. Sorry this time, I am not here to give you the soul stones. I am here to ask for them. 30,000 mid-rank soul stones, not one less. You really have the guts of a leopard. Die. The horse-faced man was furious. He shattered the chair with a palm attack, attacking toward Yichen from afar. Boom. Facing the palm attack with his fist, Yichen performed his 5-mountain godly fist art, which he had not used for a long time. In terms of the mentality of the earth, Yichen was also quite talented. It was as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on his opponent. Kalala. The hall was shattered, and the horse-faced man was blown back, puking out a huge mouthful of blood. How is this possible? He is only at peak level mid-astral reaching realm. After shattering a wall, the horse-faced man was extremely shocked. Locking his eyes on him, Yichen said, 30,000 mid-rank soul stones. Are you going to hand it over or not? He had never thought of killing him, since he was a mid-level warrior of Bewilderment Fog Island after all. Killing him would be the same as slapping the island's face, so he had to be careful. In your dreams. Wave-splitting palm. The horse-faced man jumped up from the ground and threw out a palm attack. Water mentality spread out, and a huge palm print slapped toward Yichen like a tsunami. Only 5 mountain. Facing the horse-faced man, he did not need to use his sword arts. Yichen performed the last movement of the 5-mountain godly fist art, the only 5 mountain. The rich earth mentality spread out, and 5 illusory mountains superimposed on top of each other, violently shattering the huge palm print and pressing the opponent onto the ground. You are dead for sure. I have Grand Elder Sun looking after me. If you offend me, you are dead for sure. The horse-faced man could not move at all, so he yelled. Grand Elder Sun will not save you either. You reap what you sow. Yichen did not waste any time and sucked over the man's storage ring. Zhenyuan poured in, and the wealth inside the storage ring was revealed. This guy is really rich. Observing with his mind, there were 6 big boxes of mid-grade spirit stones. Each box contained 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, a total of 60,000 mid-grade spirit stones. There were also several thousand mid-grade spirit stones scattered around. As for low-grade spirit stones, there were not many. Who dares to cause trouble in the assignment hall? The two's battle had caused quite a commotion, which had attracted the attention of 2 nearby elders. On the island, the status of the elders was extremely prestigious. Each of them was a top astral reaching realm warrior. Chapter 362. Swish. Swish. 2 figures rapidly landed outside the assignment hall. The one on the left had a head full of grizzled hair and a haggard appearance. According to 100 years of age, he was at least 80 or 90 years old. Of course, he was a peak astral reaching expert, and his age was doubled, being about 170 or 80 years old. The one on the right was a middle-aged man with 2 crisscross sword scars on the left side of his face, giving him a ferocious appearance. The horse-faced man saw the 2 and yelled, Elder Bai, Elder Lu, save me. This man is clearly a peak mid-astral reaching expert, but he lied to me and said he was an early astral reaching expert. He clearly doesn't put Bewilderment Fog Island in his eyes. Kill him. A cold light flickered in the haggard Elder Bai's eyes as he yelled at Yichen. Who are you? Release Attendant Ma and accept your trial. Elder Bai, why are you wasting words with him? Those who dare to cause trouble on Bewilderment Fog Island will be killed without mercy. The ferocious middle-aged man stared at Yi Chun, as if he was looking at a dead man. The illusory mountain suppressing the horse-faced man shattered, and the shockwave directly caused him to spurt out blood, losing all his battle power. Yi Chun turned around. This man is relying on his status as an attendant to wantonly extort people who come to Bewilderment Fog Island for the first time. How should he be punished? Whether he's guilty or not has nothing to do with you. Obediently surrender, or you'll die. How could the fierce middle-aged man called Elder Lu not know that Attendant Ma was wantonly extorting people who came to Bewilderment Fog Island for the first time? However, he was Grand Elder Sun's subordinate, and 10% of the spirit stones that Attendant Ma extorted was given to him. Therefore, if he said that Attendant Ma wasn't guilty, then he wasn't. If this matter was brought to the Island Lord, there was still Grand Elder Sunday. In that case, there's nothing I can do. With a flash of light, a long sword appeared in Yi Chun's left hand. Its scabbard simple and unadorned. You dare to take out a weapon before me? Kid, you'll die for sure. A black brilliance curled up, and a weapon also appeared in Elder Lu's hand. It was a black iron rod that was as long as his eyebrows. There were many diamond-shaped patterns on the surface of the iron rod, and as Zhen Yuan poured into it, the air around the patterns began to distort, filling the air with pressure. Elder Bai took a step back. Lu Song, make it quick. I know. Lu Song chuckled. His figure flickered, and he instantly appeared in front of Yi Chun. He struck out with his rod like a black dragon coming out of its cave. Ding! The thin tip of the sword blocked Elder Lu's attack, and the 3 walls of the steward's hall suddenly exploded, turning into quicksand. Thud thud thud. Lu Song's feet could not stop the momentum of his retreat. He took 8 steps back in a row, each step causing the ground to crack and cave in. Elder Lu retreated. The middle-aged man, who was lying on the ground, mumbled in disbelief. There were 98 masters on the island, and every one of them was a top astral-reaching realm warrior. Besides the rare extreme astral-reaching realm warriors and astral-reaching paragons, the top astral-reaching realm warriors were the kings. Yi Chun had forced back Master Lu with 1 sword attack, which meant that he was at least a top astral-reaching realm warrior. Impossible. He is obviously a peak-level mid-astral-reaching realm warrior. A week ago, I could kill him with 1 finger. The middle-aged man had a sinister look on his face. He believed that Elder Lu had not used his full strength, and that he was merely warming up. Elder White did not think so. Admittedly, Lu Song hadn't used his best move, and hadn't even used any of his moves. However, how could Yi Chun have? Under normal circumstances, Lu Song was unexpectedly not Yi Chun's opponent. No wonder this kid didn't put them in his eyes. It turned out that he had some tricks up his sleeves. He is a top astral-reaching realm warrior. Lu Song, bring out your peak power. Elder White's expression was grave as his gaze locked onto Yi Chun. He was prepared to join hands with Lu Song to kill Yi Chun in case of any mishap. Kid, you've angered me. Black Sea Raging Shark. When he retreated 9 steps, Lu Song brandished his rod with both hands. The surrounding air was dyed black like a black tide, and his entire body turned into a devouring whirlpool within the tide. The natural Yuan Qi within dozens of li was devoured cleanly, transforming into his battle power. Bang! The rod rumbled out, and the endless tide converged into a rod aura, violently charging towards Yi Chun. In the next moment, a raging shark appeared. Its enormous body carried a frightening power as it leapt up. What a powerful water mentality! The intense attack caused Yi Chun's hair and clothes to flutter. He stood there without moving, and the thunder sword slashed an arc in the void. Rip! The Zhen Yuan raging shark, which was powerful enough to destroy a mountain and split open a canyon, was cut in 2. Sparks flickered on the surface of the cut, and a sizzling sound could be heard. Lu Song's best move was cut apart by a single sword strike, so casually. Elder White sucked in a breath of cold air. If Yi Chun had only defeated Lu Song, he wouldn't have been too surprised. The strength Yi Chun had displayed before was absolutely that of a peak astral reaching expert. And peak astral reaching experts were also divided into strong and weak. Naturally, There would be winners and losers. However, facing Lu Song's strongest move, a killing move, Yi Chen had only used a single sword strike. A sword strike that didn't carry any smoke or fire. Do you still want to continue? Yi Chen didn't use his true power. What a joke. No matter how strong Lu Song was, he was only a peak astral reaching expert, while Yi Chen was a top existence among extreme astral reaching experts. The two were simply not on the same level. If he had to use his best move to deal with Lu Song, then he wouldn't be able to show his face in the outside world. Look, a battle has broken out in Assignment Hall. The walls have been destroyed. Originally, the assignment hall was surrounded by high walls, and the situation inside couldn't be seen from the streets. However, the aftermath of the battle between Yi Chen and Lu Song was too powerful, and the walls had turned into quicksand, vanishing without a trace. The martial artists on the streets could see the scene from far away. Aren't the people inside Elder White and Elder Lu? Who is that youngster? Probably a fierce person who has just arrived on Bewilderment Fog Island. Every battle on Bewilderment Fog Island takes place between native experts and outsiders. Hiss. Master Lu's attack was broken just like that. This young man is definitely a powerful character. This time, the stewardship hall has kicked a steel board. They could have blackmailed anyone, but they chose to blackmail a suspected extreme astral reaching realm warrior. Isn't that looking for death? He is indeed powerful. However, Bewilderment Fog Island has 3 island masters and 19 grand elders. Confronting them head-on would only result in a miserable death. Many martial artists had gathered on the street in front of Assignment Hall. Among them, there was no lack of astral reaching experts. Everyone gathered together and discussed spiritedly, expressing their opinions. Disperse. City Guard team is here. Right at this moment, groups of martial artists rushed over from both ends of the street. The lowest cultivation base of these martial artists was early astral reaching expert. The captain was a peak mid astral reaching expert, and the vice captain was a mid astral reaching expert. Each group had 20 people, and the total number was more than 100. City Guard team wouldn't be mobilized easily. Normally, it was the patrolling team composed of clasping yuan martial artists that maintained order. Only when something big happened would City Guard team be mobilized. The City Guard team had more than 3,000 members. Right now these people were clearly not the entire team. It had been several years since the last time City Guard team was mobilized. This was the first time in a few years. All of you piss off. Under the lead of the 7 captains, hundreds of astral reaching experts majestically gathered and shouted at the crowd to retreat. Go in. Seeing that everyone had arrived, a group of powerful martial artists flew into Assignment Hall. How could Elder White not notice the commotion outside? Turning his head and seeing the City Guard team, he let out a sigh of relief. 2 against 1, he didn't have the confidence to defeat Yi Chen. However, the situation was different now. With more than 100 people attacking Yi Chen at the same time, unless he was an astral-reaching paragon, he would die without a doubt. You guys surround Assignment Hall. Elder White ordered. It's Elder White and Elder Lu. The status of elders far surpassed that of City Guard team captains. Receiving the order, the 7 led their respective team members and surrounded Assignment Hall tightly, ready to attack at any time. Retracting his gaze, Elder White said confidently, "It's not too late to surrender. Otherwise, a group attack will kill you on the spot." Hearing these words, Yi Chen smiled indifferently. If it were an extreme astral reaching expert without a powerful movement technique, facing more than 100 astral reaching experts, there was indeed a possibility of him dying. However, Yi Chen's doppelganger movement technique wasn't something an ordinary extreme astral reaching expert could compare with. He was confident that if he used his movement technique with all his strength, he would be able to hit him with 7 or 8 attacks in one go. Moreover, he was confident that he could block 7 or 8 attacks from ordinary astral reaching experts. Of course, starting an all-out war with Bewilderment Fog Island wasn't his goal. His goal was to become a Grand Elder of Bewilderment Fog Island. Since he was going to survive in Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone for a long time, he had to go with the flow. Unless he didn't want to stay on Bewilderment Fog Island, and willingly lost himself in the dense fog of Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone. What's with such a big formation? Actually, I came to join Bewilderment Fog Island. Putting away the thunder sword, Yi Chun and Elder White's gazes met. Join Bewilderment Fog Island? Elder White and the defeated Lu Song's complexion turned unsightly. With their understanding of the island master, if an expert like Yi Chun wanted to join, they wouldn't refuse. Moreover, Yi Chun acted with propriety and didn't kill a single person from Bewilderment Fog Island. The corner of Elder White's mouth twitched, feeling stifled in his heart. Joining Bewilderment Fog Island doesn't require you to injure people. Your actions are very suspicious. You'd better take a trip with us and undergo interrogation. At that time, whether or not the island master will allow you to join Bewilderment Fog Island will be decided. As long as he brought Yi Chun away, Elder White was confident that Grand Elder Sun would dispose of him. At that time, whether it was black or white, it would be up to them. Sorry, I won't go with you. Attendant Ma's injury is his own fault. I was just defending myself. Moreover, when I join the Bewilderment Fog Island, I will be a Grand Elder. Do you think that a Grand Elder needs to be investigated by you? Yi Chun had already prepared two options. He could either become a Grand Elder or leave Bewilderment Fog Island. The environment of Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone allowed him to not fear astral-reaching paragons. As long as he escaped 1,000 li away, who would dare to chase after him? 90% of his mental power was restricted in the dense fog, and his line of sight was even narrower, ranging from several meters to several dozen meters. It could be said that even a Sea of Soul Realm expert would find it hard to chase after him after entering Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone. Do you think you can become a Grand Elder just because you want to? Big words. Several li away, an aged voice resounded. Grand Elder Sun. Elder White and the horse-faced man's faces lit up. Chapter 363. Yi Chun didn't need to turn around to look. In his soul power perception, he could see a gray-robed old man flying down from the middle of the island. His extreme speed didn't give rise to the slightest air-piercing sound, as if he was the wind itself. Not only did the flowing air not obstruct him, it even pushed him forward. Extreme wind mentality. Being able to become extreme astral-reaching experts, they indeed have their own way. In Yi Chun's knowledge, apart from Shen Tujue, other extreme astral-reaching experts were either close to the limit or had already reached it. Of course, Shen Tujue had condensed a martial soul embryo, and his battle power was a notch higher than ordinary extreme astral-reaching experts. His absolute power and willpower could make up for the disparity in mentality. Without a sound, the gray-robed old man called Grand Elder Sun appeared in the sky above the assignment hall. You're the one who injured Attendant Ma. Grand Elder Sun coldly looked down at Yi Chun. Raising his head, Yi Chun replied, You didn't teach him well. That's why he was injured. Too arrogant. The city guard members were dumbstruck. Grand Elder Sun was so angry that he started laughing. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, What a good didn't teach him well. I'd like to see what makes you so arrogant. A silver long spear appeared in his hand. Grand Elder Sun's body tilted as he charged down from the sky, thrusting his spear forward. The air in front of him exploded, as if a black hole had been pierced through it. Fast. Astonishingly fast. From the moment the silver-long spear appeared to the moment it shot towards Yi Chun, only a few seconds had passed. Many people didn't even have the time to shift their gazes. Ding. He was fast, but Yi Chun was even faster. Unsheathing the destruction sword, it directly pointed at the tip of the silver-long spear. Without any deviation, it was as light as the wind and clouds, as fast as a dream. The two seemed to be exchanging blows, but the destructive power was frightening. The enormous assignment hall was instantly razed to the ground, erased from Bewilderment Fog Island. The surrounding city guard members all spurted out blood as they rapidly retreated, their faces filled with shock. So fast. He can actually keep up with my spear speed. Grand Elder Sun was gobsmacked. He mainly cultivated wind mentality, and each of his movements was excessively fast. However, under such a sudden situation, Yi Chun was still able to block his spear attack with all his strength, and seemed to still have energy to spare. In terms of the concept of wind, This person is the first person I have ever seen. However, compared to my speed, he is still lacking. The concept of speed is pure speed without any impurities. But the concept of wind contains speed, but it is not pure enough. As soon as they clashed, Grand Elder Sun's combat strength and characteristics were revealed. Your sword speed is pretty fast. Take my 9 flowing wind spear. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Originally, Grand Elder Sun's attacks didn't make any sound, but now that his spear speed had reached its peak, the sound could no longer be eliminated. The fine piercing sound was extremely ear-piercing. In an instant, 3 spear strikes were launched, the third and second spear bursting forth at almost the same time. It seemed as if only one spear had been launched. 4 swift swords. Ding ding ding. Dang. The first 3 sword attacks cancelled out Grand Elder Sun's spear attack. The 4th sword attack was thrown out before Grand Elder Sun could react, swiftly landing on his protective Zhenyuan. Puff! His protective Zhenyuan was shattered, and Grand Elder Sun's face turned pale. Blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth as he was blown back. The 4 swift swords had completely countered the 9 flowing wind spear. In front of the 4 swift swords, the 9 flowing wind spear could only launch 3 spear attacks. He didn't even have the time to use the 4th spear attack, because the 4 swift swords were even faster and more coordinated than him. One more sword attack would be redundant, and one less sword attack would not be able to increase the sword's speed and power to the peak. Grand Elder Sun lost. Elder Bai and Lu Song shook their heads, their faces blank. Damn it! How could he be faster than me? The faster the sword, the weaker its power would be. Therefore, Grand Elder Sun had only suffered a light injury, which wouldn't affect his battle power. However, in terms of speed, which he was most proud of, he had completely lost to Yi Chun, which made him extremely angry. Ho! Die! Grand Elder Sun stomped on the ground, creating a deep gully. Grand Elder Sun soared into the sky, gathering the mentality of wind and the mentality of metal on his silver spear. The 2 mentalities complemented each other, turning the spear into an all-conquering, all-piercing attack. Sun Nian, stay your hand. An earthen yellow Zhenyuan giant hand pressed Grand Elder Sun back. Admittedly, part of the reason was that Grand Elder Sun hadn't finished accumulating power. However, an extreme astral reaching expert's casual attack could heavily injure a peak astral reaching expert. Even if he hadn't finished accumulating power, he shouldn't have been so easily suppressed. What a precise grasp of timing. The Zhenyuan giant hand suppressed Grand Elder Sun, just as his spear was about to erupt, saving me a lot of strength. Yi Chun didn't need to think to know that the island master of Bewilderment Fog Island had appeared. Only an astral-reaching paragon could easily suppress an extreme astral-reaching expert. The air distorted, and a figure appeared 30 steps away from Yi Chun. He was wearing a yellow robe, and his hands were behind his back. His yellow skin seemed quite special, and the Zhenyuan fluctuations within his body were deeply concealed. If one carefully sensed it, they would feel an inexplicable horror, as if a dormant volcano was about to erupt and burn everything. Sub-Island Master Wang. Grand Elder Sun didn't know what to say. The yellow-faced middle-aged man waved his hand. You don't need to say anything. Go back first. I'll settle this matter. Everyone else, return to your positions. Yes. The city guards withdrew in an orderly manner. Grand Elder Sun sighed inwardly. With Sub-Island Master Wang's words, he clearly didn't intend to make things difficult for Yi Chun. Otherwise, why would he let them go? Yes, I'll take my leave. Grand Elder Sun didn't say anything else, turning around and flying towards his residence. Seeing that Grand Elder Sun had left, Elder White and Lu Song could only leave as well. One could well imagine the gloominess in their hearts. In a short while, only 3 people remained in the flattened assignment hall. Sub-Island Master Wang, Yi Chun, and the heavily injured horse-faced middle-aged man. What are you going to do? Sub-Island Master Wang looked at Yi Chun. Yi Chun could feel the pressure coming from the other party's body. Putting away the destruction sword, he said, I wonder if Bewilderment Fog Island can accommodate me. You want to join Bewilderment Fog Island? Sub-Island Master Wang had actually guessed Yi Chun's thoughts. Not killing Attendant Ma and the others was either because he was soft-hearted or because he had some misgivings. That's right. Sub-Island Master Wang sized up Yi Chun. Your strength has undoubtedly reached the level of a Grand Elder, and our Bewilderment Fog Island is different from the sections. We don't have any rules. Come to the conference hall tomorrow. The Island Master will personally appoint you as the 20th Grand Elder of Bewilderment Fog Island. Finished speaking, Sub-Island Master Wang directly left. Scary person. The other party's words and actions were swift and decisive. Although he didn't speak much, the pressure he exuded was much scarier than a person who spoke 100 sentences. The horse-faced middle-aged man originally hoped that Sub-Island Master Wang could teach Yi Chun a lesson. Seeing this result, his face turned ashen as he looked at Yi Chun, trembling in fear. I'll accept your spirit stones. Yi Chun didn't even look at the horse-faced middle-aged man as he turned around and walked down the street. There were many martial artists coming and going on the street in an endless stream. Zhao Yushuang, Zhao Heng, and the rest had just returned from hunting with a bountiful harvest. The assignment hall is gone, Zhao Yushuang said in surprise. No, there was a great battle here. Zhao Heng saw some clues. Great battle? Who dares to tear down the assignment hall? Any astral-reaching expert under Sea of Soul Realm will have to accept Bewilderment Fog Island's management. The one who spoke was Zhao Heng's son, a bearded middle-aged man. Zhao Heng said, "Why do you care so much? The outside world is unimaginably vast. Experts are as common as clouds. Perhaps there really are astral-reaching experts who can contend against Bewilderment Fog Island. Don't judge the unknown with our eyes." Zhao Yushuang changed the topic. I wonder how Yi Chun is doing. Attendant Ma of the assignment hall is a blood-sucking bug. He's killed a lot of foreign experts. Fortunately, we didn't see his corpse hanging on the city gate. He should have settled down. That's not necessarily true. The corpses hanging on the city gate are all brazen people who didn't obey Bewilderment Fog Island's management. Some people who obeyed the management and were quite wealthy were killed. They wouldn't be hung on the city gate. Otherwise, there would be less profit. The bearded middle-aged man retorted. Zhao Yushuang glared at her father. All right, let's go back. This time's harvest was quite bountiful, comparable to several previous harvests. Let's go back and celebrate. On the morning of the second day, Yi Chun walked out of the restaurant and headed towards the peak of Bewilderment Fog Island. Bewilderment Fog Island had 9 floors in total. Every time one entered a city, one had to pay an entrance fee. The first floor's fee was 1 low-grade spirit stone. The second floor's fee was 4. The third floor's fee was 7. The fourth floor's fee was 10. The fifth floor's fee was 13. And the ninth floor's fee was 25. Walking all the way to the peak, Yi Chun paid a total of 117 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, the first floor had its own identity token, and the second floor had its own identity token. Those with the second floor's identity token didn't need to pay the first floor's entrance fee. Otherwise, just the entrance fee alone would be an unbearable expense, unless one didn't leave the city for a long time. Yi Chun didn't care about this little bit of low-grade spirit stones. Next time he wouldn't have to pay. Entering the 9th floor city, Yi Chun directly walked towards the Bewilderment Fog Palace at the peak of Bewilderment Fog Island. Halt, or you'll be killed without mercy. The martial artist guarding the palace blocked Yi Chun's path. It's Sub-Island Master Wang who told me to see Island Master. Do you have proof? At this moment, Sub-Island Master Wang walked out from inside. Let him in. Yes. Following half a step behind Sub-Island Master Wang, Yi Chun observed his surroundings. The materials used to construct the Bewilderment Fog Palace were quite ordinary, but its appearance was quite extravagant. Island Master is a bit overbearing. Be careful with your words. Sub-Island Master Wang reminded. Yi Chun blanked for a moment before saying, Many thanks. Soon, the two passed through the plaza and arrived outside the conference hall. Wait a moment. Sub-Island Master Wang stepped inside. On the main seat of the conference hall sat a black-robed old man. Different from ordinary old men, his body was tall and sturdy like a bear. His palms were like palm leaf fans, and his knuckles were like small chicken eggs, containing a frightening power. Island Master, he's here. Sub-Island Master Wang sat on the main seat on the left, facing a white-robed old man. Below the two were 19 astral-reaching experts with different appearances. Grand Elder Sun was astonishingly among them. "And come in." The black-robed old man's voice resounded outside the conference hall. Hearing these words, Yichen walked in. "You're Yichen?" The black-robed old man squinted his eyes. "Right. Apologize to Grand Elder Sun, and I won't pursue yesterday's matter," the black-robed old man said indifferently. Chapter 364. Yichen turned his head and glanced at Grand Elder Sunday. The latter revealed a faint smile and didn't look sideways, nor did he look at Yichen. "You're right. Grand Elder Sun fought with me and suffered some light injuries. I can compensate you with 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. How about it, Grand Elder Sun?" Yichen's words were beyond everyone's expectations. No matter how good Grand Elder Sun's self-restraint was, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. The black-robed old man clearly didn't expect Yichen to say these words. His brows twitched. "So you refuse to apologize? Think about the consequences." "I came here after thinking about the consequences. I wonder if there's a place for me, Yichen, on Bewilderment Fog Island. I think Island Lord doesn't think I'll apologize, right? You're quite courageous." The black-robed old man smiled and stood up. Wrist-thick dark blue electric snakes burst out of his body, creating crackling sounds. The aura of an astral-reaching paragon instantly filled the entire hall, violently surging towards Yichen. Kaka. The hall was, after all, constructed with ordinary materials. How could it withstand the black-robed old man's aura? Cracks spread out on the stone pillars, the ground, and the surrounding walls. With his long black hair fluttering in the wind, Yichen stood motionlessly at the center of the hall, allowing the aura to batter his body. If the black-robed old man's aura was like a tide, a raging thunder, then Yichen's aura was like a black reef, a longsword, condensed but not unleashed. Formidable. Worthy of being the expert who lightly injured Grand Elder Sunday. Although Island Lord's aura isn't much stronger than an extreme astral-reaching expert's, he has a powerful martial will amplification. Ordinary extreme astral-reaching experts can't withstand it, yet his expression doesn't change. Some of the Grand Elders exchange Zhen Yuan transmissions. Greater success Sword Intent Realm. Power surpassing perfection Sword Intent. The white-robed middle-aged man opposite Sub-Island Master Wang had a pensive expression. Abruptly, the black-robed old man's aura completely dissipated, as if it was just an illusion. "Very good. You have the qualifications to become a Grand Elder. This is a Grand Elder's token. Take it." Swish. A black token shot towards Yichen. Reaching out to grab the token, Yichen asked, "What are the duties of a Grand Elder?" Bewilderment Fog Island is very free. What you need to do is manage your own area well. Of course, you can arrange for people to manage it. I don't have any other duties for now. If there are, I will inform you. As for the Doyen's residence, it will be next to Doyen Sunday. There is a relatively large vacancy there. The black-robed old man sat down again and said unhurriedly. Next door to Grand Elder Sunday, Yichen and Grand Elder Sun looked at each other and saw the hostility in each other's eyes. Interesting? Among the elders, a charming middle-aged woman curled her lips. Yichen's arrival had added a trace of vitality to Bewilderment Fog Island. She believed that no one under the Sea of Soul Realm could leave Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone. Therefore, there would be a lot of internal struggles in the future. Although it was said to be next door to Grand Elder Sun, the two residences were actually dozens of li apart. The 10-li perimeter residence was completed within a week. What a joke! The builders were all condensing reality and clasping Yuan realm martial artists, numbering more than 500. The construction speed was inconceivably fast, almost a complete change in 2 hours. Of course, Yichen would have to pay his own salary. Condensing reality martial artists would get 10 low-grade spirit stones a day, while clasping Yuan realm martial artists would get 50 low-grade spirit stones a day. Yichen estimated that it would be completed in 10 days. 1 day earlier, the salary would increase by 10%, and 3 days earlier, it would be 30%. I have the Grand Elder's residence, But I don't have many subordinates. I can't do everything myself, right? There were all kinds of people on Bewilderment Fog Island. Some were from South Ridra region, some were from island countries, and some were from other regions. These people naturally didn't dare to go against Bewilderment Fog Island, but they weren't that friendly with each other. Moreover, Bewilderment Fog Island didn't forbid fighting, as long as it didn't damage the buildings or disturb too many people. However, this standard was too vague. Some people liked to watch fights, while others didn't. Therefore, when it was necessary, Bewilderment Fog Island's forces would have to come out and mediate. Although the status of the elders is not as high as the Grand Elders, they don't take orders from the Grand Elders. However, there are 3 or 4 elders who have expressed their goodwill to me. Under the elders are the attendants of the duty hall, and the captains of the guards. I have to take a few of them as subordinates. Bewilderment Fog Island was too chaotic. In fact, the 3 island masters had never thought about making the island orderly. Decades of peaceful life were always so boring. How could it be done without conflicts? Have you heard? Bewilderment Fog Island has a new Grand Elder. He's very young, about the same age as my brother. I also heard that this new Grand Elder gave Grand Elder Son a show of strength before becoming a Grand Elder. A lot of people saw it, right? Is that so? He seems quite powerful. There were very few clothing and jewelry stores on Bewilderment Fog Island. After all, this place was isolated from the rest of the world, and raw materials were not easy to find. Apart from most of them being produced on Bewilderment Fog Island, some had to be found at the bottom of the lake around the island, which consumed a lot of manpower and resources. This led to the high price of ordinary goods on Bewilderment Fog Island, which was dozens or even hundreds of times more expensive than the outside world. Even so, which girl didn't like beautiful clothes? Therefore, the female clothing stores were always very popular. Inside a large clothing store, a few girls in their 20s were gathered together, talking and laughing. You're talking about that new Grand Elder? Zhao Yushuang asked. Yeah. Yushuang, you still don't know. She goes hunting with her grandpa all day long. How could she have time to pay attention to these things? Yushuang, it's not that I want to nag you, but you should also get married. There are relatively few women on Bewilderment Fog Island, so finding a good one is too easy. Look at us, we don't have to do anything every day, and we can spend spirit stone pellets like crazy. We can buy whatever clothes we want, unlike you, who can't even buy 1.5 a year. Exactly. If you want to find someone, it's best to find a powerful clasping yuan martial artist. Ordinary clasping yuan martial artists don't even have enough spirit stones for their own cultivation. If you can marry an astral-reaching martial artist, that would be your fortune. Zhao Yushuang curled her lips. She had grown up with these 2 sisters, but they were all married. Their husbands were peak clasping yuan martial artists, and one of them was even married to an early astral-reaching martial artist. However, these people were all in their 40s, almost the same age as her father. She couldn't help but feel a bit disgusted. Miss, this dress costs 3 low-grade spirit stones and 5 spirit stone pellets. 10 spirit stone pellets were equivalent to 1 low-grade spirit stone. On Bewilderment Fog Island, the lowest form of currency was spirit stone pellets. There was no silver or gold, because silver was basically useless here. It couldn't be eaten, nor could it be used for cultivation. Spirit stone pellets were intentionally made. A low-grade spirit stone was cut into 10 pieces, and they would become spirit stone pellets. However, the spirit stone pellets needed to be sealed with special methods. Otherwise, after a long time, the spirit stone yuan qi inside would gradually dissipate, turning into a useless stone. Of course, demonic beast pellets could also be used as currency. A rank 3 demonic beast pellet was equivalent to 1 low-grade spirit stone, and a rank 4 demonic beast pellet was equivalent to 10 low-grade spirit stones. If one felt that it was not worth it, they could go to a pill shop to exchange. Sometimes, a high-grade rank 3 demonic beast pellet could be exchanged for 2 or 3 low-grade spirit stones. Here. Last time, she had earned 3,000 low-grade spirit stones from Yi Chun, which was almost several months of income for the Zhao family. Zhao Yushuang still had some spirit stones in her hands. Yushuang, wearing clothes that cost a few spirit stones each is too shabby. How about this one? I'll give it to you. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s walked in. He went straight to the luxurious clothes rack and picked up a luxurious piece of clothing. Seeing a big customer, the shopkeeper said with a face full of smiles, "Good eyesight." The main material of this piece of clothing is 100-year spirit silk from 10,000 meters deep in the Star Regional Lake. Not only is it beautiful and elegant, it is also resistant to fire and water. Even ordinary clasping yuan martial artists would not be able to break it in one go. Zhao Yushuang creased her brows. The man was an early astral reaching expert in his 50s. His bones were thick, and his body was a bit short. He had been pursuing her for several months. "Shopkeeper, how many spirit stones is this piece of clothing? You are a big customer, so I'll give you a 20% discount. 800 low-grade spirit stones." The original price of this piece of clothing was only 900 low-grade spirit stones. With a 20% discount, it should be 720. However, big customers were meant to be exploited. How could the shopkeeper not understand this logic? "Very cheap, I'll take it." Zhao Yushuang bit her lips. "Thank you for your kindness, but I cannot accept it." "Why?" "I have no intention of marrying for the time being. I have been chasing you for several months. Which astral reaching expert could do what I did? Yushuang, if you marry me, your Zhao family won't have to go out hunting every day. Although I, Li Tao, am not a top-notch rich person, I have a lot of low-grade spirit stones." The Star Regional Lake was bottomless, and powerful beasts usually lived in the deepest part. Clasping yuan martial artists could dive 10,000 meters deep, while astral reaching experts could dive tens of thousands of meters deep. They could casually kill a 6th or 7th grade beast and earn a lot of spirit stones. Therefore, astral reaching experts rarely lacked low-grade spirit stones. Only mid-grade spirit stones were a bit lacking. Fortunately, Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone was not a barren land. On the island, under the lake, there were also a lot of spirit veins. Although the supply could not meet the demand, it could still be maintained. "Sorry, I will go back first." Zhao Yushuang did not dare to offend him, so she lowered her head and prepared to leave. Humph. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. "I have already given you face. If you don't want it, don't blame me." Blocking in front of Zhao Yushuang, the muscular middle-aged man had an unkind expression. The rules of Bewilderment Fog Island were very chaotic, and he was not afraid of people competing with him. After all, powerful astral-reaching experts were usually old and had women and children. He had women and children in the outside world, but after being trapped in Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone for dozens of years, he had long wanted to marry again. "What do you want?" Zhao Yushuang's expression changed. "What do I want? Naturally, I want you to obediently follow me." As he spoke, he grabbed Zhao Yushuang's arm and forcefully dragged her out of the shop, heading towards his own residence. On the street, Yichen was about to leave the island to investigate the situation around and see if there was any way to leave Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone. "Help!" Faintly, he heard a woman's cry for help. It was very familiar. "It's her." Creasing his brows, Yichen followed the voice. Swish. The distance of several li was covered in an instant. Seeing Zhao Yushuang being carried by an early astral-reaching expert, Yichen did not need to think to know what had happened. Bewilderment Fog Island is really chaotic. Shaking his head, Yichen waved his palm, slapping the man back to the ground. Chapter 365. Who is it? Yichen's palm strike contained a hard and a soft power, forcibly separating Zhao Yushuang and the robust middle-aged man. Of course, it was the soft power that acted on Zhao Yushuang's body. As for the robust middle-aged man, he was directly forced back by the hard power, his face filled with shock. Walking over step by step, Yichen's gaze turned cold as he spat out a single word, "Scram." "Who are you? Do you know that I'm Elder Tai's subordinate?" The robust middle-aged man was extremely apprehensive of Yichen's strength. Although he was an early astral-reaching expert, to be able to casually slap him to the ground, one had to be at least a mid-astral-reaching expert. However, An ordinary mid-astral reaching expert couldn't forcibly separate the two without injuring the other. Those who dared to do so had to have overwhelming strength. Therefore, he could only threaten the other with his backer, hoping that Yichen would back off. Humph. Without speaking any more nonsense, Yichen waved his right hand, sending a surging Zhenyuan stream flying. He then revealed the Grand Elder's token and warned, "Next time, I'll take your dog life." "You what? Grand Elder's token?" The robust middle-aged man's eyes widened as his gaze fell on the Grand Elder's token in Yichen's hand. On Bewilderment Fog Island, the top were the 3 island masters, followed by the Grand Elders, and then the Elders. Using an elder to threaten a Grand Elder was simply asking to die. The robust middle-aged man was terrified, fearing that Yichen would kill him out of anger. Hearing that he wouldn't be killed, he promptly said, "Yes, Li Tao, scram at once." "What? You want to scram without compensation?" Putting away the Grand Elder's token, Yichen said indifferently, "I'll pay 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. No, 30,000 low-grade spirit stones." Although he didn't lack low-grade spirit stones, it was because he usually didn't use low-grade spirit stones for cultivation. Low-grade spirit stones were his currency. Apart from mid-grade spirit stones, he had 70 to 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, as an astral-reaching expert, he could earn them at any time. Therefore, he dared to say that he had a lot of low-grade spirit stones. Yichen said, 30,000 isn't enough. Hand over 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, and you can scram." 50,000? All right, I'll compensate you. Li Tao hesitated for a while, then reluctantly took out 5 big boxes. Each box contained 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, exactly 50,000. After Li Tao left, Yichen turned his head and looked at Zhao Yushuang. "All the low-grade spirit stones here are yours." "All mine." Zhao Yushuang was still in shock. How did Yichen become a senior elder of Bewilderment Fog Island in just a dozen days? In her impression, the position of the Grand Elder was below the 3 of them and above millions of people. They held the power of life and death in their hands. "You're the new elder?" Zhao Yushuang couldn't help but ask cautiously. Yichen nodded. "It's a long story. Let's talk about it some other time." After saying that, Yichen walked towards the city gate. No wonder Yushuang isn't in a hurry to get married. It turns out she knows the new Grand Elder. What a young elder. He has both power and money. If you marry him, you won't have to worry for the rest of your life. Zhao Yushuang's friends were very envious. A few hundred li away from Bewilderment Fog Island, a figure was floating in the air. The sensory ball is indeed magical. It can sense something from so far away. I don't have to worry about getting lost in the fog. In his slender palm was a light ball that was emitting a yellow radiance. Moreover, by injecting his mental power into it, Yichen could easily sense the direction of Bewilderment Fog Island. The connection between the sensory ball and the sensory pagoda is 1,000 li. The sensory pagoda is at the center of Bewilderment Fog Island. It's about 200 li away from the edge of the island. In other words, I can't go more than 800 li away from Bewilderment Fog Island. Otherwise, the sensory ball will lose its effect. I haven't reached the limit yet. Keep going. Holding the sensory ball in his hand, Yichen went deeper into the fog. 300 li. 700 li. 750 li. As the distance increased, the color of the sensory ball gradually turned red. Now it was a faint orange color, a warning of danger. Almost there. Yichen no longer flew in a straight line. Instead, he flew around the island. Yichen. After traveling for about 3,000 li, Yichen ran into the only woman among the Grand Elders, Lu Mei. "It's Grand Elder Lu. Why are you here?" Yichen greeted. Lu Mei brushed her hair and smiled. "Same as you. To see if there's any way to leave Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone. I don't want to stay here for the rest of my life." "So that's how it is." Yichen understood. Lu Mei seemed to be in her 30s or 40s. According to the 200 years lifespan of an astral-reaching expert, she wouldn't be older than 70, and very likely not even 50. She was far from reaching the limit of an astral-reaching expert's lifespan. Therefore, it was impossible for her to enter Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone for the reverse 9-turn spirit grass. Naturally, she would think of a way to leave. Do you have any clues? Lu Mei asked. Yi Chen shook his head. Bewilderment fog forbidden zone is very strange. Not only does it restrict the transmission of spirit power, it can't lock onto anything in the dense fog. If one flew in a straight line, it would be easy to leave bewilderment fog forbidden zone. For example, Yi Chen's soul power had a range of several dozen li. Then, as long as he locked onto a certain area with his soul power, he would fly over and continue flying in a straight line. In this way, he would be able to smoothly leave. However, bewilderment fog forbidden zone wasn't that simple. Clearly, he had locked onto a small area, but once he reached it, he would discover a huge deviation. In other words, he might think he had locked onto something, but in fact he hadn't. Lu Mei understood Yi Chen's meaning. She had tried this method before, but it didn't have any effect. Seems like if I don't find an effective method, I might stay here for the rest of my life. Lu Mei revealed a bitter smile. There's always a chance of survival in this world. There will be a way. Yi Chen wouldn't give up so easily. And I'll go back first. You continue. Lu Mei hoped that Yi Chen would be able to find a way out, but subconsciously, she didn't think that Yi Chen could do it. It should be known that she had stayed in bewilderment fog forbidden zone for 5 years, and had tried all sorts of methods. She had even gotten lost in the dense fog several times, but she still had no clue. After Lu Mei left, Yi Chen's brows creased. As he had said, there was always a chance of survival in this world. For Sea of Soul Realm experts to be able to smoothly leave, they must have fulfilled that condition. My soul power is only restricted by 10%. This is my advantage. I'll definitely find a way. Compared to other astral reaching experts, Yi Chen's chances of leaving were countless times higher. So he definitely had a way. As dusk approached, the fog was getting thicker and thicker. I originally thought I could leave from the first layer of sky, stunning sky. However, this bewilderment fog forbidden zone also shrouds stunning sky. Fortunately, I sensed something was wrong and immediately stopped moving. Otherwise, I might not have been able to return to Bewilderment Fog Island. The deeper one went into Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone, the more frightening it became. Yi Chen guessed that the second layer of sky, Extreme Void, was also shrouded in Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone. Otherwise, Sea of Soul Realm experts wouldn't have such a taboo around it and wouldn't easily enter. It's getting dark. Let's go back first. Unable to find a way for the time being, Yi Chen had no choice but to return to Bewilderment Fog Island. Day after day passed. Yi Chen would leave Bewilderment Fog Island every day, searching for a way out. On this day, an attendant came to report. You want me to oversee Bewilderment Fog ship tomorrow? Yi Chen said. Yes. The deacon who came to report nodded. Got it. Bewilderment Fog ship was the ship Yi Chen had seen when he first arrived. Every time it went out to explore, 3 Grand Elders would be chosen to oversee it. This time, it was Yi Chen and 2 other Grand Elders' turn. On the morning of the next day, Yi Chen arrived at the pier. Grand Elder Yi. On the 1,000-meter-long ship, Lu Mei and an old Grand Elder Chen were standing on the deck. The one speaking was Lu Mei. Yi Chen chuckled, then flew up. What a coincidence. Lu Mei said. Yeah. Bewilderment Fog ship sets sail once a month. You're new, so you're also included. So that's how it is. At this moment, Grand Elder Chen said. Grand Elder Yi, although there isn't any danger in overseeing the Bewilderment Fog ship, we still can't be careless. During a voyage more than 10 years ago, the entire ship mysteriously disappeared, including the 3 Grand Elders overseeing it. So we have to be fully prepared. The entire ship disappeared? This was Yi Chen's first time hearing about this. Lu Mei said solemnly, That's right. I heard about this when I first arrived. Until now, the Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone is still a mystery. No one knows where the missing people went. With all the members present, Bewilderment Fog ship set off. The small-sized sensor pagoda on Bewilderment Fog ship had a wider sensing range than ordinary sensor balls. It could reach 3,000 li. Of course, the safe distance was usually 2,800 li. Any further and it would be more dangerous. Walala. The waves on the lake surged. The 1,000-meter-long bewilderment fog ship moved forward at a speed of 100 li per hour. On the deck, Yichen took out the sensor ball. It had lost its connection with Bewilderment Fog Island. We're 1,500 li away. Fortunately, there's a small-sized sensor pagoda on Bewilderment Fog ship. Putting away the sensor ball, Yichen released his soul power to observe the surroundings. Gulp. Vaguely, Yichen heard a strange sound. Gulp. Gulp. The sound became more and more hurried, and everyone on the ship could hear it. Grand Elder Chen walked over. Be careful. It's a rank 8 demonic beast, Bewilderment Fog Beast. This kind of demonic beast doesn't exist in the outside world. Moreover, under normal circumstances, it won't appear on the water. Only when Bewilderment Fog ship moves out will it follow us and launch a fierce attack. Was it attracted by the small-sized sensor pagoda? Yichen asked. More or less. It's coming up. Boom. Grand Elder Chen's voice had just faded when a huge wave soared into the sky. At the same time, a huge black shadow appeared in the dense fog, moving toward the ship at a high speed. Courting death. Grand Elder Chen took out a silver light mace and threw out a heavy blow. Pung. On the surface of the lake, a gale rose, and a shockwave spread out. Yichen stretched out both of his hands and created a Zhenyuan wall, isolating the shockwave. Lu Mei walked out of the cabin and said with a frown, Every time we go out, we'll be attacked by the Bewilderment Fog Beast. How troublesome. Roar. The Bewilderment Fog Beast seemed to be injured as it twisted the water crazily. Even the ship was greatly affected. The bow of the ship turned around and kept shaking. Horizontal mountain strike. Grand Elder Chen also roared. Rousing his Zhenyuan, he chopped down with the silver light mace. The dense fog split open, and everyone saw the true body of the Bewilderment Fog Beast. It was a huge demonic beast that looked like a cow, yet not a cow. Above its head, there was white fog rising in spirals. After receiving Grand Elder Chen's full power strike, one of the horns on its head broke, and it was forcibly sent flying. So powerful. This Bewilderment Fog Beast's battle strength is at least at the level of peak astral reaching experts, and its defense is similar to extreme astral reaching experts. It's extremely hard to kill. Chapter 366. Demonic beasts were inferior to human martial artists in terms of agility and reflexes. However, demonic beasts' defense far surpassed that of humans. Adding their powerful vitality, an attack that could injure an extreme astral-reaching expert might not be able to injure a Bewilderment Fog Beast. Grand Elder Chen, do you need our help? Yichen looked at the other party. Grand Elder Chen smiled. Although this old man is old, I can still handle a Bewilderment Fog Beast. You two don't need to do anything. I'll play with it. Grand Elder Chen was in high spirits. It was no wonder. As a Grand Elder, it was impossible for him to exchange pointers whenever he wanted. Even if he did, he would stop at the right time. How could he be as happy as now? Bang! The lake water parted as Grand Elder Chen charged straight out, clashing with the Bewilderment Fog Beast. A moment later, Grand Elder Chen returned, his clothes dyed in blood. Not bad, straightforward. Grand Elder Yi, you don't know, but overseeing the ship is a job we look forward to. Yichen said. Aren't you afraid that will also disappear mysteriously? To be honest, I'd like to know what made them disappear. Grand Elder Chen didn't seem to care. Lu Mei nodded. I'm also curious. After sailing for 2,500 li, the ship began to circle around the island. Of the 30,000 li Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone, they could only explore 5 to 6,000 li in the center. There are so many Bewilderment Fog Island. It's only been 5 to 6,000 li in the center of the Forbidden Zone. Grand Elder Chen praised. Formidable. No wonder Grand Elder Sun suffered in your hands. I'm still far from it. If I encounter an island master, I'll have to flee as well. Yi Chen's heart moved as he mentioned the matter of the 3 island masters. Hearing him, Grand Elder Chen said, Actually, the 3 island masters are nothing special. Do you know why their battle power surpasses ours? Is it because of their martial will? Lu Mei interrupted. No. Grand Elder Chen shook his head. In terms of martial will, we're more or less the same. Even if we condense a martial soul embryo, we can't be that much stronger. The reason why the 3 island masters surpass us is because they have upper-grade artifacts. An upper-grade artifact can increase their attack power by 70 to 80%, while a mid-grade artifact can increase it by 30 to 40% at most. Attack power increased by 70 to 80%? An astral-reaching expert can display the might of an upper-grade artifact? Yi Chen asked doubtfully. Grand Elder Chen explained, putting aside low-grade artifacts, mid-grade and upper-grade artifacts both require Zhen Yuan to activate. At Clasping Yuan realm, because the body is filled with Zhen Qi, even a mid-grade artifact can increase one's attack power by 30 to 40%. A Clasping Yuan martial artist's attack power is clearly incomparable to an astral-reaching expert's attack power by 30 to 40%. However, after entering the astral-reaching realm, there is no such problem. Be it an astral-reaching expert or a Sea of Soul realm expert, they all use Zhen Yuan. Therefore, with an upper-grade artifact, an astral-reaching expert can activate 50% of its power, directly increasing their attack power by 70 to 80%. In a battle of the same level, they would be practically invincible and unstoppable. Yi Chen faintly nodded. Indeed, one side could increase attack power by 30 to 40%, while the other side could increase attack power by 70 to 80%. How could they fight? As long as they were hit, their protective Zhen Yuan would shatter for sure. What kind of upper-grade artifacts do the 3 island masters have? Do they have any defensive upper-grade artifacts? After these days of interaction, Yi Chen and Grand Elder Chen had a pretty good relationship, so he couldn't help but ask. Sub-Island Master Wang has a pair of Earth attribute upper-grade gloves. Sub-Island Master Cui has an upper-grade blade. As for Island Master, his upper-grade artifact is a pair of Thunder attribute iron hammers. Its might is quite powerful, even above the other 2. But I don't know if they have any upper-grade artifacts. After pausing for a moment, Grand Elder Chen continued. If my guess is correct, the 3 island masters have no intention of going out. At least, before advancing to the Sea of Soul realm. They won't be in a hurry to go out. Upper-grade artifacts are absolutely rare objects in the true spirit continent. If they go out, they will have to face the pressure of Sea of Soul realm experts. After all, many Sea of Soul realm experts don't even have an upper-grade artifact. If they encounter an even better upper-grade artifact, and the opponent is an astral-reaching expert, they will certainly make a move to snatch it. Hearing Grand Elder Chen's words, Yi Chen understood why the 3 island masters were unrivaled in the astral-reaching realm. Upper-grade artifacts could increase attack power by 70 to 80%. One could well imagine that an upper-grade artifact could also increase defense by 70 to 80%. With the 2 superimposed together, who among astral-reaching experts could contend against them? Unless the opponent also had an upper-grade artifact, they could only flee. Fortunately, I don't have an upper-grade artifact. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to go out. Lu Mei joked. Yi Chen smiled. As an extreme astral-reaching expert, there was no one who didn't yearn for an upper-grade artifact. Even if they couldn't use it in ordinary times, it would still be a trump card at a crucial moment. The night gradually deepened, and the fog became so dense that one couldn't even see their own fingers. Only the light ball on the small sensing tower flickered with light. On the deck, the Clasping Yuan martial artists on shift were constantly paying attention to the sensing tower. As soon as an orange-red light appeared, they would immediately move in, lest they lose contact with the island. Splash! Splash! The lake water surged, and ripples appeared one after another. It was unknown whether it was Yi Chen's misconception, but bewilderment fog ship accelerated. It should be known that there was no wind in the Forbidden Zone, and the ship's speed was fixed. Therefore its speed could only be slow, and not fast. Could someone have changed their speed? Yi Chen creased his brows. As time passed, his misconception turned into reality. Bewilderment fog ship had indeed accelerated, and it was getting faster and faster. From 100 li per hour, it increased to 110 li, 130 li, 160 li, and then 200 li. What's going on? In a short hour, Bewilderment Fog ship's speed had increased to such a degree, and this was only because the ship was huge, which made it difficult to perceive its speed. Pushing open the cabin door, Yichen arrived on the deck. Releasing his soul power, Yichen noticed that there were huge arcs above the lake water, extending for who knew how many li. This is? Yichen pinched his chin. Soon after, he seemed to have thought of something. It's a whirlpool, an incomparably huge whirlpool. If a whirlpool was large enough, the spiral arms would extend for a very long distance. According to the thickness of the spiral arms above the lake water, Yichen estimated that the whirlpool ahead was at least 30 li in diameter. A 30 li whirlpool was simply a devouring black hole. Any object that approached it would be devoured, and the devouring energy it produced would also suck in objects in the air. Quickly turn the ship around, Yichen shouted. The one steering the ship was a clasping yuan realm martial artist. He didn't have a soul power as terrifying as Yichen's. Moreover, he had never encountered such a situation before. He didn't know what was going on, but when he saw Yichen's ice-cold pupils, he subconsciously turned the steering wheel inward. The ship was huge, and changing direction wasn't an easy thing to do. Moreover, the entire ship seemed to be somewhat out of control, and was being dragged forward. Grand Elder Yi, we can't change direction. You continue to steer the ship. Making a prompt decision, Yichen flew up and arrived at the right side of Bewilderment Fog. Infused with Zhenyuan, he slowly pushed out. Creak. The ship gradually turned around, emitting a sound of being overwhelmed. At this moment, Grand Elder Chen and Lu Mei walked out. Grand Elder Yi, what happened? Grand Elder Chen asked. Yichen said, there's a huge whirlpool ahead, and the ship is heading in that direction. What? The two were greatly shocked. The three of us worked together to change the ship's direction. Hopefully, we can leave the range of the whirlpool. Without the ship, it was unknown whether they could return to Bewilderment Fog Island. Every year, many astral-reaching experts would be trapped to death in Bewilderment Fog. Back then, they had also arrived at Bewilderment Fog Island by chance. With the three of them working together, the effect was much better. One was in charge of activating Zhenyuan to protect the ship. One was in charge of breaking the water flow and guiding the ship. And one was in charge of exerting force on the ship. Rumble. Abruptly, the ship uncontrollably slid sideways. Several li to the right of the ship, a huge whirlpool gradually formed. From 1 li, it became 2 li, 3 li, 5 li. It was as if it was changing with every breath. Not good, another whirlpool has appeared. Yichen exerted force with both his arms. With a turn, the entire ship soared into the sky. Then he operated his Zhenyuan to resist the suction of the whirlpool. The three of them were like three flies beside a black hole, flapping their wings with all their might. Unfortunately, the whirlpool was getting bigger and bigger. In a short while, it had expanded to 30 to 40 li in size. It was pitch black inside, and the bottom couldn't be seen. The three of them and the ship were right above the whirlpool. Grand Elder Yi, abandon Bewilderment Fog ship and escape. The suction was getting stronger and stronger. Grand Elder Chen gave up on the idea of dragging the ship back. Helpless, Yichen nodded. The whirlpool of this Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone was incomparably frightening. The suction it produced could even suck in peak astral-reaching experts. Although the three of them were powerful, they would still be sucked in after a long time. They wouldn't be able to escape even if they wanted to. Just as they were about to let go of the ship, a white mist tornado suddenly rushed out of the whirlpool, directly wrapping the three of them and the ship inside. Huff huff huff. The intense whirlpool made Yichen lose control, and his body involuntarily revolved around the eye of the tornado. This mist tornado is not an ordinary tornado. It's actually formed from pure yuan qi. Pure yuan qi was incomparably powerful. Forming a tornado with a diameter of several dozen li was simply invincible, unless someone could break it in one strike. At this moment, Yichen naturally didn't have the strength to do so. It might have been an instant, or it might have been a long time. The three of them completely lost contact with the outside world. The small sensing pagoda on Bewilderment Fog ship was also thoroughly extinguished, on the verge of collapse. Thanks to these two, I finally know how Bewilderment Fog ship and the three Grand Elders disappeared a dozen years ago. Yi-Chen smiled bitterly. This time, his soul power was restricted by 90%. His mental power simply couldn't radiate out. And his Zhen Yuan was also suppressed within his body. His entire body drifted along with the waves, sinking into the darkness within the darkness. Yeah, something happened to Bewilderment Fog Ship. Bewilderment Fog Island, Bewilderment Fog Palace. The black-robed old man noticed that the sensing pagoda was flashing with an orange radiance. It was a sign that something had happened to the small sensing pagoda. Chapter 367. Rumble. Bewilderment Fog Ship was smashed to pieces. Many clasping yuan martial artists were bleeding from the corners of their mouths, apparently injured. Where is this? Everyone raised their heads and looked around. They discovered that they were in a wasteland. The wasteland was dark, and their line of sight was no more than 50 meters. Fortunately, their mental power was not restricted, and they could explore more than 10 kilometers away. Are we at the bottom of the lake? Lu Mei looked at Yi-Chen and Grand Elder Chen in astonishment. Grand Elder Chen said in a low voice, Star Regional Lake is immeasurably deep. We might be tens of thousands of meters away from the surface. Grand Elder Yi, what do you think? I don't know for now. But it's better to be careful. For some reason, Yi-Chen felt very stifled, as if something extremely dangerous was about to happen. His breathing gradually became heavier. Yi-Chen's tone made Lu Mei and Grand Elder Chen turn serious. Among them, Yi-Chen was the strongest, and thus had the most authority. What should we do now? Lu Mei asked. Yi-Chen said, let's investigate this place first. Grand Elder Chen nodded and said loudly, everyone follow us. Hurry up. With the 3 Grand Elders leading us, we'll be much safer. The ship was enormous. There were more than 30 astral-reaching experts and hundreds of clasping yuan martial artists on board. Hearing Grand Elder Chen's voice, these people felt a bit more at ease. With 3 extreme astral-reaching experts, as long as there weren't any rank 9 demonic beasts, they would be safe. The hundreds of people were divided into 3 groups. The first group consisted of Yi-Chen and the other 2. The second group consisted of more than 30 astral-reaching experts. And the third group consisted of hundreds of clasping yuan martial artists. Under Yi-Chen's command, the clasping yuan experts were divided into more than 10 groups of 20 people each, moving forward in an orderly manner. The ruins were desolate. White smoke rose from the ground, as if a huge volcano was brewing below. The white smoke was actually water vapor. In front of us is a stone forest. Every rock is like a mountain, a steep mountain. Grand Elder Chen was shocked. Using his soul power, he sensed that there were huge rocks 7 to 8 miles away. These rocks were 300 to 400 meters wide and thousands of meters tall. They were releasing a faint gray halo, as if they were glowing, which made them look spectacular. Yi-Chen's soul power range was several times greater than Grand Elder Chen's, so he had already known about it. However, he felt that the stone forest was very dangerous. Extremely dangerous, so he didn't say anything. Should we go in and check? Lu Mei and Grand Elder Chen looked at Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen thought for a moment, then said, this stone forest is not simple. It's best not to go in for now. Let's finish exploring the other areas first. Alright, then let's go around this stone forest. The group moved to the left in a grandiose fashion. The stone forest was too big, and it stretched for countless miles. After several hours, Yi-Chen discovered that he couldn't see the end of it at all, so there was no point in taking a detour. Wah wah wah. Just at this moment, the cries of an infant that seemed to have been magnified countless times rang out. In this desolate area, it was so strange that it made one's hair stand on end. Scared me. It's the fog beasts. Grand Elder Chen was shocked at first, but then a smile appeared on his face. Although the beasts were powerful, it was only for warriors below the extreme astral-reaching realm. The 3 of them could easily take on 2 or more beasts, especially Yi-Chen, who had the highest attacking power. It would be no problem for him to take on 3 or 4 beasts at once, so there was nothing to be afraid of. However, the next second, Grand Elder Chen froze. The cries of countless babies rang out incessantly, and it was extremely noisy. It was estimated that there were dozens or even hundreds of beasts roaring at the same time. So many beasts. Not good. Run. Yi Chen was the first to react. His voice was wrapped with his zhenyuan and poured into everyone's ears. Run. Without any thoughts, everyone flew away in despair. If there were around 10 beasts, the 3 of them would still be able to fight for a while and slowly kill them. But if there were 20, they would have to run for their lives. And right now, there were definitely more than 100 of them. Any wave of attacks would be enough to kill them all. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Yi Chen and the other 2 were the fastest. They shot out for miles within a blink of an eye, while the rest of them were left far behind. They all wished they could grow more legs and run as fast as they could. At the edge of the stone forest, countless huge beasts that looked like cows but were not cows jumped into the sky. Between their horns, there was a thick white fog. With one glance, one could see that there were more than 100 or 200 of them. There were at least 500 of them. In the middle of them were 5 beasts that were wrapped in fog, which were obviously more powerful than the normal ones. Hoo! 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 With a sharp sonic boom, the 500 beasts with red eyes chased after Yi Chen and the others at an extreme speed. That thick leather armor of theirs brought out sparks from the friction with the air. After a couple of breaths, the beasts were less than 3 miles away from them. The beasts in front of them slowed down a bit. Their mouths moved, and in the next second, beams of white light shot out, slicing through the air. Ah! One round of attacks. Hundreds of clasping Yuan Realm warriors had been killed, and more than half of the 30 astral-reaching realm warriors had been killed. Only a couple of astral-reaching realm warriors with the fastest reactions were not injured. However, it was only one round of attacks from the beasts. So horrifying. Are we going to die here? The astral-reaching realm warrior who was running at the front had a pale face, his lips trembling. Yi Chen had been paying attention to the situation behind them. Seeing that the number of beasts was even more than he had imagined, he could not help but chuckle bitterly. 500 beasts, not to mention him. Even an astral-reaching realm invincible warrior would be blown into ashes. Grand Elder Chen and Lu Mei's sensing range was not as far as Yi Chen's. They thought that there were only 100 beasts, but it was already horrifying enough. In a way, there was no difference between 500 beasts and 100 beasts. One round of attacks would be enough to kill them. Luckily, the beast's speed is not as fast as ours. Lu Mei said with relief. Ah! A couple of screams were heard. Besides Yi Chen and the other 2, the others had all died. Faster! Let's get rid of the beasts. Yi Chen pushed his separating shadow flying art with all of his power, his body turning blurry. Yeah. If we do not get rid of them, we can only run for our lives. Grand Elder Chen nodded. His zhenyuan burst out, shooting out a silver light mark behind him. Lu Mei's speed was even faster than Grand Elder Chen's. Her body flashed once, and it seemed like there were 7 or 8 human shadows flying at the same time. She was not that much slower than Yi Chen. After a while, Yi Chen could no longer sense the beasts. So close. This place is the nest of the beasts. Grand Elder Chen breathed heavily, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. We can't stop yet. The beasts were only 40 to 50 miles away. Yi Chen said. Yeah, let's keep going. The 3 did not slow down at all, looking like 3 beams of weak light. Wah, wah, wah. Before they could let out a breath, the beasts' roars were heard in front of them. Although there were not as many as the beasts behind them, there were still dozens of them. There were wolves in front and tigers behind. The 3 were in a desperate situation. Let's go. Yi Chen yelled as the greenwood sword appeared in his hand. As long as we don't get hit by 5 attacks at the same time, we will have the chance to survive. Let's go. Grand Elder Chen and Lu Mei took out their weapons as well, their faces filled with killing intent. Dozens of miles only took a couple of breaths' time. The 3 were only a couple of miles away from the beasts. Boom, 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 boom. The beasts opened their mouths, shooting out burning white light beams. Crack! Dozens of light beams interweaved with each other, moving as fast as lightning. No matter how good Yi Chen's flying art was, it would be hard for him to dodge all of them. After being hit by 3 light beams, his protective zhenyuan was broken, and his speed dropped drastically. Lu Mei's flying art was not weaker than Yi Chen's, but she was also hit by 3 light beams. As for Grand Elder Chen, he was hit by 4 light beams, blood leaking out from the corner of his mouth. I will restrict their movements. You guys try your best to clear a path. Yi Chen held up his greenwood sword, waving out the 7th movement of his green lotus sword art. The air was frozen, and layers of green lotuses spread out, turning into sword chi and attacking the beasts' bodies. Shoo! The sword chi contained a horrifying sword intent, which cut through the beast's defense. Unfortunately, this kind of wound was just like a drizzle to the beasts. The only thing that made them angry was that within the coverage of the sword attack, their movements had been slowed down. Mountain attack. Grand Elder Chen held his silver light rapier and threw out an attack. 2 beasts in front of him were blown away while puking out blood. Wind whip art. With a couple of popping sounds, a long black shadow flashed through, and at least 5 or 6 beasts were whipped away. Judging on the effect, it was a couple of times better than Grand Elder Chen's. Of course, the attacking power was a lot weaker, since Lu Mei's attack was more focused on whipping away the enemies, not killing them. Green Lotus Mountain opening. Between the two, 100-meter-long sword light fell down from the sky, leaving a black mark in the air before killing in the middle of all the beasts. Swoosh. 1 beast was cut into pieces, and a couple of others were wounded. More of them were blown away by the aftershock of the sword light. Charge! Yi Chen yelled. At this moment, the 3 of them pushed their speed to their limits. They passed through the empty area in the middle of the beasts, and were about to escape. Wah! An even louder roar was heard. Behind the beasts, in front of the 3, a huge beast covered in fog appeared out of nowhere. It opened its mouth, and a beam of white light with a hint of purple shot out, covering the 3 of them within. We can't avoid it anymore. Green Lotus Light. Yi Chen raised his sword to block out the attack. On the blade of his sword, there was a couple of meters long green lotus. He did not dare to make the green lotus bigger, since it would mean that the defense would be weakened, and it might not be able to block out this attack. Boom! The air was shaking, and the light seemed to have stopped time. Soon, the 3 of them were drowned in it. Pooh! Pooh! Grand Elder Chen and Lu Mei puked out blood as they backed out. They slid for dozens of miles before returning to the front of the beasts. Yi Chen followed right behind them, still holding up his sword to block out the attack. Oh no! This beast's power is way more powerful than normal beasts. I'm afraid only astral-reaching realm paragons would be able to handle it. Grand Elder Chen forced a smile. The green lotus had been shattered, but Yi Chen was not wounded at all. However, the situation in front of them was too bad. The way in front of them had been cut off, and there were still 500 beasts chasing after them. Without any surprises, they would not be able to escape death. They had never thought that there would be such a dangerous place under the Forbidden Zone. Chapter 368. Just when the few of them had killed their way through and were forced back, the beasts behind them had finally caught up to dozens of miles away. The cries of the babies were heard throughout the whole space, which made Grand Elder Chen and Lu Mei feel a little scared. On the other hand, Yi Chen was expressionless, his eyes cold and serious. The more dangerous the situation was, the calmer one needed to be. All of the negative emotions had to be cut down, not letting them waver. Sword artists were both extreme in terms of attacking power and willpower. Wanting to shatter a sword artist's willpower, it would be impossible to only threaten them with death. What should we do? Lu Mei asked anxiously. Yi Chen scanned the surroundings. If we run in other directions, we might run into more beasts. It is even more impossible to go up, since there is no sky here. Therefore, the only way left is underground. Underground? Indeed. The beasts have huge bodies, so their speed would be very slow. As long as we run deep enough, we will be safe. The underground was not like the sky. First of all, the spirit power would be mostly cancelled out by the endless rocks. Secondly, traveling underground would consume a lot of energy, and it would obviously not last long. Therefore, as long as the 3 ran underground, the chance of survival was still very high. Without any hesitation, the 3 dove down, shooting towards the underground. Shoo! 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 Of course, the beasts would not let Yi Chun and the other two leave. Burning white light beams shot out one after another, interweaving into a death net. Wherever they reached, a huge pit would appear on the ground, which was hundreds of meters deep. It brushed past the protective Zhenyuan layer, twisting it rapidly. Boom! Being hit by 4 light beams at the same time, Yi Chun started bleeding from all over his body. His body was blown away, while Lu Mei and Grand Elder Chen were almost killed. Go down now. Less than a few hundred meters from the ground, Yi Chun's body exploded, and countless shadows spread out like a flood. Under the cover of the shadows, the three flashed once and disappeared into the ground. Rumble! The second wave of attacks arrived, and the ground was full of holes. It was as if a thick layer of the ground had been lifted off. The powerful vibrations reached deep into the ground, causing the three to be slightly wounded again. Follow me. The piercing power of the Green Lotus Zhenyuan was far greater than any other Zhenyuan. It was like an incomparably sharp sword, piercing through the mud in front of it, creating an unobstructed path. On the other hand, Grand Elder Chen and Lu Mei were much slower than Yi Chun. The two clearly saw the advantage of the Green Lotus Zhenyuan. Their eyes brightened as they followed closely behind him. Several hundred meters. Several thousand meters. 10,000 meters. Although the speed at which the three of them traveled underground could not even reach the speed of sound, they were already more than 10,000 meters underground in just a few dozen breaths. Buzz! Wave after wave of tremors, the fog beasts charged into the ground, including the 500 beasts that had been chasing after Yi Chun. The tremors were very scattered. It was obvious that the dense fog beasts did not gather together to chase after him. Instead, they were in groups of 3 to 5, and hundreds of them were chasing after him. The situation was not optimistic. The mud is too dense. We cannot go down any further. When they had traveled 12,000 meters deep, Yi Chun's Zhenyuan would be used up dozens of times more than usual for every dozens of meters. If they continued to go down, they would not know how much more pressure they would have to face. In the water, astral-reaching realm warriors could only dive tens of thousands of meters deep, and extreme astral-reaching realm warriors could only go 100,000 meters deep at most. The pressure underground was more than 10 times higher than the pressure in the water. Right now, it was already their limit. Let's find a safe place to rest first. Lu Mei suggested. Yi Chun nodded. It was the only way. Instead of going down in a straight line, the three moved horizontally. As for the traces they had left behind, they had already been filled up by the heavy pressure, leaving no trace behind. All of a sudden, a wave of mental power scanned through the three of them. Not good. We have been discovered. Yi Chun frowned. Beasts were just like human warriors. Once they reached a certain level, they would be able to use mental power scanning techniques. However, compared to humans, the beasts' techniques were much weaker, which made it easier for them to be discovered. Boom! The rocks underground had been shattered as 5 beasts rushed over, letting out a series of sharp roars that spread out in all directions. Kill! The beasts in front of them were not that scary. What was scary was being surrounded by other beasts. Yi Chun pushed his Zhenyuan and waved out a sword attack with difficulty. Kalala! A sword-shaped crack appeared on the ground, landing on the leading beast. However, that sword attack only managed to wound it badly. Under the ground, the attacking power had been weakened too much. The further the distance, the weaker the power. These 5 beasts were hundreds of meters away from the three, but their attacking power had been reduced by 30%. It was impossible to kill them with one attack. Watch me. Grand Elder Chen held his silver light rapier as he spun his body. A cone-shaped light shot out, piercing through the leading beast's body. Bind! Compared to Yi Chun and Grand Elder Chen, since Lu Mei was using a whip art, her attacking power was almost negligible. However, she was very supportive. She shook her long whip, which was like a poisonous snake, moving around quickly and binding one of the beasts. Seizing the chance, Yi Chun performed his Green Lotus accumulation, which had the strongest penetrating power. A fist-sized green lotus pierced through the beast's forehead. Out of the 5 beasts, 2 had been killed within a second. The vibrating sound was heard, and the other beasts had received the message. Die. At this critical moment, Yichen did not have any intention of saving his power. He threw out a sword attack, and the sword light exploded. The surrounding soil was cut into pieces, and the blue sword light opened up a path, devouring the remaining 3 beasts. Blood splashed everywhere as the 3 beasts were all killed. So powerful. What kind of sword art is this? Grand Elder Chen could tell how powerful this attack was. The sword light's power went from strong to weak, and from weak to strong. The hundreds of meters distance seemed to have been ignored. Run! Under the ground, Yichen's spirit power could cover about 3 to 4 miles, so the beast should not be as powerful as him. Besides, Yichen's soul power could cover 20 to 30 miles, which was his advantage, and would not be easily discovered. If they did not run now, it would be troublesome if they were surrounded. After traveling for a couple of miles, the second danger arrived. An extremely powerful spirit power scanned through the 3, and right after that, a burning white light column with a hint of purple appeared. Pooh! The 3 of them puked out blood as their protective Zhenyuan was completely shattered. It's the leader of the beasts. Grand Elder Chen had a dark look in his eyes. Yichen said, "No rush. It is still 2 miles away from us, and the light column's power is not that powerful. We just need to run, and it should not be able to catch up." Just like Yichen had expected, the beast's body was too huge, and its speed had decreased even more. Judging solely on speed, it was at least 2 times slower than any of the 3. After a couple of hours, there were no more spirit power scanning this place. Finally, we are safe. Lu Mei let out a breath, feeling that her body was completely empty. Her Zhenyuan replenishment speed could not keep up with the consumption speed. If it dragged on for a while longer, no one knew what would happen. Yichen said, "Let's each open up a small space to recover our Zhenyuan." All right. The 2 nodded. It was not that easy to open up a space 10,000 meters under the ground. The bigger the space, the faster it would collapse, since the pressure from above would be unbelievably powerful. Eventually, Yichen managed to open up a space that could fit his body. It was less than 1 meter in width, which was perfect for sitting in. I have to break through to the late astral reaching realm as soon as possible. With that, my battling power would basically be equivalent to an astral reaching realm unbeatable warrior, and I would not have to be so embarrassed anymore. Right now, Yichen's cultivation was at the peak level of mid-astral reaching realm, and his battling power would be one of the top extreme astral reaching realm warriors. Any kind of breakthrough would be extremely rare. But in comparison, the cultivation breakthrough would be even easier, while the sword intent and mentality breakthrough would be too hard. Yichen did not know when he would be able to reach the 14th realm of his Green Lotus Sword spell. Once he did, his battling power would be extremely powerful. Holding a mid-rank soul stone in each of his hands, Yichen went into training mode. Time passed bit by bit, and the beasts were still searching everywhere. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 groups of beasts that were a couple of miles away. However, the underground was too big, and the limitations were also huge. A slight mistake could lead to a huge error, which gave Yichen and the other 2 some time to rest. Not knowing how many days had passed, a wave of vibration spread out. It is Grand Elder Yi. He has made a breakthrough. Grand Elder Chen and Lu Mei were both shocked. Yichen was already very powerful, and now that he had made another breakthrough, he would be even more powerful now. Perhaps it was the intense pressure that had stimulated Yichen's hidden potential. Right then, Yichen had indeed made a breakthrough. His cultivation had reached the late astral reaching realm, and the quality and quantity of his Zhenyuan had increased by 30%. In other words, judging only on the basic power, there were not many astral reaching realm warriors that could compete with him. The vibration created by the breakthrough had a wide range. A group of beasts nearby had sensed the disturbance and rushed over while roaring. Yichen opened his eyes. Perfect timing. Underground, the advantage of the beasts' numbers had been greatly limited. If it were on the ground, all Yichen could do was run away. He would not dare to fight head-on at all. Boom. The hole had been shattered, and Yichen stood up. He took out his greenwood sword with his right hand, and threw out a sword attack. Swoosh. The soil had been shattered into sand all of a sudden. The sword light increased drastically, looking like a crescent moon as it sliced through the beasts' bodies. Blood spilled everywhere as 4 beasts were sliced into pieces, killing 4 beasts with one sword attack. This is the power of an astral-reaching realm warrior. Lu Mei opened her mouth wide, shocked beyond words. Grand Elder Chen was also shocked. It should be known that Yi Chen did not have a top-rank weapon on him, but he had the power of an astral-reaching realm warrior. He was very clear about what it meant. Wah! Out of the 5 fog beasts, 4 were dead, and the last one was slightly injured. This fog beast was not an ordinary one. It was the leader of the fog beasts. It roared angrily as it opened its mouth and shot out a purple-white light column. Chin. Sparks flew everywhere, melting the soil nearby. Yi Chen backed out with his sword, easily blocking out the full power attack of the beast. Die. Stopping his backing out, Yi Chen held his sword with both of his hands and waved out another sword attack. This sword attack pierced through hundreds of meters deep into the ground. A beam of sword light shot out, cutting off half of the beast's body. Chapter 369. Before the beast leader died, its body was shrouded in smoke, which then exploded. Pieces of flesh pierced through the ground, shooting out dozens of miles away. Soon, those pieces of flesh continued to spit out a thick white fog. As the fog was spat out, the size of the pieces of flesh became smaller and smaller, until they disappeared completely. This fog is not simple. It can even slowly seep into the rocks. Yi Chen pushed his soul power, and immediately realized the strangeness of the fog. Rumble. Just as Yi Chen finished his sentence, all of the beasts underground moved out together, rushing towards Yi Chen crazily. That kind of sound was like the earth was shaking. Grand Elder Chen and Lu Mei were shocked. How could it be? Although the battle between Yi Chen and the beast leader was quite loud, it would only attract the nearby beasts. How could it be possible for all of them to move out together, as if they knew where they were? Could it be because of this fog? Lu Mei was shocked. No time to waste. Let's leave this place first. The green lotus Zhen Yuan cut through the mud and rocks, and Yi Chen led the 2 to break through towards the south. There were relatively fewer beasts in the south, but there were still more than 50 of them. These beasts were in groups of 5, keeping a few hundred meters distance from each other. Kill. After reaching the late astral reaching realm, Yi Chen's battling power had increased drastically. Every casual sword attack of his had an unstoppable power. Besides the beast leader, basically no one else could take one attack from him. Lu Mei was helping him on the side, performing her wind whip art. The whip shadow was like a snake, binding up the beasts one after another, making it impossible for them to gather together. Although Grand Elder Chen was not as powerful as Yi Chen in terms of attacking power, it was still quite effective for him to take care of some of the beasts that managed to escape. Just like that, the 3 of them had a clear division of labor, fighting their way out. Should we go up there? After escaping from the beast's encirclement, Grand Elder Chen sent a Zhen Yuan message to Yi Chen. Yi Chen shook his head. No need to rush. Right now, it seems like no one will notice us. But the situation up there might not be that good. Let's kill a certain amount of beasts first before going up. Hunt foggy beasts? Lu Mei was surprised. Underground, the range of the mental power is limited. It will be hard for the dense fog beasts to surround us, and we can change our location after every shot. Hearing this, Lu Mei and Grand Elder Chen were suddenly enlightened. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They were still thinking about how to escape, but Yi Chen had already figured out the fundamental solution. It seemed that different levels of power determined different ways of looking at problems. In order to hunt fog beasts, one must have a certain amount of capital. Yi Chen's capital was his soul power. The range of his soul power was around 10 times that of the fog beasts. This was his weapon that allowed him to take the initiative. There are actually 3 groups of beasts gathered together in this area. A smile flashed on Yi Chen's face. He waved his greenwood sword in the air, and a huge green lotus bloomed. Chi 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 chi. The next moment, dense green sword chi burst out from Yi Chen's body, like a hedgehog spitting out its spikes, giving the enemy in front of it a fatal attack. Without any ability to fight back, The 3 groups of dense fog beasts were drowned in the torrent of sword chi, riddled with holes. Let's go. After killing the enemy with one attack, Yichen changed his location immediately. Using the same method, within 3 days, Yichen had killed more than 400 beasts, including 3 of their leaders. Now we can go up. Putting his green wood sword back into its scabbard, Yichen lightly stepped on the ground and his body shot up. Crack. The ground cracked open, and the 3 appeared in midair. Grand Elder Yi, how about we go check out the stone forest? We do not know how to get out yet anyway. Grand Elder Chen suggested. Yichen nodded. There might be a huge amount of beasts in the stone forest, but compared to before, Yichen's battling power had improved a lot. He could be considered as invincible among the astral-reaching realm. He could fight one-on-one, or even 10 at the same time, and he would not be afraid. Even if it did not work out, he would be able to escape from the underground. Therefore, it would not be a big deal for him to explore the stone forest. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The 3 performed their flying art, flying towards the stone forest. As for how big the stone forest was, Yichen did not know. Every rock inside was like a mountain, shining with a gray light. The 3 entered the stone forest area quietly. Do not release your mental power, Yichen said with a Zhenyuan transmission. Lu Mei nodded. Indeed. Scanning with mental power will attract the attention of the beasts. The 3 of them did not discover any traces of the dense fog beasts, and they could not help but relax. They were not afraid of 1 or 2 beasts, but they were afraid of hundreds of beasts. Not to mention astral-reaching realm paragons. Even 3 or 4 astral-reaching realm paragons would not be able to handle hundreds of attacks. They would be turned into ashes within a second. After about 1 hour, the 3 arrived at the deep end of the stone forest. It is a spirit plant. Grand Elder Chen's eyes focused. In a corner that was not easy to notice, he found a spirit plant with waxy white leaves and blue flowers. This spirit plant was about the size of a palm. The tiny tubes on its stem were clearly visible, just like the meridians of a human body. Tendon refining flower. There is a tendon refining flower here. In the auction, one of them could be sold for at least 5,000 mid-rank soul stones. If it could be made into a tendon refining pellet with other precious materials, even 30,000 mid-rank soul stones would not be too much. It would be priceless. Lu Mei screamed out loud. Yichen was shocked. He did not know much about the tendon refining flower, but he had heard about the tendon refining pellet. The meridians of the human body were very important, but also relatively fragile. If the meridians were blocked, the battling power would not be able to be used to its peak. If the meridians were broken, it would be a catastrophic injury for a warrior, which would be hard to heal. However, a tendon refining pellet could not only heal the broken meridians in a short period of time, but it could also strengthen the meridians, increasing their toughness to a horrifying level. Haha, I will not hold back then. Grand Elder Chen was the first one to find the tendon refining flower. He waved his hand, and the flower flew out of the ground, landing on his hand. Yichen said lightly, "There will be a lot of treasures in spirit plants. We need to make a rule. The rule is that whoever finds the treasure first will get to keep it. What do you guys think?" Hehe, I have no problem with that. Lu Mei agreed. Grand Elder Chen obviously had no problem with that. Judging on power, Yichen was the strongest. This rule was obviously beneficial to him and Lu Mei. Otherwise, if Yichen decided to rob them, they would have to run away. Remembering the appearance of the tendon refining flower, Yichen quietly released his soul power, spreading it out in all directions. Soul power was higher than soul power, so it was hard to detect. Underground, Yichen had used his soul power to take the initiative and kill a large number of beasts. Not long after, Yichen found 2 tendon refining flowers, so he flew towards them. Wow, Grand Elder Yi is so lucky. Grand Elder Chen only thought that Yichen had good eyesight, but he did not expect him to find them with his soul power. Regarding this, Yichen did not say anything. Tendon refining flower, 3 4-leaf plants, 7-star blue. There were a lot of spirit plants in the stone forest. In just half a day, the 3 of them had gotten 3 to 4 of them each. The lowest value among them was at least 1,000 mid-rank soul stones. while the most valuable one would be the 7-star blue, which was the main material for the Earth Astral Pellet. The Earth Astral Pellet could increase the total Zhen Yuan of early astral-reaching realm warriors. And it was also useful for mid and late astral-reaching realm warriors. If there were enough of it, it would not take too long to reach the peak level from late astral-reaching realm. One 7-star blue could be used to make dozens of Earth Astral Pellets. Without soul power, Grand Elder Chun and Lu Mei did not even get 30% of what Yi Chen had gotten. And that was after Yi Chen had been holding back a little, leaving some leftovers for them. Yeah. What kind of spirit plant is this? There is a pure soul qi on it. Yi Chen's pupils shrank. The soul was the foundation of a human being. Physical wounds could be healed, but if the soul was wounded, it would be devastating. Therefore, the spirit plant with the soul qi would be the top spirit plant without a doubt. Shoo. His body turned into a wisp of black smoke, disappearing within a blink of an eye. Lu Mei was surprised. Did he find something? There were no traces of beasts in the stone forest. The three had already started to use their mental power to scan the area a couple of hours ago. Right then, seeing that Yi Chen had flown out without saying a word, they thought that he had found some kind of treasure. Let's go as well, Grand Elder Chen said. In the deep part of the stone forest, there was a 10 meters tall and 10 meters wide flat rock. On top of the rock, there were 2 1-foot-tall crystal-clear spirit plants growing. The stems of the spirit plants were twisted, and with a closer look, one could see that they were bent 9 times in total. There were 6 leaves on the top of the stem, which had a hint of black in it. Under the cover of the leaves, there was an object that looked like a fruit, but not a fruit, or a flower. It was made up of rice grain-sized grains, surrounded by a light-colored qi. This is the 9-turn spirit plant. Oh my God! It really exists. If it were not for the fact that Yi Chen was standing right next to the plant, Grand Elder Chen would have rushed up and tried to take it for himself. 9-turn spirit plant? Can you explain? Yi Chen turned his head and looked at the two. Grand Elder Chen said, the 9-turn spirit plant is extremely rare in the world. Eating it directly can increase one's lifespan by 9 years, and it can also strengthen the human body's soul. Not only increasing one's lifespan, but strengthening one's soul is something that even Sea of Souls realm warriors dream about. You have to know that the more powerful the soul is, the more powerful the willpower it can carry. In other words, if the soul is powerful enough, then the potential of the martial spirit will be powerful enough. Besides that, it is extremely hard to increase the power of the martial spirit. So the relationship between the soul and the willpower is just like I had guessed. Yi Chen had already sensed that the relationship between the soul and the willpower was not normal. Right now, after hearing Grand Elder Chen's explanation, he had a clear feeling about it. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen directly moved the whole rock and the plant into his mid-rank storage ring. The mid-rank storage ring was 10 times bigger than the low-rank one, and could barely contain a 10-meter square rock. A look of admiration appeared on Grand Elder Chen's face. He was still far from the end of his lifespan, but no one would not want to see the plant, and he was no exception. Chapter 370. The stone forest seemed to be boundless, as if there was no end to it. The three had been searching inside for a couple of days, but besides some spirit plants, they had found nothing. In the middle of the 1,000-meter-tall rock, there were 3 caves that were dozens of meters apart. These caves were made by Yi Chen and the other 2. They were a couple of meters wide and dozens of meters deep. Inside the middle cave, Yi Chen sat on the ground with his legs crossed. In his hand was a sky demon flower petal. My body has already been strengthened to an extreme. Continuing to strengthen it would not have much effect. I can only use it to heal wounds in the future. Although Yi Chen did not train body-strengthening martial arts, after being trained by the Sky Demon Flower, his body was definitely one of the best among astral-reaching realm warriors. In a battle with the same cultivation, it would not be easy to hurt him anymore. Putting away the Sky Demon Flower petal, Yi Chen focused on the 9-twist spirit plant in his storage ring. After thinking for a while, he tore off a leaf from it. The leaf was finger-long, crystal clear with a hint of black, looking like a beautiful jade. Putting the leaf into his mouth, Yichen did not see anything strange, so he chewed it up and swallowed it. A wave of cool qi spread out, seeping into his limbs and the deepest part of his body. Then, a faintly discernible light-colored vibration rose up directly, rushing into his soul ocean between his eyebrows. Right then, Yichen could clearly feel that his soul power had increased a bit, and his mind was clear. Indeed, this 9-twist spirit plant has the effect of strengthening the soul. I wonder how effective it would be if I swallow it whole. With that thought in mind, Yichen did not hesitate anymore. He took out that 9-twist spirit plant with one leaf torn off and swallowed it whole. More cool qi spread out to his limbs and the light-colored vibration was like a clear spring, rushing into his soul ocean, bringing up hundreds of meters tall waves. Boom! Between his eyebrows, Yichen's eyebrows bulged like a King Kong pearl. He had sunk into a deep state. The soul ocean was the origin of the soul. The depth and size of the soul ocean represented the power of the soul. An entire plant of 9-twist reverse spirit plant had brought an unparalleled effect. Yichen only felt like he was floating in the air, as if his soul could carry his body, and a blurry door was slowly opening. When he opened his eyes again, a day had passed in the outside world. Is the strength of the soul the true strength? Yichen's strength hadn't increased at all, but he felt more confident and more powerful than before. It was as if he could make his opponent bow their heads without a fight with a single glance. This was strength from the inside out, and a deep level of nobility. Quietly releasing his soul power, Yichen realized that the range of his soul power had increased by 30%, from 40 miles to 50 miles. I've already consumed one. I'll save the other one for later use in concocting pills. Medicinal pills were the crystallization of human wisdom. Compared to the original medicinal power of spiritual herbs, medicinal pills could increase the original medicinal power to a whole new level. Rising to his feet, Yichen flew to the air outside the cave. Grand Elder Chun and Lu Mei had noticed Yichen's movement, so they followed him out. The two exchanged a look with Yichen. They were both shocked, and there was a slight numbness in their bodies. Yichen's pupils were pitch black. Wherever his gaze landed, the air seemed to freeze, and a vague willpower started to affect the environment. Willpower in one's gaze. How is this possible? Grand Elder Chun was shocked. It was not that there were no warriors with willpower that was more powerful than Yichen's. All of the warriors who had condensed their martial spirits were more powerful than Yichen's willpower. However, they could only imbue their willpower into themselves, and could not affect others. Even Sea of Souls realm warriors could not imbue their eyes with willpower. Only the most powerful Sea of Souls realm warriors could do so. As the numbness disappeared, Grand Elder Chun and Lu Mei subconsciously felt respect for Yichen. The young man in front of them had a more powerful foundation than they had imagined. It was not something that a single 9-turn spirit grass could do. Yichen saw the two's strange expression, and thought about something. He took back his gaze and said, "You two, let's continue looking for a way out." Alright. As they got deeper, the rocks in the stone forest became more and more majestic. The three of them stopped in front of a majestic rock that was 3,000 meters tall. At the bottom of the rock, there was a 33 meters tall stone door. It was tightly shut, with human figures carved on both sides. Willpower door. Grand Elder Chun was twice as old as Yichen and Lu Mei combined. His knowledge was not something the two could compete with, so he could recognize the meaning of the stone door immediately. Willpower door? I have heard about it before. It seems like if one wants to open the door, one would have to go through the willpower attack of the human figures. If one could not handle it, then they would not be able to enter. Lu Mei took over the conversation. Grand Elder Chun nodded. With the existence of the willpower door, there should be no other way to enter. If we try to force our way in, there might be a disaster waiting for us. Then let's go in through the willpower door. Yichen was the first one to arrive in front of the door, reaching out his hand to push. The two human figures seemed to have come back to life. They groaned angrily, as an invisible willpower made the air as thick as water, covering all three of them. Yichen looked straight ahead, his back straight. His own sword willpower clashed with the willpower of the two figures, and he did not take a single step back. Grand Elder Chen seemed to be extremely weak. Although the willpower attack was not real, it could be turned into reality. If he thought that he was hurt, then he was really hurt. Pooh. Puking out a mouthful of blood, Grand Elder Chen's face was extremely pale. Lu Mei was not much better than Grand Elder Chen. Under the willpower attack, the scene of her being thrown into the air appeared in her mind. The next second, she puked out a mouthful of blood, which matched her imagination. Kill. Yi Chen stood in the front, so he had to bear the strongest willpower attack. His whole body was like a small boat in the ocean, drifting with the current. The ancient longsword above his soul sea vibrated as he pushed his sword intent, using the condensed sword intent to cut open the willpower. The illusion in his mind did not appear, nor did it move at all. After a long time, the willpower disappeared, and the stone door opened slowly. Letting out a heavy breath, Yi Chen turned around to look at Grand Elder Chen and Lu Mei. The two of them were sweating profusely, their faces pale, and their eyes filled with fear. Willpower to hurt people? How unbelievable! How powerful must one be to do that? Yi Chen could not imagine how horrifying the willpower contained in those statues was. Facing the willpower just now, the only thing he could do was to stay true to himself and use his sword intent to fight against it. After resting for a while, Grand Elder Chen and Lu Mei recovered a little. Let's go in. Grand Elder Chen really wanted to know what was inside the door of willpower. It must be something special. Entering the stone door, the first thing they saw was a wide field. In front of the field, there were 11 huge statues arranged in order. They were made of ordinary materials, which were gray without any color. It seemed like they would fall with one push. There was nothing special about them. Yi Chen realized that there were more than 11 statues. In between some of the statues, there were a lot of broken stones, which had the shape of the statues. Obviously, they had been broken. Looking around, there were 7 broken statues in total. Adding the ones that were still intact, there were 18 of them in total. Grand Elder Chen was completely shocked. Willpower statues. 11 willpower statues. This is something even more horrifying than the door of willpower. Hearing him, Yi Chen frowned secretly as he walked slowly to the last statue. There was a stone plate on the ground in front of the statue, with 4 big words written on it. Gold Hand King. Gold Hand King. King. Was this not a statue of a life and death realm warrior? Yi Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. The will statues of the king warriors were not something to be trifled with. Who had set up 18 will statues inside this rock? What was with the shattered will statues? Why were there still 11 complete ones here? All of a sudden, a lot of thoughts flashed through Yi Chen's mind. Grand Elder Chen and Lu Mei walked over to have a look, and they were even more shocked. The willpower statues were also divided into different levels. Without a doubt, the king warrior's willpower was the top one. Grand Elder Chen was shocked for a while before he said slowly, "The willpower statues are different from the door of willpower. The door of willpower tests the warrior's willpower, and one would not be able to get much benefit from it. However, the willpower statues could allow the warrior to gain enlightenment. For example, if the owner of the willpower statue was a blade artist, then it would be best for a blade artist to take the test. If the owner was a fist art warrior, then it would be best for a fist art warrior to take the test. It would be the same for the others. Those broken willpower statues should have been taken by someone before, and then they broke on their own. The remaining 11 willpower statues have not been used yet. I think I will not take the test. The willpower attack from the door of willpower had almost broken me down. The king warrior's willpower attack would definitely shatter my willpower." Lu Mei took a deep breath, her eyes clear and bright. Grand Elder Chen nodded. The willpower of a life and death realm warrior could already affect reality. Although there is only a trace of willpower left in this statue, it is still not something that the door of willpower can compare with. Of course, the willpower of the statue is not fixed. It will increase according to the power of the warrior's willpower. If the warrior is already a life and death realm warrior, then the willpower in the statue would be the limit of the warrior's willpower. Grand Elder Chen, do you want to take the test of the willpower statue? Yi Chen asked. Grand Elder Chen hesitated for a while, then forced a smile and said, Nah, it is too dangerous. Then the two of you can leave first. Lu Mei was surprised. You want to take it? That's right. Taking the test of the willpower statue was a very dangerous thing to do. So Yi Chen had to ask the two to leave. Otherwise, if either one of them decided to do something bad to him at the critical moment, he would be doomed forever, which was not something he wanted to see. The two understood Yi Chen's intention, so they turned around and walked out of the stone door. Boom. The stone door was closed. If the two wanted to enter, they would have to take the test again. Before, Yi Chen had taken most of the willpower attack, so the two were only slightly wounded. Without Yi Chen, they would not be able to enter again. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen walked back to the statue. Finally, I implore everyone to vote for me. Chapter 371. The last King's Will statue was that of Golden Hand King. Unsurprisingly, this Gold Hand King specialized in hand arts. Apart from Sword Dao and Blade Dao, although the wills of other life and death kings were no different, there were definitely some subtle differences. For example, if a person who specialized in staff arts were to take the test of Gold Hand King's will, the result would certainly not be as good as a person who specialized in hand arts. The second last statue had already shattered, and 3 words were carved on it: Earth-Splitting King. The remaining statues were Wind Cloud Blade King, Divine Whip King, Silver Spear King, Dual Sword King, Tyrant Fist King, Chasing Wind King, Diamond King, Bewitching Eye King. The third was Iron Sword King, and the first was a titled monarch, Star Emperor. Every statue seemed ordinary, but when one calmed down and sensed their existence, the statues seemed to have come to life. Golden Hand King's Will statue shone with a golden light, and a sky-covering hand descended from the sky, leaving no place to escape. Wind Cloud Blade King's blade swept out, causing the heaven and earth to change color. Silver Spear King's silver spear pierced through the sky like a silver meteor. Dual Sword King held a sword in each hand, and the 2 swords intersected, severing vitality. Tyrant Fist King's fists filled one's field of vision, encompassing the heaven and earth. Wind Chasing King's attacks were formless and invisible, representing extreme speed. Diamond King's majestic muscles bulged, and each of his movements contained boundless might. Bewitching Eye King's pupils were vertical, and when they contracted, an indescribable power pierced through the void. The third-ranked Iron Sword King gave Yi Chen a taste of sword aura. With a casual wave of his sword, the mountains and rivers split apart. Everything before his eyes seemed like fleeting clouds. As for the Star Emperor, Yi Chen couldn't use words to describe him. He couldn't see the Star Emperor, and could only see the dark sky filled with countless stars. Meteors were falling from the sky at every moment, striking the ground. On this statue, Yi Chen could sense a trace of the will of the heavenly Tao, which could not be resisted. Is this the aura of a life and death king? The second-ranked statue has some words on it. The second statue had been used by someone, and it was called Mysterious King. On the lower right corner of the stone slab were 2 lines of words. 18 remaining 15. Don't take Star Emperor, just Mysterious King. Through Mysterious Gate, rise above emperors and attack heavenly will. Tianqing Xian Yanqing Xian Xianhao? It was Xianhao. The one who left these words was actually the world-famous Xianhao. Xuanhao's title was taken from her name, Yanqing Xian. The word Xian was a homonym, and it was extremely mysterious. However, from the looks of it now, there was more than one meaning. The title of King of Mysteries also had a mysterious meaning, and Xianhou had mentioned the door of mysteries in the words she left behind. The combination of the 3 meanings was the mystery of Xianhou. The 2 lines of words contained Xuanhou's lofty aspirations. 18 remaining 15 should mean that of the 18 statues, only 15 remained intact. Don't take Star Emperor meant that she didn't accept the trial of Star Emperor's statue, not that she didn't dare. It could be seen that Xianhou had the ability to accept the trial of Star Emperor's statue, but she had given up. With Mysterious Gate, rise above emperors, and attack heavenly will. It was easy to guess that Xianhou already had her own Tao. This Tao was precisely the door of mysteries, which allowed her to rise above emperors and attack heavenly will. This is a powerful woman who pursues the peak. Yi Chen let out a breath. He could imagine that Xianhou wasn't a life and death king at that time, and she might not have even entered Sea of Soul realm. However, she didn't have the slightest doubt that she would vanish in the crowd. She even said that she would use her own Tao to surpass all emperors. Right now, she had already accomplished half of it. Under Su King, no one dared to say that they could surpass Xianhou. What was even more frightening was that Xuanhou's life had only just begun. Of course, the higher one's strength, the wider one's horizons. Yi Chen had long known that true spirit continent wasn't the whole world, and that life and death kings weren't limited to what they seemed on the surface. There were still many old monsters and demons who had been in seclusion for hundreds of years. When they returned, true spirit continent would be reshuffled. Among the 11 statues, there are 2 statues of sword kings. Let's start with dual sword kings will statue. Retracting his gaze, Yi Chen arrived before dual sword kings will statue. Dual sword king was a middle-aged man with a grim expression. He wore a golden crown on his head and a close-fitting battle robe on the outside. He had a wrist guard on his wrist, and a sword on either side of his waist. These 2 swords weren't the same. The one on the left was slightly wider, while the one on the right was slightly longer. A faintly discernible murderous aura lingered around them. I wonder what dual sword king's sword will look like. His expression suddenly turned grave and stern. The ancient longsword above Yi Chen's Sea of Soul trembled, and an all-conquering sword intent spread out on dual sword kings will statue. Kill! Kill! With the word kill resounding in his ears, a light figure walked out of dual sword kings will statue. As soon as this light figure appeared, Yi Chen knew that it was dual sword kings will image. A frightening pressure filled the heaven and earth. Even the void couldn't bear his presence and loudly collapsed. In the next moment, Yi Chen's pupil shrank. He saw dual sword kings will image pull out the 2 swords at his waist, crisscrossing them and slashing at an unimaginable speed. 2 huge cracks appeared in the space, and Yi Chen couldn't even move a finger. Rip! In a flash, Yi Chen's body shattered into thousands of pieces. Blood collided in the air and scattered in all directions like a huge flower of blood. Haha, my slaughter sword will connect the past and present. Die. Dual sword kings will image laughed crazily, his long hair fluttering in the wind. My will is immortal and inextinguishable. My soul is eternal. Your sword will is thousands of times stronger than mine, so what? This is just a remnant of your will. It can't affect reality. Everything is an illusion. Everything is fabricated. Reassemble. Blood spurted out from the corner of the eyes, and the lips on the flesh let out a loud roar. A horrifying light shot out from Yi Chen's eyes as his sword will spread out. In an instant, thousands of pieces of flesh reassembled, forming a complete body. Immortal sword will, what a familiar feeling. Who are you to battle king? No, sword will can't be inherited. Everyone has their own will. This should be the sword will you comprehended from Battle King. Battle King, since you have such achievements in sword will, why do you call yourself Battle King? I know you've always wanted to call yourself Sword King, or even Sword Emperor. Unfortunately, the title of Sword King has already been taken by the ancients. Today's titled monarchs were just weak monarchs in the ancient times. A single Sword King could beat everyone under the heavens. Dual Sword Kings will image murmured to himself. Then his eyes fell on Yi Chen. Your will is very young. You should be a little brat. Brat, what is your goal? Yi Chen didn't know if the other could hear him or not, but he said resolutely, my goal is very simple. I want to become stronger step by step. Haha, I can't hear your voice, but I can feel your will. Brat, attack the Sword King. Wait until the day you become a Sword King. There should be no one under the heavens who can be your opponent. Since ancient times, no one has ever surpassed the ancient Sword Kings in sword will. Buzz. After saying this, the dual Sword Kings will image turned into countless light dots and dissipated. The will statue behind him cracked and collapsed. Looking straight at the rubble, Yi Chen thought, slaughter sword will. What an amazing sword will. If it was still alive, its will could affect reality, and I would have already died 1,000 times. When a person is dead, the will has no support and can only exist in nothingness. However, if it is deceived by the illusion, then it is true death. There is only a fine line between life and death. Closing his eyes, Yichen felt the moment just now. Dual Sword King was famous for his dual swords. One sword was for killing everyone in front of him. The other was for massacring, slaughtering the world. With the two swords combined, he became a king. After a long time, Yichen opened his eyes. This is not my sword Dao, but I can use it as a reference. Moving his feet, Yichen arrived in front of Iron Sword King's Will statue, which was ranked third. Iron Sword King's Will statue's expression was very calm, with a trace of loneliness. The simple and unadorned iron sword was casually inserted into the ground, slanted and 3 feet away from his palm. Calming his mind, Yichen urged his sword intent to radiate onto Iron Sword King's Will statue. Iron Sword King's Will image walked out step by step. He didn't attack Yichen, but looked up at the sky and said, "It's getting dark." Yichen's eyes were firm, unmoved. "Your sword will has an immortal nature. Among the younger generation, only Battle King has this potential. However, you are not him. Your will is more reserved, while his will has always been one of supremacy. Perhaps you are his successor." Iron Sword King's words made Yichen realize that this person had become famous before Battle King. When he died, Battle King hadn't reached the legendary level. My will is the destruction sword will. With one sword, all things will be destroyed. Take advantage of the darkness to make your move. Clang. Pulling out the iron sword phantom beside him, Iron Sword King's Will image calmly stood there. After experiencing the slaughter sword will, Yichen's heart was as calm as an ancient well. Extinguish. With a casual wave of the iron sword, heaven and earth ceased to exist, and everything turned into primal chaos. Previously, Yichen had secretly estimated Iron Sword King's sword will, but with a wave of his sword, he immediately understood that Iron Sword King's sword will was twice as strong as Dual Sword King's. It was uncertain whether Battle King's achievements were higher than his. Body and soul, instantly annihilated. Yichen couldn't feel himself. He was muddle-headed and lost all his 5 senses. Drifting with the current, it was as if he had disappeared from this world. A speck of brilliance lit up. It was the essence of Yichen's will. Immortal. Immortal. Reassemble. Faintly, Yichen's 5 senses gradually recovered, but he didn't have a body. He roared and automatically condensed a will image, contending against Iron Sword King's destruction sword will. Not bad. You have grasped the essence of immortality and firmly believe that you are immortal. Iron Sword King's Will image nodded with a smile. Chapter 372. At this moment, Yichen didn't have a body. Strictly speaking, he didn't have a body in the world of will. In the real world, he just stood there motionlessly, looking at the Iron Sword King's Will statue in front of him. There were traces of cracks spreading on the statue. They were very small, but they were already showing signs of collapsing. Feeling the will image condensed in his body, Yichen's 5 senses were very subtle. He could see things he couldn't see before and sense mysteries he couldn't sense before. He was very clear that he could condense the will image only under the guidance of Iron Sword King's will. In reality, he was still far from it. Trying his best to counteract Iron Sword King's destruction sword Dao will, Yichen's will image gradually turned blurry, wanting to return to reality. Right at this moment, the storage ring on Yichen's finger flickered with a dim light, and the broken Battle King's sword shook uncontrollably. Iron Sword King, long time no see. In the world of will, another will image appeared. This will image was 2 meters tall, with a steel-cast body that was perfectly straight, as if it could support the sky. His eyes were cold and resolute as he looked straight at Iron Sword King. In his right hand was a sword, which was the intact Battle King's sword. Battle King's will image had appeared. "Oh, Battle King, didn't expect you to leave a will in this kid's body." Iron Sword King's brows twitched, somewhat astonished. Battle King glanced at Yichen's will image. "He's not my successor, but he can be counted as my successor. The connection between us is nothing more than a broken sword." The two didn't speak, as they couldn't hear each other. This was an exchange of wills. "You've appeared now. Are you planning to exchange pointers with me and Sword Dao?" "That's right." Battle King didn't only have sword intent, but also a battle intent that could break through the shackles of heaven and earth. His jet-black long hair danced in the sky. Iron Sword King revealed an expression of as expected. I'm already dead. This will has one last attack left. I hope your immortal sword Dao will let me have a good time. Bring out your sword. Bring out your sword. After several hundred years, the two kings of Sword Dao met once again. Although it was only a confrontation of wills, it was not something ordinary people could see. On the path of Sword Dao, whose accomplishments were greater would be revealed at this moment. Yi Chen held his breath as he stared unblinkingly at the two's will images. Clang. Blazing flames soared into the sky. It was impossible to see the movements of the two. Almost in an instant, the swords of the Battle King and Iron Sword King collided with each other, as they poured all their strength into their swords. Roar. The Iron Sword King roared. The gaze emitted from his eyes was even more frightening than the sword chi. My achievements have long surpassed yours. Retreat. It had to be said that the Battle King's immortal sword will was exceptionally frightening. No matter how the destruction sword will attacked, it was still able to maintain its original form and forcibly resist the attack from a distance. On the other hand, the destruction sword will was gradually being whittled away, causing the Iron Sword King's will image to rapidly dim. Destroy. The Iron Sword King roared again. His body fused with the sword will and crazily slashed at the battle monarch. The willpower that could destroy everything turned the world into primal chaos. I'll show you the true essence of the immortal sword will. A sword intent that was so vast that it could pierce through the sky burst out fiercely. The sword intent was like a vast ocean, one wave higher than the other, never stopping. In front of an even more powerful sword intent, the destruction sword will could only launch a futile attack and then be blocked. Amazing! Your sword Dao is indeed above mine. Countless specks of light scattered. The Iron Sword King's will fluctuation grew weaker and weaker until it finally disappeared. Sheathing his sword, the battle monarch turned around. Your immortality is different from mine, do you understand? Yi Chen didn't expect that the battle monarch's first words would be this. After pondering for a moment he slowly said, I understand. Everyone's willpower was different because people were born with differences. Imitating someone else's path would only end up shackling oneself. To be able to comprehend your own immortal sword will from my sword intent, no wonder you could reach this step. After a pause, the battle monarch continued. I have nothing left for you. I will impart all of my sword Dao experiences into your mind to help you advance further. Raising his right index and middle fingers, the battle monarch pointed at the space between Yi Chen's eyebrows. Buzz. Countless chaotic information poured into Yi Chen's soul sea, almost causing it to collapse. Yi Chen was overwhelmed with shock. The battle monarch's method was simply unfathomable. He was actually able to impart his sword Dao experiences into someone else's mind. Don't be surprised. My sword will is the immortal sword will, and my sword Dao experiences also have an immortal nature. If it were someone else, no matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be able to do anything. After saying the last sentence, the battle monarch's will image collapsed. After an unknown amount of time, the Yi Chen in the real world opened his eyes. Dual Sword King, Iron Sword King, Battle Monarch, many thanks. From the Dual Sword King's Slaughter Sword Will, and the Iron Sword King's Destruction Sword Will, Yi Chen had gained a lot. However, he still couldn't convert them into real battle power. Battle Monarch's Immortal Sword Will had given Yi Chen a direct epiphany. Once his sword will reached perfection, he would be able to advance by leaps and bounds. First, let me take a look at the Battle Monarch's Sword Dao experiences. Sinking his consciousness into his soul sea, Yi Chen wandered through the unfamiliar information flow. At the age of 13, he left home and joined a small and weak gang. Amidst bloody and fiery battles, he comprehended sword will, and became a gang leader. At the age of 16, he entered Clasping Yuan Realm, and by 17, he could be said to be unrivaled in Clasping Yuan Realm. At 19, he entered Astral Reaching Realm. Roaming the continent, he met young sword artists everywhere, and fought countless times. His sword skills became increasingly exquisite, and his sword will became increasingly intense. At the age of 22, there was no young sword artist on True Spirit Continent who could be his opponent. At 25, he sensed sword intent as a rootless source, and comprehended the immortal will. At 26, he advanced to Sea of Soul realm with a solid foundation, and became the youngest life and death king in hundreds of years, and was called Battle Monarch. Time flowed like water, and Battle Monarch's life replayed in Yi Chen's mind. Without a doubt, Battle Monarch's experiences were incomparable to Yi Chen's, and what Yi Chen lacked was precisely experience. Without enough experience, his sword will could not be perfected, and could not advance further. This had nothing to do with talent or comprehension, but was purely a kind of perfection of the soul. Perfection of sword will was not much different from greater success sword will in terms of power. However, everyone knew that incomplete sword will was incomplete, and there were still flaws and loopholes. Battle Monarch's sword Dao experience filled in the blanks of Yi Chen's experience. A shattering sound seemed to resound in the depths of his heart, and his sword will rejoiced as if it had regained its freedom. This is perfection. So that's how it is. Yi Chen could feel that his sword will had already become perfect, without a single flaw. In the future, the only thing that mattered would be the difference in strength. After perfection of sword will, it is time to condense the sword soul. I believe that because I comprehended the immortal sword will, before my sword will reach perfection, it already had the shape of a sword soul embryo. But I haven't reached the realm yet. With the huge Battle King's sword will as his database, Yi Chen's knowledge of sword will was not inferior to any sword king. Only then did he realize that the ancient longsword above his soul was actually the sword soul embryo, and that warriors could also condense the martial soul embryo, just like Shentujue. The sword soul was about attacking power. The martial soul was about all aspects. It was hard to say which of the two was better, but the key lay in the user's usage. Reaching perfection of sword will still require a long period of time before I have enough willpower to condense the sword soul embryo. However, I am different from ordinary sword artists. Before I reach the realm, my sword will automatically condense into the sword soul embryo, which saves me a lot of time. Now let me continue. Condensing the sword soul embryo required a huge amount of willpower. Fortunately, Yi Chen had refined 4 blood evil stones, one of which contained a huge amount of willpower, which was equivalent to 4 ordinary blood evil stones. The amount of willpower stored in it was enough to support him to the next step. Above his soul sea, the silver mist poured into the ancient longsword. The ancient longsword vibrated, and gradually, a faint silver color appeared. Trace by trace, the speed at which the ancient longsword devoured the willpower became faster and faster. From time to time, a sharp sword would leak out from the soul sea. Bang! All of the silver mist had been devoured, and the ancient-looking longsword expanded by a couple of times, growing from a finger long to 3 fingers long. The rich sword intent was condensed and contained within. As the owner of the sword spirit, Yi Chen felt unprecedentedly powerful. If I were an ordinary sword artist, I would have condensed a true sword soul by now. However, I am still at the sword soul embryo realm. To condense a true sword soul embryo, the amount of willpower required would be enormous. However, merely based on the amount of sword will, it is several times more than an ordinary sword artist's sword soul embryo, which is equivalent to the might of a true sword soul. In this aspect, I have already surpassed any astral reaching realm sword artist, and am no different from an ordinary Sea of Soul realm sword artist. Extending his right index finger, a green lotus sword chi pierced out. Puff, puff, puff. The sword chi not only pierced through the rock Yi Chen was standing on, it even pierced through 3 nearby rocks. On the wrist-sized sword hole, the sword will didn't dissipate, making one's hair stand on end. Its might has doubled. If Grand Elder Chen were to hear these words, he would certainly be dumbstruck. Before this, Yi Chen was already an astral-reaching paragon. Now that his offensive power had doubled, it could no longer be described with words. Among astral-reaching experts, who could defeat Yi Chen? In other words, the iron rule of astral-reaching paragon was on the verge of shattering. In the past, it was not that there had never been battles between astral-reaching paragon. At most, they would have the upper hand, but there was no possibility of casualties. Who could have known that a person like Yi Chen would appear? In terms of invincibility, perhaps from now on, there would only be one astral-reaching paragon, Yi Chun. Chapter 373. My goal of dominating the astral-reaching realm should be considered accomplished. It wasn't that Yi Chun was being arrogant, but this was the truth. In terms of sword will, Yi Chun's realm was at the embryonic form of sword soul. Its might was comparable to a true sword soul, which was enough to contend against ordinary Sea of Soul realm sword artists. In terms of cultivation base, although Yi Chun was still at late astral reaching realm, and there was still a gap between him and peak late astral reaching realm, he cultivated a top-rank earth-grade technique, Green Lotus Sword Arts. Moreover, he had cultivated it to the peak of the 13th layer. The quantity and quality of his Zhen Yuan surpassed peak late astral reaching realm experts. This was not a disadvantage, but an advantage. In terms of mentality, Yi Chun's thunder mentality and wood mentality had reached the limit, followed by fast mentality, then slow mentality, followed by cloud mentality and earth mentality. Be it in terms of quantity or quality, he was at the forefront. In terms of martial arts, all of them were top-notch goods. His movement art was Shadow Clone movement art, which was amplified by Flow 3 Mysterious Spell, a top-rank earth-grade technique. His sword art was Green Lotus Sword Arts, which had 9 styles, each stronger than the last. It was also a top-rank earth-grade technique. His fused sword move, Sky Shattering Clouds, had already fused to the 7th style, and its might was not inferior to the complete 8th style of Green Lotus Sword Arts. His self-created sword art, Fast Four Swords, was based on speed, and each sword was faster than the last. In terms of speed, he was unrivaled. It could be said that apart from having no upper-grade artifact, Yi Chun had completely surpassed astral-reaching paragons in other aspects, and not just by a little bit. What was more frightening was that even at this level, Yi Chun still hadn't exhausted his potential. In terms of cultivation base, if he could reach the peak of late astral reaching realm, his battle power would increase by at least 20%, and his 20% would be equivalent to 30 to 40% of others. The will statues of Dual Sword King and Iron Sword King had already collapsed. Yi Chun looked at the stone slab in front of him and shook his head. Forget it. Xianhou was Xianhou, and he was him. There was no need to leave any traces of his presence. Yi Chun moved his vision away from the stone slab and looked at the statue of the Star Emperor, which was ranked first. He murmured to himself, "The Star Emperor's will is very close to the Heavenly Tao, and it's much stronger than the Combat King's will. Of course, if I were cultivating the martial Tao, I would have to risk my life to take the test. Unfortunately, I'm cultivating the Sword Tao. I don't have to stick to the old rules, but it's not the right time yet. One day, when my attainments in the Sword Tao reach the Combat King level, I will be able to absorb all the knowledge I can use to temper my Sword Tao. Leave it to the Fated One." Yi Chun resolutely turned around and walked towards the tightly shut stone door. Boom. The stone door slowly opened from the inside. Through the gap, Yi Chun saw Grand Elder Chun and Lu Mei sitting on the ground with their eyes closed. "Grand Elder Yi, did you succeed?" As soon as Grand Elder Chun said those words, he regretted it immediately. It was not bullshit. If he did not succeed, then he would die. Taking the test of willpower was not like a master teaching his disciple. There was only a fine line between life and death. Obviously, since Yi Chun had made it out alive, then he had passed the test. Yi Chun didn't care about Grand Elder Chun's words and nodded. "You really don't want to take the trial? This is a rare opportunity." Lu Mei shook her head. "No, the King Will statue's trial is not something anyone can take. Moreover, I'll be satisfied if I can reach the Sea of Soul realm in this lifetime. As for higher realms, I don't have any extravagant hopes. It seems that accepting the King Will statue's trial won't give me the aptitude to enter the life and death realm. So why should I take the risk?" Grand Elder Lu is right. Not everyone can take the King Will attack. On True Spirit Continent, only 3 out of 10 people who take the King Will statue's trial can survive. And these 10 are all astonishing geniuses. We can't even compare to them. Yi Chun turned silent. Just as the two had said, accepting the trial was indeed a dangerous action. Dual Sword King's slaughter sword will had instantly sliced his will into thousands of pieces. If it were someone else, they wouldn't believe that they were still alive. In that case, they would really die in reality. Without any mishaps, Iron Sword King's destruction sword will was twice as frightening as the slaughter sword will. His will had been completely shattered, and he couldn't even sense his own existence. His life and death were unknown. If not for his immortal intent, Yi Chen believed that his chances of surviving would be less than 30%. Accepting the King Will statue's trial required one to have the qualifications. Otherwise, there would be no chance of survival. Before leaving, Grand Elder Chun and Lu Mei glanced at the half-closed stone gate and were greatly alarmed. Of the 11 King Will statues, 2 had collapsed. Didn't this mean that Yi Chen had accepted the trial of 2 will statues in a row? This kind of will was enough to shock anyone. There's a conveyor gate in the stone forest, but it hasn't been activated. Yi Chen's soul power had a vast range. On the 3rd day, he finally found a hope of leaving. Of course, in order to conceal his soul power, Yi Chen didn't immediately explain. Instead, he intentionally or unintentionally approached the gate, and only spoke of his discovery when he was less than 15 li away. Conveyor gate. Haha, there's hope. Grand Elder Chen let out a sigh of relief. This place was extremely desolate. If he were to stay here for the rest of his life, he would surely die. On the other hand, Bewilderment Fog Island had a population of more than 10 million, and there were many experts as well. Lu Mei also revealed a smile. Although it hasn't been activated, it's still better than having no hope at all. The conveyor gate was slightly damaged, and there were some ancient patterns carved on it. The patterns shone faintly. Obviously, this was not an abandoned conveyor gate. Let's join hands and pour in Zhenyuan to see if we can activate it. Grand Elder Chen suggested. All right. Yi Chen and Lu Mei nodded. The 3 of them stood at 3 different angles and slowly placed their hands on the gate. Their Zhenyuan started to boil and pour in at a constant speed. As the Zhenyuan continued to pour in, the light on the patterns became brighter and brighter. After a while, a black light traveled along the patterns. Woo! The patterns lit up, and a black whirlpool appeared inside the stone gate. Let's go! The 3 of them stepped into the black vortex at the same time and disappeared from sight. The thick fog covered the entire place, and one couldn't even see their own fingers. 3 figures appeared out of nowhere, floating above the lake. Haha, Grand Elder Yi, Grand Elder Lu, our luck is really good. We were actually transported within 1,000 li of Bewilderment Fog Island. The sensory ball is reacting. Grand Elder Chen took out the sensory ball from his storage ring. Seeing the dangerous orange light flickering on it, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Yi Chen chuckled. Being able to walk out of there alive is already luck in itself. Right, with 500 beasts, even an astral-reaching paragon would have little hope of surviving. Of course, this is all thanks to Grand Elder Yi. Without Yi Chen, even if the 3 hit underground, they wouldn't have been able to escape from the beast's pursuit. After all, at the astral-reaching realm, who could use soul power? Soul power was higher than mind power. Even if they scanned the beasts, they wouldn't be discovered. If it were any other astral-reaching paragon, they wouldn't even dare to use mind power to explore the way. How could they escape? Let's return to Bewilderment Fog Island. Yeah, let's go. With the sensory ball, the 3 didn't need to worry about getting lost, and headed straight for Bewilderment Fog Island. Bewilderment Fog Palace Hall. What? The 3 of them came out alive? The island lord of Bewilderment Fog Island, the black-robed old man, was very surprised, but soon revealed a smile. He thought to himself, the rumor of the reversed 9-turn spirit grass isn't fake. It really exists. According to secret information, several hundred years ago, someone disappeared for no reason and suddenly reappeared. One time, when he was drunk, he unintentionally revealed the news of obtaining the reversed 9-turn spirit grass and was chased by others. Presumably, the 3 of them have hope of obtaining the reversed 9-turn spirit grass. Haha, tell them to come here. The black-robed old man said to the attendant who was bowing. Yes. The attendant turned around and left the hall. Soon Yi Chen and the other 2 arrived outside the hall. Come in. The black-robed old man didn't inform anyone. He didn't want the news of the 9-turned spirit grass to spread. Yi Chun and the other two entered the hall. Greetings, Island Master. Grand Elder Chun and Lu Mei cupped their hands. Yi Chun slightly bowed. The black-robed old man creased his brows and glanced at Yi Chun, then said, I'm very happy that the three of you can return safely. What about the others? Grand Elder Chun said sadly, they're all dead, and the ship has been destroyed. You were being chased? Right, there were a lot of bewilderment fog beasts inside. Being able to come out alive is a great fortune. Grand Elder Chun spoke vaguely, not giving too many details. Firstly, it was because of Yi Chun. Secondly, they had harvested a lot of rare spirit grasses and didn't intend to hand them over. So that's how it is. Being able to come out alive is indeed a great fortune. The black-robed old man faintly nodded and said, however, your harvest this time is certainly not small. Hand over your storage rings. I'll only take a portion. I won't let you leave empty-handed. He couldn't directly say that he wanted the 9-turned spirit grass, so he asked the three to hand over their storage rings. Grand Elder Chun and Lu Mei's complexion suddenly changed. Island Master, there doesn't seem to be such a rule, right? Bewilderment Fog Ship's purpose was indeed to search for 9-turned spirit grass, but it didn't say that personal gains would belong to Bewilderment Fog Island. Instead, it was used to report back after discovering a secret location. At that time, all the experts of Bewilderment Fog Island would naturally be dispatched. The black-robed old man's expression turned cold. What? I told you to hand it over, and you'll hand it over. Don't forget the consequences of defying me. At this moment Yi Chun spoke, forgive me, but I can't comply. Grand Elder Yi, you've got guts. Do you think you can defy me just because your cultivation base has made some progress? I spared your life before, and I can kill you now. The black-robed old man shouted. Grand Elder Chun and Lu Mei exchanged a glance. Although they were mentally prepared, they were still somewhat afraid when the matter came to a head. Island Master's prestige had been accumulated for a long time, and had long been deeply ingrained in their hearts. Normally, they wouldn't dare defy Island Master. Grand Elder Lu, what do you think? Grand Elder Chun transmitted his Zhenyuan to Lu Mei. Lu Mei muttered, I believe in Yi Chun. After getting along for a period of time, they clearly understood Yi Chun's strength. He was basically invincible. Yi Chun said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, we risked our lives to obtain this. Why do we need your permission to obtain it? The black-robed old man said in an awe-inspiring tone, because I'm the controller of Bewilderment Fog Island. Those who don't listen will all die. Grand Elder Yi, you've already committed a capital offense. Do you understand? Chapter 374. Guilty of a capital offense? I don't think so. Before his battle strength had advanced, Yi Chun had never feared the Island Master. If he couldn't beat him, couldn't he run? Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone was shrouded in dense fog. Hiding was easy. As for now, there was no need to be afraid. The black-robed old man was so angry that he started laughing instead. Looks like it has been a long time since I fought, and some people of Bewilderment Fog Island have already forgotten my existence. Fine, today I will kill the chicken to warn the monkey, and let everyone know who exactly is the master of Bewilderment Fog Island. Rumble. The chair behind him exploded, and the black-robed old man suddenly stood up. Lightning crackled around his body. Grand Elder Yi, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over your storage ring, kneel and accept your punishment. Then, I'll spare your dog life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. The black-robed old man was still a bit worried. Extreme astral-reaching experts weren't easy to kill. If the latter wholeheartedly tried to escape, his chances of success wouldn't exceed 70%. Of course, if Yi Chun insisted on not handing over his storage ring, he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest and would immediately kill him. Life and death are decided by a single thought of yours. Consider it well. The black-robed old man's voice was rather gloomy. His breathing was gradually restrained, like a volcano about to erupt. He was secretly accumulating all the power in his body, striving to kill Yi Chun in an instant. You could have continued to be the island master. Bewilderment Fog Island would still be under your control for the next few decades. Yi Chun said a baffling sentence. You don't agree. You don't have the qualifications to make me agree. Since you want to die, don't blame me. The black-robed old man's fury erupted like a volcano. The lightning outside his body suddenly gathered in his palm. His figure flickered, and his palm slapped towards Yi Chun's head. This palm carried the fury of thunder, and its speed was as fast as lightning. Even an astral-reaching paragon of the same rank would have to dodge. Yi Chun stood motionless. He didn't take out his longsword, nor did he prepare to meet the attack. Instead, he raised a finger and pointed in the air. Puff! A deep azure sword chi shot out. Under the amplification of sword intent, its speed was as fast as a shooting star. Kacha! A few arm-thick cracks appeared in the foggy palace hall, and a powerful shockwave gushed out from the entrance of the hall, creating many ravines. Dong 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 dong. Muffled footsteps were heard. The black-robed old man's palm dripped with blood as he was forcibly blown back. His face was full of shock. It had only been half a month, but Yi Chun's strength had already reached such a level. Although he didn't use an upper-grade offensive artifact just now, he believed that he could deal with Yi Chun with just his palms. After all, before obtaining an upper-grade artifact, he was already one of the strongest extreme astral-reaching experts. Dozens of years of bitter cultivation had allowed his basic strength to increase without diminishing. Dealing with a young extreme astral-reaching expert was a piece of cake for him. But now, he finally understood that Yi Chun's strength was not what the outside world had estimated. No wonder you dared to defy me. It turns out that you were hiding your true strength. Don't tell me you think you can act presumptuously in front of me with just this bit of strength? Recollecting his shocked expression, the black-robed old man spread out his hands. A dark blue light flickered, and two huge iron hammers appeared in his hands. These two hammers were more than a meter long, and their handles were as thick as a wrist. The heads of the hammers were two cylinders, glowing with a pitch-black metallic luster. Under the black-robed old man's Zhen Yuan, the ends of the hammers burst out with sharp dark blue lightning, and an incomparably frightening might instantly spread out. Without a doubt, the iron hammers were upper-grade artifacts. A mid-grade artifact's might couldn't even compare to half of its might. Upper-grade artifact, exploding thunder hammer. Grand Elder Chen blurted out. Holding the hammer with both hands, the black-robed old man's eyes filled with killing intent as he said sinisterly, I found this upper-grade artifact in the ancient ruins. Relying on it, I've killed at least 8 extreme astral-reaching experts, if not 10. You'll be the next. Thunder attribute upper-grade artifact is indeed not ordinary. Among the different types of offensive great weapons, the thunder and fire great weapons were the most overbearing. The earth great weapons were the thickest, the metal great weapons were the sharpest, and the wind great weapons could not only increase one's attack power, but could also increase one's speed. Hammer-type offensive artifacts were originally full of killing power. Coupled with the tyrannical thunder attribute, it was like adding wings to a tiger, breaking through everything. Swish. A longsword appeared in Yi Chun's left hand as he slowly said, I've never exchanged blows with an astral-reaching paragon. Today, I'll use you to sharpen my sword. How arrogant. Take my furious thunder explosion. The black-robed old man rose from the ground, and the muscles on his arms swelled up. An incomparably vigorous thunder attribute Zhen Yuan poured into the exploding thunder hammer, which ferociously smashed toward Yi Chun, who was not far away. Before the hammer arrived, the ferocious hammer pressure immediately blasted away half of the hall. Berserk lightning snakes swam everywhere, pervading hundreds of meters in radius. Thunder mentality containing explosive power. Facing the black-robed old man's pair of iron hammers, Yi Chun was still in the mood to study his opponent's mentality. It was common knowledge that mentalities were divided into attributes. Apart from the natural attribute mentalities, there were many other attributes. Moreover, mentalities of the same attribute would also differ from person to person. The black-robed old man's thunder mentality contained a kind of explosive power. With a swing of the hammer, The powerful hammer pressure instantly blasted away half of the hall. It was even more offensive than the ordinary thunder mentality. My sky-shattering clouds contains an intense explosive power. Let's see whose thunder mentality is a notch higher. Clang. Unsheathing the thunder sword, Yichen held it with one hand and swung out. The sword swinging speed was full of explosive power, causing the void to tremble. Pung 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 pung. Thunderous explosions resounded. In a short period of time, Yi Chun and the black-robed old man exchanged dozens of blows. Each time they adopted a head-on stance, neither giving way to the other. Finally, the entire foggy hall could no longer endure the exchange of blows and shattered into thousands of pieces, scattering in every direction. Who is fighting in the foggy hall? The numerous grand elders and elders of Bewilderment Fog Island were startled, their faces filled with shock. Soon after, they all rushed in the direction of the exchange. Sub-Island Master's residence. Sub-Island Master Wang raised his head and slightly creased his brows. Among the auras exchanging blows, one was unexpectedly Bewilderment Fog Island's Island Master, while the other was somewhat unfamiliar. He seemed to have seen it before, yet also seemed to have never seen it before. In terms of basic strength, Island Master and I are more or less the same. However, Island Master has two upper-grade artifacts. One is the Exploding Thunder Hammer, and the other is the defensive artifact Golden Armor. With this golden armor, even if Sub-Island Master Chui and I joined hands, it would still be difficult to break through his defense. Therefore, Island Master is him, not me or Sub-Island Master Chui. This person can fight evenly with Island Master, so his strength is not below mine. Unfortunately, Island Master is innately undefeatable. Swish. Sub-Island Master Wang's feet moved, soaring into the sky. In another Sub-Island Master's residence, Sub-Island Master Chui woke up from his cultivation. With a wave of his palm, the door opened, and his body streaked across the horizon like a blade light. The residences of Sub-Island Master, Grand Elders, and Elders weren't far from the foggy hall. In a short period of time, apart from those who were out on business, all the higher-ups of Bewilderment Fog Island had arrived. Everyone's gaze fell on the center of the foggy hall, which had been razed to the ground. Immediately they were dumbstruck. The one fighting with Island Master was unexpectedly Yi Chun, who had become a Grand Elder some time ago. This kid has eaten a leopard's gall, daring to fight with Island Master. A middle-aged Grand Elder said. Grand Elder Sun's gaze was filled with schadenfreude. I told you this kid wasn't anything good. Seems like the position of Grand Elder can't satisfy him. And he has his eyes set on the position of Island Master. He doesn't know how to write the word death. Swish. Swish. Sub-Island Master Wang and Sub-Island Master Chui arrived. Sub-Island Master. Everyone cupped their hands towards the two. Sub-Island Master Wang said, "Do you know what happened?" "We just arrived as well." Nodding, Sub-Island Master Wang's gaze fell on the black-robed old man. Then he shifted his gaze. This time he was shocked. Forcing Island Master to use the explosive thunder hammer. This strength is no less than yours or mine. Hearing this, Sub-Island Master Chui said solemnly, "He still has some strength left." Still has strength left? Sub-Island Master Wang was quite surprised. If these words came from someone else, he would not believe them. But Sub-Island Master Chui was a saber expert, and his eyesight was the sharpest. Naturally, he would not speak carelessly. Gradually, the many Grand Elders and Elders also saw some clues. After fighting for such a long time, Island Master still hadn't gained the upper hand. Could it be that this kid's strength could already contend against Island Master? Impossible. Island Master hasn't used his killing move yet. Elder Sun immediately denied. Indeed, it's not that there haven't been experts who exchanged a few moves with Island Master in the past, but once Island Master used his killing move, none of them survived. This kid is no exception. Let's see how he dies. Sub-Island Master Wang also shook his head. Too reckless. Not only had Island Master not used his killing move, he hadn't even activated his golden armor. Even if Yi Chen's strength was exceedingly high, he still couldn't do anything to Island Master. After fighting for a long time, the black-robed old man's mood started to become irritable. He roared. "Good. You're the third person to be able to exchange so many moves with me in dozens of years. But the next move will take your dog life. Thunder Lion Transformation. Cracking the ground with one foot, the black-robed old man soared into the sky and raised his iron hammer high above his head. Violent thunderbolts gathered at the hammer's head, constantly compressing and mixing, quickly condensing into a lion baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The lion roared, and a terrifying pressure covered the heaven and earth. Bang! The two hammers suddenly smashed down, and the Thunder Lion rushed out, diving towards Yi Chun. Green Lotus Sprout. Putting the thunder sword back into its scabbard, the greenwood sword unsheathed. Still holding the sword with one hand, Yi Chun swung it, and the sword light surged, meeting the Thunder Lion head-on. Puff, puff, puff. Like fireworks exploding, the Thunder Lion was drowned in the sword light. However, this move was, after all, the black-robed old man's killing move, which contained an extremely condensed thunder power. As the sword light came into contact with it, it immediately dimmed. But in the next moment, the dimmed sword light exploded with an even more frightening power, going from weak to strong. Not only did it tear apart the Thunder Lion's body, a beam of sword light even pierced through the lion's forehead. Chapter 375. The Thunder Lion transformation has been broken. Impossible. This attack contains 20% of my power. No one in the astral reaching realm would be able to break it. There must be something wrong. It must be. Brat go die. Thunder Lion 100 Fission. The black-robed old man's face was full of disbelief. His Thunder Lion transformation had killed countless people, but it had never been broken in a direct confrontation. His face twisted as he furiously roared. The twin hammers vibrated, and thunder crackled. Another Thunder Lion rushed out, exploding into countless palm-sized lightning balls. The lightning balls shot out like rain, enveloping Yi Chun within. Unparalleled astral reaching strength is only SOSO. Yi Chun had a rough idea of the black-robed old man's bottom line. Without changing his sword move, his sword aura soared into the sky. With a slash, the lightning balls in the sky were instantly annihilated. Pung. The incomparably sharp sword chi tore through the void and slashed at the black-robed old man's body, blasting him 1,000 meters away. Island Master has been defeated. Am I seeing things? Breaking Island Master's killing move with one sword. Even the Vice Island Master couldn't do it. Could it be that we misjudged him? This kid is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. As the Island Master was blasted away, the surroundings became deathly silent. In the next moment, a clamor of discussion spread out, accompanied by the sound of people sucking in cold breaths. Grand Elder Sun clenched his fists, his veins popping out. He didn't believe that Yi Chun had such strength. Previously, although he had fallen into a disadvantageous position, it would have taken at least several hundred moves to decide the victor. How many days had it been? The opponent's battle power couldn't have reached such a realm. Don't argue. Island Master won't lose. Grand Elder Sun shouted. Sub-Island Master Wang and Sub-Island Master Chui exchanged a glance. The two could see the graveness in each other's eyes, an unconcealable graveness. Whether the Island Master had gone all out or not, they were the clearest. However, even the Island Master couldn't resist Yi Chun's attack. Without a doubt, Yi Chun's battle power had already surpassed theirs. A several-meter-wide and 1,000-meter-long ravine was plowed out of the palace, practically splitting the palace into two. At the end of the ravine, dust and lightning surged. Huff! A scorching gale swept up the smoke and dust. The figure of the black-robed old man stood there. His body was filled with a layer of golden light, and the golden light was filled with electric currents. Raising his head, the black-robed old man looked at Yi Chun in the distance. I have to admit that you're the most powerful astral-reaching expert I've ever met. But if you want to defeat me, it won't be that easy. The reason I was able to sit on the Island Master's seat is not only because of my exploding thunder hammer, but also because of this golden armor on my body, an upper-grade defensive artifact. No one under Sea of Soul realm can break through my defense, and neither can you. A high-grade defensive artifact, The golden armor. The island lord actually has two high-grade artifacts, one for offense and one for defense. From the looks of it, this brat is dead for sure. So what if his battle prowess is stronger than the island lord's? With the defense of the golden armor, the island lord can slowly torture him to death. That's right. A high-grade defensive prized artifact can increase one's defense by 70 to 80%. Compared to the young Yi Chun, everyone was more willing to obey the black-robed elder's management. Perhaps this was a subtle jealousy, and the happiest person was eminent Elder Sunday, a high-grade defensive artifact, the golden armor. Very well, I'll take it. Yi Chun wasn't too interested in the black-robed elder's explosion thunder hammer. He didn't expect that apart from the explosion thunder hammer, the elder also had a golden armor. Nonsense. With the golden armor on me, I'm innately invincible. You have no hope at all. Thunder Lion 100 Fishin'. The black-robed elder didn't fear Yi Chun's attack at all. His figure rushed out in a straight line, and along the way, the explosion thunder hammer crazily smashed towards Yi Chun. This was the stance of exchanging a life for a life. Of course, the black-robed elder didn't care. Then let me see how hard your tortoise shell is. The ancient longsword above the Sea of Soul vibrated, and the sky-tearing sword intent surged violently under Vice Island Lord Chui's shocked gaze. Taking a step forward, Yi Chun held the greenwood sword and slashed out. Clang, clang, clang. The sword intent contained in this sword was too strong, causing all the broken objects in the surroundings to be affected by the sword intent, shooting towards the black-robed elder. Even some elders with lower willpower were affected by the sword intent, and the artifacts in their hands shook violently. Dong. The menacing black-robed elder was blasted away, blood leaking out from the corner of his mouth. The frightening sword chi, even through the golden armor's defense, still brought him considerable injuries. Even the upper-grade artifacts seemed to be of no use. Break. Taking the second step, Yi Chun waved the second sword. This sword was even more powerful than the first. Blood flowed from the black-robed elder's 7 apertures, and his hair was scattered. With the third sword, the black-robed elder finally spurted out a mouthful of blood. Ah! The black-robed elder roared, his heart filled with fear. Go! All of you go! Kill him together! Go! At this very moment, the pressure that Yi Chun brought to the black-robed elder was unbearable. He understood that if this continued, even with the golden armor's protection, he would still be shaken to death. This young man, who seemed to be in his 20s, had shattered his understanding, shattering the undefeatable iron rule of astral-reaching paragons. He was just like Xianhou back then, disregarding the rules, disregarding everything. Any normal theory would no longer be effective against her. However, Yi Chun was another case. Island Master has asked us to act. Should we? Even the Island Master has lost. Would it be effective for us to go up? If we can't kill him, once he returns, we'll all die. Grand Elder Sun sucked in a deep breath. Everyone, don't be afraid. His attacks are only a bit powerful. He doesn't have an upper-grade artifact on him. If we attack together, we won't be afraid of not being able to kill him. We have more than 100 people. Killing him will be a piece of cake. Seems reasonable. Kill. Kill. Among the crowd, nearly half of them charged out. The remaining ones either had some apprehensions or planned to observe the situation. There were also some who simply wanted to watch the show and didn't intend to act. Brother Chui. Sub-Island Master Wang looked at Sub-Island Master Chui. Sub-Island Master Chui indifferently said, "If you want to act, then do it. I won't act." Hee, I won't either. With Grand Elder Sun in the lead, dozens of people brandished their weapons and attacked Yi Chun from all directions. A chaotic and frightening aura converged together, shaking the surrounding 100. Yi Chun sneered. Before his sword intent had progressed, he might have been apprehensive of being surrounded. But now, as long as he didn't want to, nobody could surround him. Shu, who said that sword intent could only increase one's attacking power. Yi Chun's entire body was filled with sword intent as his speed surpassed his previous limits. With a flicker, he had left the encirclement. Green lotus chi, floating corpses everywhere. The greenwood sword streaked in front of him, shattering the huge green lotus. Dense sword chi spread out in a fan shape, covering all the grand elders and elders of Bewilderment Fog Island. Shoo 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 shoo. The sword chi containing the frightening sword intent was unstoppable. Wherever it swept through, people would fall down. Protective Zhenyuan mid-grade artifacts. All of them were like floating clouds. One blink. Only one blink. More than half of the dozens of people who had charged up were gone. The remaining ones were all wounded and had frightened expressions. Yichen didn't give them any time to regret. He used the most tyrannical move of the Green Lotus sword art, Green Lotus Mountain Splitter. The sky-high sword light swept across the sky, throwing away the corpses. Run. The survivors regretted so much that their intestines turned green. Who the hell said that killing him would be easy? This kid was definitely a freak. Group attacks were ineffective. Unless a large number of extreme astral-reaching experts surrounded him and attacked him together, no matter how many people came, they would all be vegetables. Sub-Island Master Wang, save me. One person charged toward Sub-Island Master Wang and Sub-Island Master Chui, hoping to obtain their protection. Sub-Island Master Wang shook his head and dodged. Sub-Island Master Chui was even more straightforward. With a wave of his blade, a figure was cut in half. Seeing this, the Grand Elders and Elders who didn't participate in the battle sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the two Sub-Island Masters had rebelled. Fortunately, they weren't hot-headed. You two actually dared to betray me. The black-robed old man didn't expect Sub-Island Master Chui to be so ruthless and directly kill the person who had begged for help. Sub-Island Master Chui coldly said, "When did I pledge allegiance to you? You've been the island master for so many years. It's time for you to step down." Good, very good. You'd better remember this. The day I return, none of you will live. After saying these words, the black-robed old man wanted to escape. Swoosh. Sub-Island Master Chui blocked the black-robed old man's path and said to Sub-Island Master Wang, "Don't let him escape. You know the consequences." Sub-Island Master Wang sighed. His figure flashed and blocked the black-robed old man's path. "You better stay." The black-robed old man's face turned green, and his body trembled. How could this be? Grand Elder Sun didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. He glanced at Yi Chun with a venomous look. All of this was because of him. Stealthily, Grand Elder Sun flew into the distance. Yi Chun sneered. He extended his left index finger and pointed at the air. A green lotus sword chi shot out from his finger and instantly pierced through Grand Elder Sun's forehead. In a short time, everyone who participated in the battle was killed. The only one left was the island master, the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man fought fiercely with Sub-Island Master Wang and Sub-Island Master Chui. The three's battle power was equal, and the black-robed old man's defense was much stronger than the other two. For a moment, no one could do anything to the other. Green Lotus sky reaching. A beam of sword light shattered the black-robed old man's defense, and the sword chi tore off one of his arms. The attacker was indeed Yi Chun. Up until now, he still hadn't used all of his power. He felt that there was no need to reveal all of it, since it would be too shocking. Even so, the fact that Yi Chun could break through the black-robed old man's defense still made Sub-Island Master Wang and Sub-Island Master Chui sigh in admiration. The power of an upper-grade defensive artifact was something they knew very well. Previously, they had also battled with the black-robed old man. Boom boom boom. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the two Sub-Island Masters attacked even more fiercely, causing the black-robed old man to continuously puke blood. Swoosh. After the sword light passed, a fist-sized green lotus rapidly enlarged in front of the black-robed old man. His originally chaotic protective Zhen Yuan only lasted for a moment before it shattered with a swoosh, and a bloody hole appeared on his forehead. Blood splashed out, dyeing the black-robed old man red. You won't have a good ending. The reverse 9-turn spirit grass is not something you can keep. The last sentence contained all of the black-robed old man's Zhen Yuan, which spread out in all directions. Chuckling, the black-robed old man fell on his back. Chapter 376. Yi Chen's face turned gloomy. Just now, when the black-robed old man roared, the number of people on Bewilderment Fog Island must have been at least 800,000, if not 1,000,000. He was sure that the black-robed old man didn't dare to confirm that he had the 9-turn spirit grass. At most, he would be suspicious. However, his goal was precisely to make everyone suspicious. At that time, regardless of whether he had it or not, it would be hard for him to clear his name. Even in death, this old man wouldn't let him have an easy time. Yi Chen didn't need to look to feel the strange gazes coming from all directions, including the 2 deputy island masters who had just joined hands with him. Grand Elder Yi, no Brother Yi, do you really have the 9-turn spirit grass? Deputy Island Master Wang asked. Yi Chen shot a glance at him. This Deputy Island Master Wang had given him a good impression. Unfortunately, as long as one was a martial artist, there was no one who didn't want to become powerful. He said indifferently, "If I said I do or don't, would you believe me?" Deputy Island Master Wang paused. Indeed, it wasn't important whether he had it or not. What was important was whether others believed him or not. Those who believed him would naturally think he had it, and those who didn't would naturally think he didn't. Unless Yi Chen had some way to prove that he didn't have it, or directly took out the 9-turn spirit grass and said he had it. Whether you have it or not has nothing to do with us. Deputy Island Master Cui retracted his gaze. He was very clear that even if he had it, it wouldn't be their turn. I have no interest in the position of Island Master. If any of you are interested, then go ahead. Yi Chen peeled off the shining golden armor from the black-robed old man's body and took off his storage ring, then said to the 2 without turning his head. Deputy Island Master Wang could also see that Yi Chen had no interest in the position of Island Master. After all, who didn't know that he was the #1 expert of Bewilderment Fog Island? It didn't matter whether he became the Island Master or not. As for why he wanted to become a Grand Elder, it should be because he was afraid of trouble. Brother Cui, you and I are both Island Masters. How about it? I have no objection. Night arrived, and dense fog shrouded Bewilderment Fog Island. Inside the spacious room, a golden light pervaded the air. The light came from the golden armor in Yi Chen's hand. Golden armor, a metal attributed high-rank defensive treasure. Its value is immeasurable. A good defensive artifact was much more valuable than an attacking one. In the true spirit continent, life was the most important. Without life, everything would be meaningless. But it was also because of this that top-ranked defensive artifacts were very troublesome. Astral-reaching realm warriors would not be able to keep them. Only Sea of Souls realm warriors would have the power to do so, and not every Sea of Souls realm warrior would have a top-ranked defensive artifact. For a top-ranked defensive artifact, it would be unavoidable for them to kill each other. Fortunately, outside of the bewildering fog forbidden zone, no one knew that Yi Chen had an upper-ranked defensive treasure, the gold armor. Once he got out, it would save him a lot of trouble, and in a critical moment, the gold armor could be a life-saving item. In a life-and-death situation, who would care about the consequences of exposing an upper-ranked defensive treasure? Break. The Green Lotus True Essence poured into the golden armor. Not only did it expel the remaining true essence of the black-robed old man, but it also completely annihilated his aura. However, after putting it on, Yi Chen still felt a bit uncomfortable. Scanning the gold armor with his soul power, Yi Chen soon discovered a problem. This gold armor had the black-robed old man's spiritual imprint, and it was precisely because of this that he found it difficult to use. Removing the spiritual imprint was too easy for Yi Chen. His sword will entered and cleanly erased the spiritual imprint. So, an upper-rank artifact still needs to have its own spiritual imprint. Only by doing so can the pressure of the artifact be restrained. Referring to the black-robed old man's spiritual imprint, Yi Chen imprinted his own spiritual imprint. Under the control of his mind, the gold armor's radiance gradually retracted, no longer emitting a trace of fluctuation. Wearing it under his clothes, no one would be able to tell that it was an upper-rank artifact. Ignoring the other upper-rank artifact, the Thunder Hammer, Yi Chen's attention fell on the black-robed old man's storage ring. Inside the storage ring, 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 5 million low-grade spirit stones, Apart from that, there were hundreds of upper-rank spirit stones. The top-rank spirit stones contained extremely pure yuan qi, so pure that one didn't need to refine it, and could directly absorb it. Of course, this was only for astral-reaching realm warriors. Once one reached the Sea of Souls realm, the Zhenyuan would no longer be as simple as being pure. Hundreds of upper-rank spirit stones should be enough for my cultivation base to improve. But if I want to accumulate enough to reach the peak of late astral reaching realm, this is still not enough. Besides the spirit stones, there were also a lot of martial arts manuals in the storage ring. There were 4 high-rank Earth Realm manuals, dozens of mid-rank Earth Realm manuals, and a top-rank Earth Realm Hammer Art manual called Thunder Beast Transformation. Thunder Beast Transformation only had 4 transformations, which was very little compared to the 9 movements of the Green Lotus Sword Art. Each transformation could condense a beast shape. The first transformation was a bear, the second was a leopard, the third was a lion, and the fourth was a bird. Obviously, the black-robed old man had only trained to the third transformation, Thunder Lion Transformation. Although it is a hammer art, it contains the thunder mentality, which is quite useful for me to comprehend the thunder mentality. The night was deep, and the world was quiet. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the entire Bewilderment Fog Island was discussing Yi Chun and the 9-turn spirit grass. In a restaurant, a few astral-reaching experts gathered together and discussed in low voices. Did you hear? Island Master was killed by the newly appointed Grand Elder. Before dying, Island Master said that Yi Chun had the 9-turn spirit grass. 9-turn spirit grass? Hearing these words, one of them cried out. Right, it's the 9-turn spirit grass that can increase one's lifespan by 9 years and strengthen one's soul. I don't need to tell you the importance of the soul. Of course, the soul is the carrier of the will. The stronger the soul, the easier it will be to advance to the Sea of Souls realm. Soon, the news of Yi Chun possessing the 9-turn spirit grass spread throughout the entire island. There was almost no one who didn't know. Walking on the street, Yi Chun listened to the voices transmitted through his soul power, and inwardly shook his head. There were too many people who knew, and it was impossible to control them. Forget it, let it spread. Bewilderment Fog Island was isolated from the rest of the world. As long as one's luck wasn't too bad, the chances of this news reaching the outside world was close to 0. Otherwise, the Island Master wouldn't have brought along 2 upper-grade artifacts and planned to stay here, waiting for the opportunity to break through to the Sea of Souls realm. It's time to leave Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone. Raising his head, Yi Chun's gaze pierced through the city, falling on the extremely distant dense fog region. At this moment, Yi Chun could finally confirm that the key to leaving Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone was will. Indeed will. The stronger the will, the harder it was to be affected by Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone. Those with weak will, no matter what method they used, could only circle around inside. The problem was that Yi Chun didn't know whether his will was strong enough or not. It should be known that Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone was a place that even Sea of Souls realm experts wouldn't be willing to enter. His current will was equivalent to an ordinary Sea of Souls realm sword artist. Sword artists always had firm wills, and were a bit stronger than ordinary Sea of Souls realm martial artists. Moreover, his soul was what he relied on. He was sure that the majority of Sea of Souls realm experts couldn't be stronger than him in terms of soul. This was his advantage. Powerful soul, powerful will. There should be some hope. Chapter 377. The next day, Yi Chun didn't inform anyone, and entered the dense fog alone. Amidst the thick fog, Yi Chun floated in the air with the perceptive ball in his left hand. The perceptive ball is shining with an orange light. I should be almost 800 li away from Bewilderment Fog Island, and 1,000 li away from the large perceptive tower. If Bewilderment Fog Island happens to be in the center of Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone, then I'm about half of 30,000 li away from the edge. Subtracting 1,000 li from that, it would be 14,000 li. 14,000 li. Ah. My soul power can only radiate 47 li in the fog. In other words, I'll have to use my soul power 300 times. If there's a huge deviation in any one of them, all my efforts would be wasted. However, traveling 47 li in one go is countless times more effective than traveling 14,000 li without a plan. With the strength of my will, the influence won't be too great, and the deviation can be controlled to a small extent. However, traveling 14,000 li is something that the majority of Sea of Soul Realm experts wouldn't be able to endure, and would get lost midway. And let's begin. Putting away the perceptive ball, Yichen closed his eyes and a powerful soul power radiated out from his forehead, traveling along the fog until 47 li away. Without opening his eyes, Yichen's Zhenyuan erupted as he flew at an extreme speed. After 20 breaths, here. Following the same pattern, Yichen's soul power radiated another 47 li away, making it the second destination in a straight line. Third destination. 10th destination. Third destination. The edge of bewilderment fog forbidden zone still seems very far away. Perhaps it's more than 14,000 li from the starting point to the edge. After all, the entire bewilderment fog forbidden zone has an irregular shape. Some places are longer, while others are shorter. Let's persevere for a while more. 320th destination. 400 destination. 500 destination. Damn wrong. 500 times of positioning, 47 li for each. 500 times would be 23,500 li. If there were no deviation, I would have left long ago. Although Yi Chun had already prepared himself for failure, the cruelty of bewilderment fog forbidden zone still made him smile bitterly. I wonder where I am in the bewilderment fog forbidden zone now. One wrong step really leads to all the wrong steps. There was no time to be depressed. 500 moves did not take much time, adding up to only 3.5 hours. Yi Chun planned to continue flying in a straight line, because no matter how long the distance was, as long as it was a straight line, there would be a chance to get out. He did not believe that he would not be lucky even once. The large water leak told Yi Chun that a month had passed. In the past month, he had used his soul power to locate the target 180,000 times. Every day, out of the 24 hours, 20 hours were spent flying. Of the remaining 4 hours, 2 hours were spent absorbing the energy from the top-rank spirit stones, and 2 hours were spent resting. During this period, he coincidentally returned to Bewilderment Fog Island 11 times. What was certain was that the closer one was to Bewilderment Fog Island, the less affected one was. The closer one was to the edge of Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone. The more affected one was. Being able to return to Bewilderment Fog Island 11 times was a good proof. Thinking about it, even Sea of Soul Realm experts have to rely on luck to get out. If they are lucky, they can get out in a short time. If they are unlucky, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they would be stuck inside for 3 to 5 years. However, as long as you persevere, luck will come to you. Swish. Yi Chen's figure pierced through the dense fog. Another month passed. Bang. Earthen yellow fist shadows burst forth, raising huge waves on the lake's surface. Damn it. It's been 2 months. Could it be that my method was wrong from the start? Relying on will alone is impossible to get out? Perhaps, my will is not enough. For astral-reaching experts, 2 months was nothing more than a single session of seclusion, which could pass in the blink of an eye. However, it was different now. During this period, Yi Chun had been flying again and again, calculating again and again, repeating the same boring behavior. If there was a time limit, Yi Chun wouldn't be so upset and sullen. The crucial point was that he didn't know how long he would have to endure such days. The sullen feeling in his heart finally erupted, and it was a huge one at that. Bang, 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 bang. The lake surface of dozens of li was riddled with holes, raising huge waves that reached thousands of meters high. Many demonic beasts were shaken to death at the bottom of the lake. After venting his anger, Yi Chun gasped for breath. No, I don't even believe in myself anymore. What sword Tao is there to cultivate? The further I go, the more difficult it gets. It seems like my strength is there, but my mental state is not there yet. Usually, I think I'm very calm, unfazed even if the sky collapses. But when it comes to a true test of will, I'm actually no good. Oh well, this time, I'm not only looking for a way out, but also tempering my mental state. Yi Chen's terror lay in his ability to reflect in time. If it were an ordinary person, they would only be tangled in the problem of leaving the forbidden zone. However, Yi Chen could jump out and find his own problem. Buzz! A spacious wooden board flew out of the storage ring and landed on the lake. Yi Chen sat cross-legged on the board and calmed his mind. Any tribulation is a test for me. Any setback will allow me to reach a higher level. Any obstacle will be an opportunity for me to improve, turning all favorable and unfavorable things into my own. This is my will, my spirit, my sword Tao. In the dense fog, the young man started his first mental state transformation. Of course, the transformation had just begun. Whether he could break through or not, he could only rely on himself. The 3rd month, failure. The 4th month, failure. The 5th month was about to begin. During this period of time, Yi Chen had been dispirited, lacking in confidence, persevering, comprehending, and reflecting. Every time he pulled himself together, Yi Chen felt like his spirit had gone through a baptism and a tempering. His sword Dao had become sharper and indestructible. The 5th month, the 7th day, Yi Chen continued to fly, his eyes resolute. Feng Yanro, you've been chasing me for 3 months, and you still haven't given up? Above the boundless lake, 2 figures were 7 to 8 li apart, one in front and one behind. The one speaking was the middle-aged man in front. He was tall and thin, wearing a long robe. As he flew, his whole body seemed to have turned into the wind. Under the wind's escort, his speed was as fast as a ghost. The one chasing him was a young woman in her 20s, wearing a snow-white dress with a long sword at her waist. Her fine black hair was like a waterfall, and her eyes were like stars. Her ice-cold expression carried a kind of breathtaking beauty. What was especially eye-catching was the snowflake pattern on her forehead, appearing exceptionally holy and gorgeous. She said with a clear voice, "Gao Qianhe, the matter of you killing my junior sister won't end like this. Even if I have to spend a year, I'll kill you with my own hands." "Humph. Chase me then. Although my strength is not as high as yours, in terms of agility technique, no one in the astral reaching realm can compare to me." The young woman called Feng Yanro creased her brows. The opposite party was right. Although her agility technique was exceptional, this Gao Qianhe's agility technique was even more frightening. His comprehension was also not to be underestimated, as he had actually comprehended wind mentality and soft mentality to the extreme. With the 2 mentalities superimposed together, his speed had already reached an unimaginable level. If not for her vigorous Zhen Yuan and a secret skill that could increase her speed, she would have long since been left behind. Even so, he had still escaped several times in these 2 months. Fortunately, she was quite well versed in the art of tracking and caught up again. "Indeed, if nothing unexpected happens, I will never be able to catch up to you. However, I can endure this kind of life. Can you endure being chased for a long time?" Gao Qianhe was furious. "You." After being chased for 3 months, Gao Qianhe had long since been exhausted. Not only was his body exhausted, but his spirit was also the most painful. As he thought up to this point, he regretted not killing his junior sister at the beginning. As for this matter, it had to start from 3 months ago. Gao Qianhe cultivated a rather evil martial art, and his desires were extremely great. One day he encountered Feng Yanro's junior sister in a remote area. His heart filled with evil intentions, and after injuring her he wanted to have sex with her. But how could he have known that the other party had used some unknown secret technique to contact Feng Yanro, and had ambushed him at the most unexpected time? Gao Qianhe tangled with her for a while, and in the end killed her out of anger. However, just as he killed her, Feng Yanro arrived. Feng Yanro was only 22 or 23 years old, but her martial arts were extremely high. It was said that among the young generation of Misty Snow region, she was at least in the top 5. As for which of the top 5, nobody knew. After dozens of moves, Gao Qianhe was no match for Feng Yanro, and fled in defeat. What followed was a chase that lasted for 3 months. Flying snow connecting the sky. From 7 to 8 li away, Feng Yanro pulled out the longsword at her waist and slashed in the air. An ice-cold sword chi swirled up a sky-filling snowflakes as it chopped toward Gao Qianhe. The sword intent contained within made Gao Qianhe's scalp go numb, and his speed unknowingly increased. Gotcha. The sword chi didn't manage to hit Gao Qianhe, but the lake water below him froze. A nearly 300 zhang long sword scar was imprinted on the layer of ice, looking very ghastly. Damn it, this girl's sword Dao cultivation is too frightening. I'm absolutely not her opponent. I'm afraid that in the entire Misty Snow region, there won't be an astral-reaching realm sword artist more powerful than her. Gao Qianhe inwardly rejoiced, and subconsciously looked into the distance. That's the fog area. I might have a chance to escape. Dozens of li away, the thick fog covered the sky and covered the sun. It was hard to tell how wide it was, and how high it was. It was the perfect place to escape. Not good. There's actually a fog area above the Star Regional Lake. Feng Yanro's brows creased. 30 li 20 li. When Gao Qianhe was only 20 li away from the fog, a long roar came from within, and a blue silhouette rushed out. It was a youngster. Finally out. Yichen raised his head to look at the sky. The warm sunlight sprinkled on his body, making him feel exceptionally gentle. On the 7th day of the 5th month, Yichen broke the iron rule of the Forbidden Zone, and smoothly walked out with an astral-reaching realm cultivation base. If this were to spread out, who knew what consequences it would bring? However, none of this was important. What was important was that he had finally left that damned place. As he thought of this, Yichen couldn't help but rejoice at his perseverance. Without the perseverance of the previous 4 months, the possibility of him walking out would be close to zero. He reckoned that those Sea of Soul realm experts who had fallen into the Forbidden Zone might not have been able to persevere for too long. After all, Sea of Soul realm experts surpassed Yichen in terms of speed, and had certain advantages. Is this person being chased? Quite fast. Feng Yanro and Gao Qianhe's pursuit was too eye-catching. It would be hard for Yichen not to notice it. Please help me stop him, please. From far away, Feng Yanro circulated her Zhenyuan, and her voice was transmitted to Yichen at a frightening speed. Actually, she didn't think Yichen could stop Gao Qianhe, but he only needed 2 breaths of time. 2 breaths of time, and she would be able to catch up with all her strength. At that time, she would be well prepared, and she would absolutely not let Gao Qianhe escape. Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone only allows one to enter, but not leave. Since this person has entered, it's almost impossible to track him. Help her stop him. In any case, it won't take much effort. According to his soul power, Yichen roughly estimated that Gao Qianhe was an extreme astral-reaching expert, and so was Feng Yanro. However, the latter was much stronger, and should be one of the top existences among extreme astral-reaching experts. Of course, it didn't mean much to him. A brat wants to stop me? Dream on. Shadow shift godly art. Gao Qianhe's body suddenly paused, and an astonishing scene occurred. Behind Yichen, another Gao Qianhe appeared. 2 Gao Qianhe appeared in front and behind of Yichen, making it impossible to tell which one was real, and which one was fake. Even Yichen was instantly mesmerized. Seeing this, Feng Yanro could only smile bitterly. Asking him to stop Gao Qianhe, whose movement technique was exceptional, was indeed too difficult. She couldn't blame him. Chapter 378. Is that so? Not necessarily. Since he had decided to help Feng Yanro block Gao Qianhe, Yichen wouldn't give up halfway. Gao Qianhe's movement technique was indeed exceptional. Yichen had never seen a second person in the astral-reaching realm with such accomplishments. However, the ultimate goal of movement techniques was nothing more than speed. Yichen had the fast mentality and the sword intent of a Sea of Soul realm sword artist. His speed had already reached an unimaginable level. With a flicker, he tore through the air. Swish! A beam of blue light shot out as Yichen arrived in front of Gao Qianhe's true body. How is this possible? Gao Qianhe was greatly astonished. His shadow shift technique was a top-rank Earth realm movement technique. Under his full speed, any encirclement would be rendered useless. Feng Yanro had failed to kill him several times precisely because of this technique. Moreover, ordinary people would only be distracted by his fake body, which would waste a lot of time. However, not only did Yi Chen react immediately, he even arrived first with a frightening speed. How could he not be astonished? Feng Yanro was similarly astonished. Originally, she didn't expect Yi Chen to be able to block Gao Qianhe. Who would have thought that Yi Chen would have such a supreme skill? Let's see how you're going to block me. Not wanting to tangle with Yi Chen, Gao Qianhe once again used the shadow shift technique. The void was filled with illusions, and his true body rapidly turned into a fake body. Trying to accurately identify him was extremely difficult. Yi Chen faintly smiled. Within the range of his soul power, Gao Qianhe's true body had nowhere to hide. His every movement trajectory was crystal clear. Just like the first time, Yi Chen appeared in front of Gao Qianhe once again, longsword already hanging on his waist. Courting death. Missed rope blade. Gao Qianhe flew into a rage out of humiliation, containing a trace of fear. In terms of movement technique, he had completely lost. But so what? As long as he killed the other, all his problems would be easily solved. With a wave of his right hand, a rope-like Zhenyuan blade coiled out. Everything within several hundred meters was within its range. Green lotus seizing beauty. The longsword blocked, and a huge green lotus wrapped around Yi Chen. Clang 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 clang. The rope blade cut the green lotus thousands of times, but the defense of the green lotus was far beyond Gao Qianhe's imagination. Apart from leaving some marks on its surface, he didn't gain anything. Damn it, why is this kid so troublesome? No matter how stupid Gao Qianhe was, he knew that Yi Chen was no ordinary person. It was practically impossible to deal with him in a short time. Little brother, there is no enmity between us. Why must you make things difficult for me? Let me go and I will definitely repay you in the future. Since the hard approach didn't work, he resorted to the soft approach. Of course, Gao Qianhe didn't really intend to repay Yi Chen generously. Once he got out of this predicament, he wanted Yi Chen to die without a burial. Yi Chen said, I still don't know the cause of this matter. How about this? Don't run away. Let's have a good talk here. We'll know who's in the right and who's in the wrong. I guarantee that if you're not in the wrong, I'll keep you alive. Arrogant. Who do you think you are? Die. Gao Qianhe knew that he was in the wrong, so how could he give up on running away? A strange long whip had appeared in his right hand. This whip was different from the others, with many whips extending from its handle. They looked like the tentacles of an octopus as they lashed at Yi Chen. Crack crack crack. Countless whips tore through the void, forming a dense black mass. Green Lotus Sky. To deal with such a large area of effect attack, one had to use the Green Lotus Sky sword move. The air in front of him was frozen, and the speed of the whips suddenly decreased as if they were stuck in a swamp. Yi Chen didn't counterattack, but waited for Feng Yanro to arrive. Gao Qianhe was on the verge of tears. Motherfucker. If not for the powerful pursuer behind me, I would have skinned you alive even if I had to risk my life. So, knowing that he couldn't do anything to Yi Chen, Gao Qianhe lashed out with his whip. Without waiting for the attack to land, he quickly retreated and fled diagonally. The two had exchanged blows for less than 2 breaths of time. For ordinary people, it was a short time, but for an expert of Feng Yanro's level, it was more than enough. Gao Qianhe, let's see where you can run now. A white frost-like sword chi streaked across the sky, brushing past Gao Qianhe's protective Zhenyuan. Kacha. His protective Zhenyuan froze, and Gao Qianhe's eyes were spitting fire as he took a step back. Feng Yanro had caught up to him, and the distance between them was less than 100 meters. Feng Yanro, do you really think that you can kill me so easily? Gao Qianhe gave up on escaping, and his eyes were filled with hostility. Feng Yanro tenderly scolded. Whether or not I can kill you is my problem. Now don't even think about escaping. I would like to see how powerful the most frightening young sword artist of Misty Snow region in 100 years is. If you want to kill me, Gao Qianhe, you have to pay a price. Previously, he had fled because Feng Yanro was too strong, and he was no match for her. However, part of the reason was that he didn't want to fight to the point where both sides would suffer. He knew that if he were to fight to the death, his ending wouldn't be too good. Flying snow sky. Without another word, Feng Yanro raised her long sword, and the air was torn apart. A bone-chilling sword chi swirled up a sky-filling snowflakes and swept toward Gao Qianhe. Roar. Chaotic mist blade. The wind mentality and the soft mentality complemented each other, allowing Gao Qianhe's whip arts to contain the speed and cutting power of wind, as well as the ingenuity of being soft and unyielding. Dozens of long whips were thrown out like a blooming flower, each of them capable of instantly killing a peak astral-reaching expert. Ding ding dang dang. Feng Yanro's sword chi was exceptionally cold and indestructible, turning the area around Gao Qianhe into a world of ice and frost, restricting his speed. Gao Qianhe's long whips also caused the air around Feng Yanro to become chaotic. From time to time, a long whip would be stretched taut, piercing toward Feng Yanro's protective Zhenyuan. Flicking away the long whip, Feng Yanro stepped on an ice flower, looking like an ice fairy from the heavenly palace. Her sword contained a peerless sword intent as it pierced out. Puff! A straight crack appeared in the void, and in the next moment, a sword hole appeared on Gao Qianhe's shoulder. The blood spurting out was instantly sealed in ice. What a sharp sword Dao! The coldness contains killing intent. It seems to be leaning towards the slaughter sword Dao, but is also somewhat different from it. After undergoing the trial of the dual sword kings will statue in the bewilderment fog forbidden zone. Yi Chen's sword Dao knowledge was immeasurably rich. With a single glance, he could tell that Feng Yanro's sword Dao cultivation base was not simple. He didn't expect to encounter such a powerful sword Dao genius as soon as he left South Ridra region. South Ridra region is one of the smallest regions of True Spirit continent, while Misty Snow region is one of the largest. There is indeed a big gap between them. With her current accomplishments, apart from myself, no one in the young generation of South Ridra region can compare to her. I wonder what her rank is in the Misty Snow region's young generation. With this thought in mind, Yi Chen couldn't help but send a Zhenyuan transmission to Feng Yanro. Miss, I wonder what kind of grievances there are between you two. Feng Yanro was very grateful to Yi Chen. If not for Yi Chen, she wouldn't have been able to catch up to Gao Qianhe no matter what. Dividing her attention, she sent a transmission to Yi Chen while suppressing Gao Qianhe. This person is an extremely vicious and cruel evil sect member in Misty Snow region. He killed my junior sister for no reason, and even tried to do bad things to her. Feng Yanro narrated everything to Yi Chen. So that's how it is. Yi Chen faintly nodded. He had done the right thing this time, not letting Gao Qianhe leave. Actually, during the exchange, he could tell that Gao Qianhe was not a righteous person. His attacks were vicious, and he wanted to kill him without saying a word. A righteous person with principles wouldn't do such a thing. With his soul power locked onto Gao Qianhe's every movement, Yi Chen was afraid that Gao Qianhe would escape again, although the possibility was very small. Beehive Mist Blade. With so many sword wounds on his body, Gao Qianhe's physical strength was gradually depleting, and he was no longer Feng Yanro's opponent. With an angry roar, he shook his long whip. At the tip of the whip, thumb-sized pieces of it separated and shot out like a swarm of bees. Humph! This mid-grade prized weapon of mine is different from ordinary mid-grade prized weapons. At critical moments, the tip of the whip will automatically detach and become part of the attack. Even experts stronger than me would be injured. This is my life-saving killer move. Gao Qianhe sneered. Feng Yanro's expression didn't change. Her left hand formed a sword art, and her protective Zhenyuan collapsed. Ice Snow Sword Domain. Xing 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 xing. A white light cover expanded, protecting Feng Yanro in the center. The white light cover was always in a circulating state. If one observed carefully, they would be able to see that within the circulating white light, countless sword lights were connected from head to tail, creating layers and layers of defense. Countless sharp whip tips shot at the barrier, but were immediately bounced off. Not good. She has actually studied the Snow Sword Master's ultimate profound. Gao Qianhe was greatly shocked. He no longer had the determination to fight with his life on the line. The Snow Sword Master was a powerful Sea of Soul realm expert. The ultimate profound she had learned was not something he could break. Although Feng Yanro had only learned a little bit of it, it was enough to frighten others. What kind of move is this? It is still within the scope of mentalities, but it has long surpassed the usage of mentalities. It even contains the profound Sword Dao mentalities. Yi Chen rubbed his chin and couldn't help but think of the void-shattering finger he had obtained in the Goat Head Mountain. This void-shattering finger had surpassed the scope of mentalities. In terms of usage, it was at the same level as Feng Yanro's ultimate move, perhaps even a bit higher. In these years, Yi Chen had also studied the void-shattering finger, but he could only use it in a more ingenious way. It was hard to comprehend its true meaning. Moreover, the profoundness of the transcending mentalities was something Yi Chen had never seen before. Sword domain cut. Waving her sword, Feng Yanro drew out the sword light from the white light barrier and slashed at Gao Qianhe. Crack. Without any suspense, one of Gao Qianhe's arms was torn off, and even his shoulder was almost cleaved apart. His mid-grade defensive artifact was covered in a layer of ice, emitting a cold chi. Kid, if I die, you'll be my scapegoat. At this moment, Gao Qianhe hated Yi Chen the most. Without Yi Chen, Feng Yanro wouldn't have caught up to him. If she hadn't caught up, he wouldn't have fallen into a situation of certain death. Moreover, with his remaining battle power, it was absolutely impossible for him to injure Feng Yanro. Therefore he set his sights on Yi Chen, wanting him to die with him. This was the consequence of offending Gao Qianhe. Bang! Countless spatial cracks spread out as Gao Qianhe fearlessly dove toward Yi Chen, exchanging his life for his own. He didn't have the slightest bit of defense. Careful! Feng Yanro hastily warned Yi Chen. The latter's movement technique was indeed exceptional, but his battle power shouldn't be that high. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defend with all his might under Gao Qianhe's attacks without any power to resist. Feng Yanro, who was grateful to Yi Chen, didn't wish for Yi Chen to die in front of her. The instant she warned Yi Chen, she raised her speed to the limit and slashed out with her sword. Shadow Shift. The sword chi missed, and Gao Qianhe risked his life, pushing his Shadow Shift divine art to an unprecedented peak. Yi Chen floated motionlessly at his original position, a sneer flashing at the corner of his mouth. However, in Gao Qianhe's eyes, it seemed like a bitter smile, which made him feel even more delighted. Chapter 379. If you didn't stop me, you wouldn't have died. This is retribution. Now let's all die together. Extreme Chaos Mistblade, explode. Gao Qianhe, who was determined to die, detonated his Zhenyuan, destroying his meridians and dislocating his internal organs. All of this made his attack even more powerful than when he was fighting with Feng Yanro. Dozens of whip shadows exploded crazily, riddling the void with thousands of holes. Sorry, Feng Yanro's face was full of guilt. If Yi Chen died, she would have to bear the biggest responsibility. Unsheathing his destruction sword, Yi Chen said with an indifferent tone, "Miss Feng, it shouldn't be a problem for me to kill him, right?" Yi Chen's voice was transmitted almost instantaneously. At this moment, the closest whip shadow was less than a foot away from Yi Chen. It was a matter of life and death. His tone made Feng Yanro and Gao Qianhe dazed for a moment. What was he thinking? At this moment, Feng Yanro didn't have time to answer. However, Yi Chen took it as her silence. Puff. The shadow was pierced through. Feng Yanro was about to cry out in alarm when she discovered that it was only an afterimage. Soon more afterimages exploded like a flood, pouring down on Gao Qianhe. The afterimages shattered one after another, but she still couldn't see Yi Chen's real body. Suddenly, a sword light flickered in the void. The blue-robed Yi Chen appeared in front of Gao Qianhe at an unknown time. The destruction sword in his hand trembled and pierced out. Shoo! The sword tip pierced through Gao Qianhe's protective Zhenyuan, and pierced through his throat, coming out from the back of his neck. A strand of blood flew in the air. An extreme astral-reaching expert had died under Yi Chen's sword. However, This sword was just an ordinary one. There were no tricks or mysteries. If one had to describe it, it would be that it was extremely fast. It was so fast that Gao Qianhe had no time to block or react. When the sword arrived, he died. As the sword was pulled out, blood splashed out. Gao Qianhe pointed his finger at Yi Chen, his eyes wide open. He seemed to want to say something, but because his throat was damaged, he couldn't say anything. Even at the moment of death, he didn't know what had happened. A sword artist who was only a bit troublesome in his eyes had killed him with one sword. Only at the moment of the sword attack did he realize how sharp it was. Maintaining the posture of death, Gao Qianhe fell on his back. What? Feng Yanro finally blurted out the words that had been brewing in her throat. However, the words that came out were not the words that she wanted to say. It was too shocking. Just like Gao Qianhe, she believed that Yi Chen was a slightly more powerful sword artist, roughly at the level of peak astral reaching experts. He would be able to exchange a couple of attacks with extreme astral reaching experts, but he would definitely not be able to block an all-out attack from an extreme astral reaching expert. After all, extreme astral reaching experts were already the limit of astral reaching experts. If one wanted to surpass this limit, one would have to reach the Sea of Soul Realm, or have an upper-grade artifact. However, reaching the Sea of Soul Realm was easier said than done. Her talent and comprehension were definitely at the top of the Misty Snow region. However, the sect leader had also said that she would not have the slightest chance of reaching the Sea of Soul Realm within 5 years. No matter how many miracles she had, no matter what kind of enlightenment she had, she would not be able to reach the Sea of Soul Realm within 5 years. Not everyone could become an existence like Xianhou. Otherwise, she would not have been the scariest genius of the true spirit continent in the past 1,000 years. However, an upper-grade artifact was not that easy to obtain. Apart from the rank 6 sects, there were very few of them circulating in the outside world. Moreover, they were mostly in some unknown ancient ruins, which were extremely dangerous. Even Sea of Soul Realm experts would face life-threatening dangers if they entered, not to mention astral-reaching experts. Plus, even if one had an upper-grade artifact, it would be hard to keep it. Everyone understood the concept of possessing a treasure will arouse the suspicion of others. Sea of Soul Realm experts would not mind killing an astral-reaching expert and taking his upper-grade artifact. Therefore, those who had an upper-grade artifact would either be a Sea of Soul Realm expert or be extremely well hidden, not daring to reveal it. Even Feng Yanro herself did not have an upper-grade artifact. It was not that her sect did not want to give it to her, but that they did not want to bring her danger. Rank 6 sects were not enough to scare some lone Sea of Soul Realm experts. Not to mention a disciple of a rank 6 sect. Even if you were a child of a rank 6 sect leader, they would still dare to kill you for your treasures. If an extreme astral reaching expert had an upper-grade artifact, then he would be an invincible astral reaching expert, which was publicly acknowledged by the entire true spirit continent. Unfortunately, invincible astral reaching experts were even rarer than life and death kings. No, they were not even half of the life and death kings. Moreover, they were all unknown, hidden in the deepest corners of the continent. Only when faced with life and death situations would they be exposed. Only then did the world know that he was an extreme astral reaching expert with an upper-grade artifact. Without a doubt, Gao Qianhe was an extreme astral reaching expert. Although he was just an ordinary person, under his last desperate attack, even the powerful extreme astral reaching experts would have to retreat 3 feet. Yi Chen's previous performance was not that amazing, only his movement art was outstanding. However, when Yi Chen unsheathed his sword and was about to kill, Feng Yanro finally saw his sharpness, the kind of sharpness that could take away one's soul with one sword. One sword. Merely one sword. Feng Yanro had chased after Gao Qianhe for 3 months, leaving her with no way to deal with him, but in the end, he was killed cleanly and cleanly. One sword to the throat, without any power to fight back. What an amazing sword Dao genius. I was a bit too complacent before. I wonder if he is a sword Dao genius from the Thunder region or some other region. Feng Yanro had already regarded Yi Chen as a genius of the same level. It was not that she underestimated him, but rather that she had given him a very high evaluation. Gao Qianhe's last desperate attack was indeed powerful, but in the eyes of sword artists, it was actually more of a flaw. And for a sword artist, if they did not grasp the opportunity to strike a flaw, then they were not qualified to be a sword artist. Therefore, killing Gao Qianhe with one sword strike was something Feng Yanro could also do. However, she had previously thought that Yi Chun was a peak astral reaching expert, which was why she was so surprised. As for which region Yi Chun was a sword Dao genius, Feng Yanro did not think about the nearest South Ridra region. She did not think that South Ridra region, which had not had a life and death king for hundreds of years, could give birth to such a powerful sword genius. South Ridra region had started to decline 1,000 years ago. It could only be the Thunder region or some other region. Shaking off the blood on the destruction sword and putting it back into its scabbard, Yi Chun turned around and said to Feng Yanro, "Sorry, it was too convenient." Actually, with Yi Chun's strength, he could have easily blocked Gao Qianhe's last desperate attack. However, after being trapped in the bewilderment fog forbidden zone for almost half a year, and going through 4 months of despair and near collapse, Yi Chun's evil aura had not dissipated yet. Earlier, he did not ask about the cause of the matter, so he did not do anything to Gao Qianhe. He only stopped him. But now that he was about to kill him, his evil aura suddenly erupted, and he casually killed Gao Qianhe, venting out the 4 months of depression. After killing Gao Qianhe, Yi Chun felt a lot more relaxed. Feng Yanro shook her head. "No, if you did not kill him, he would have killed you. I haven't even thanked you yet. How could I blame you?" Not being able to kill Gao Qianhe herself, Feng Yanro was indeed a bit disappointed. However, now that he was dead, her mood was also a lot more relaxed. Yi Chun chuckled and asked, "Are you from the Misty Snow region?" "Yeah, I am a disciple of the Misty Snow Martial School. Are you from the Thunder region?" Feng Yanro asked back. "No, I am from the South Ridra region." South Ridra region. Feng Yanro was a bit surprised. She had never heard of any noteworthy martial genius in the South Ridra region. Only Xikongsheng was famous. Of course, her understanding of the South Ridra region was still a couple of years ago. Back then, Xikongsheng was only a peak-level late-class Bingyuan realm martial artist, while she had already reached the astral-reaching realm. She believed that after a couple of years, Xikongsheng would not be that bad. He would definitely reach the astral-reaching realm, and would be ranked in the top 20 or even top 10 in the Misty Snow region. "What? Is there something wrong?" Feng Yanro shook her head. "Then in the last Hidden Dragon rank, you should have beaten Xikongsheng." "Yes, he was very powerful. I had to spend a lot of effort to beat him. Now that he has gone to another region, he should have improved a lot." Yi Chun had never underestimated anyone. Xikongsheng, Yin Qihua, Murong Qingcheng, Li Daoxian, Tuabaku, and Bingling were all his competitors. Being in the lead for a while did not mean being in the lead for a lifetime. The meaning of martial geniuses was that you would never know when they would explode. Once they did, it would be extremely horrifying. Xianhou had also been quiet for a while, but when she exploded, it shocked the whole continent. While looking down on others, they were also looking down on themselves. Although some martial geniuses were arrogant, it did not mean that they had no achievements. Even among the legendary life and death realm warriors, there were a lot of arrogant people who had such personalities. Therefore, personality was just personality. As long as one worked hard and persevered, then no matter who one was, one would be able to create his or her own glory. Even the evil ones were the same. Feng Yanro did not dwell on this topic. "I have to thank you for killing Gao Qianhe this time. I have been chasing him for 3 months. Now I have to go back to the Snowy Palace." "Oh right, what is your name?" She had already told Yi Chun her name. "Yi Chun. Yi Chun, I will remember you. See you in the future." Shoo. The cold aura gradually disappeared as Feng Yanro flew into the distance. Soon, she disappeared into the horizon. Taking back his gaze, Yi Chun sighed. The South Ridra region had been weak for a long time. Not many people in the outside world valued the South Ridra region, thinking that it would continue to decline. But everything was different now. As the current #1 martial genius of the South Ridra region, he would naturally improve. Those martial geniuses who were below him would also set him as their goal and try to catch up. Within 3 to 5 years, the situation of the South Ridra region would change. If I want to change the competitive environment, it is actually very simple. I only need an even more powerful leader. I will take this position for now. For the current Yi Chun, modesty was already meaningless. As the leader of the South Ridra region, he naturally had to have this kind of bearing. Looking back at the fog-shrouded forbidden area, Yi Chun bitterly smiled. He would not enter it again within 3 to 5 years. This place could torture people to the point of insanity. If one was unlucky, it would be normal to be trapped for several years. Fortunately, he had come out. Shoo! Turning into a beam of light, Yi Chun broke through the clouds and flew above, heading toward the South Ridra region. In a couple of cities near the Star Region Lake in the South Ridra region, people were still talking about Yi Chun. A martial genius had been trapped in the bewildering fog-forbidden area for almost half a year. Without any surprises, Yi Chun would not be able to come back until he reached the Sea of Souls realm. And reaching the Sea of Souls realm was not something that could be done overnight. Xianhou had only reached the Sea of Souls realm when she was 25 years old, which had already broken the 1,000-year record of the true spirit continent. Yi Chun was currently 20 years old. Even if his talent was at the same level as Xuanhou's, he would still need another 5 years. Within 5 years, there would be no more Yi Chun in the South Ridra region. Chapter 380. The Black Dragon Empire's lakeside city, the Sky Star City, was less than 10 miles away from the Star Regional Lake. In this city with a population of more than 10 million, there was a top-notch restaurant called the 9-Star White Jade Restaurant. The 9-Star White Jade Restaurant had 9 floors, and each floor was more luxurious than the previous one. The walls were covered with extremely valuable white jade, which was inlaid with gold. It was a unique restaurant in the entire Black Dragon Empire. On the 7th floor of the restaurant, countless astral-reaching realm warriors were sitting in the lobby, chatting with each other. Everyone stopped guessing. I think, within 5 years, Yi Chun will not be able to walk out of the forbidden fog zone. Perhaps he will be trapped in there until he dies. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a square face and a big nose. His cultivation was not weak, being at the late astral-reaching realm. He was very famous in the Sky Star City. Half a year ago, after Shen Tujue had said that Yi Chun had been trapped in the forbidden fog zone, the news had spread out in the whole South Ridra region at an unbelievable speed. As a result, all the astral-reaching realm warriors had used Yi Chun as the topic of conversation, since this martial genius had left too deep of an impression on everyone. In the Hidden Dragon rank competition, he had won all the battles and made it all the way to the finals. Then, out of everyone's expectation, he had beaten Sikong Sheng, the king of the young generation in the South Ridra region. Not only that, it had been more than 2 years since the Hidden Dragon rank competition had ended, and he had beaten all the other warriors again, becoming an extreme astral-reaching realm warrior. He had killed the Whitebone Ghost warrior from the 9 Ghost cult in the Blood Demon battlefield, and had also escaped from the 4 extreme astral-reaching realm warriors. Indeed, the chances of him coming out are very small, and even if he does, it won't be a good thing. He killed Taoist Jin Huang, a core elder of the Floating Mountain sect, and Ghost General Whitebone. The remnants of the Floating Mountain sect and the 9 evil cult won't let him go. It is said that Shen Tujue's strength is even above that of Heartless Sect's Pei Yudao. He has already condensed a martial soul embryo, and can be considered a first-rate existence among extreme astral-reaching realm experts. The remnants of the 9 Ghost cult are also not to be underestimated. There are 2 other Ghost Generals on the same level as Whitebone Ghost General, especially the number 1, 5 Poison Ghost General. His whole body is filled with poison, and the breath he exhales can poison a village to death. Fighting with him will unknowingly poison you. Even if the poison is not deep, your strength will be greatly reduced, and you will be at the mercy of others. This Yi Chun's ability to stir up trouble can be considered one of a kind. What kind of people did he mess with? The floating mountain sect, the remnants of the 9 evil cult. Any one of them can play us in the palm of their hands. Those who were able to sit on the 7th floor of the 9-star White Jade Tower were all astral-reaching realm warriors, but they were only normal beings. The most powerful among them were only late astral-reaching realm warriors, not to mention the top and extreme realms. If an extreme astral-reaching realm warrior were to slap over, a lot of them would be killed. Dang dang dang. Footsteps were heard from the stairs. They were very light, but everyone could hear them, and couldn't help but look over. After 3 breaths, a young man appeared in everyone's sight. He was dressed in blue, with a long sword hanging on his waist. His black hair was tied up in a simple way, and he had a handsome face. His eyes were gentle like jade. He was not a peerless beauty, but he was still a top talent. If it was not Yi Chun, who else could it be? After traveling for hundreds of thousands of miles, the first city that Yi Chun arrived at was the Sky Star City, which was the closest city to the Star Regional Lake, less than 10 miles away. On the way, Yi Chun had already thought about it. He knew that it would be impossible to hide the fact that he had left the Forbidden Zone, because he was not a nameless person. There would definitely be people who knew him. As for why he was able to leave the Forbidden Zone, and the consequences of leaving with his astral-reaching realm cultivation base, he had already thought about it. After all, the iron rule of the Forbidden Zone had been broken, which was way too shocking. It would be impossible for it to not cause a commotion. Therefore, he decided to make a strong comeback, and then create a fake image to tell the world that he had not gone deep into the Forbidden Zone. And the fake image would be broken one day, but it would not come too soon. When that day came, Yi Chun was confident that he would have enough power to protect himself. Above the 7th floor of the 9-star White Jade Tower, only astral-reaching realm warriors had the right to come up. There were a lot of astral-reaching realm warriors who knew Yi Chun. Therefore, Yi Chun decided to go to the 9-star White Jade Tower first, using them to tell everyone in the South Ridra region that he was back. Oh my god. It is Yi Chun. Indeed, on the 7th floor, there were 2 people who recognized Yi Chun. They had both been to the Hidden Dragon Ancient City to watch the competitions, so Yi Chun's image had been imprinted in their minds for a long time. What? Are you sure? Why would I lie to you? He is indeed Yi Chun. I cannot believe it. He has walked out of the Forbidden Zone without any injuries. This is unbelievable. What the hell? The middle-aged man who had said that Yi Chun would not be able to leave the Forbidden Zone in the next 5 years was shocked, as if he had just seen a ghost. Yi Chun smiled lightly as he found a seat near the window and sat down. He had heard all of the whispers from the crowd. Should we say hi to him? I heard that Yi Chun is quite easy to talk to. Yeah, I have never heard of his scandals. Let's go together. The 2 who had recognized Yi Chun stood up and walked towards Yi Chun. Warrior Yi, I have heard a lot about you. The 2 cupped their fists, showing great respect. Yi Chun reached out his hand. Sit. This Yi Chun is really easy to talk to. He even invited us to sit down. What a great honor. The 2 showed joy on their faces as they sat down with even more respect. One of them asked the waiter to prepare the best dishes and wine. Warrior Yi, we have admired you for a long time. Today we can finally sit down with you to eat and drink. Life is so happy. The middle-aged man on the left with a black mole said heartily. Yi Chun smiled. The meaning of life is to do what you like. It is boring to drink alone. I, Yi Chun, will not refuse anyone. Great. Seeing the 3 chatting happily, the others on the 7th floor were jealous. At the same time, they regretted that they didn't think of talking to Yi Chun. Otherwise, they would be the ones sitting there. Warrior Yi, I have admired you for a long time. A man nearby couldn't help but stand up and say shamelessly. Yi Chun didn't embarrass him and invited him to sit down and drink with him. Warrior Yi. Warrior Yi. Seeing this, the others stood up one after another, wanting to get close to Yi Chun. Being able to eat and drink with the most talented martial geniuses of the South Ridra region in hundreds, or even thousands of years would be a great thing indeed. In the future, if Yi Chun could step into the higher realms, then he would be even more proud. At least he would be able to tell his descendants, son, back in the day, I, your father, had a drink with Yi Chun and chatted with him. You are still far away from that. There were too many people. Yi Chen laughed as he put all the tables on the 7th floor together, creating a huge table that was 10 meters long on each side. Everyone gathered at the table and started to drink. Warrior Yi, that forbidden zone is known as the place where astral-reaching realm warriors don't return. How did you get out? Let us see. Yeah. Warrior Yi, the news of you getting out will spread throughout the Black Dragon Empire in less than half a month. Within a month, the whole South Ridra region will know about it. Yi Chen drank a mouthful of wine and said, Actually, I didn't even go deep into the forbidden zone. Therefore, I got out 5 months ago and have been healing my wounds. Being chased by 4 extreme astral-reaching realm warriors. It would be impossible for me to not be wounded at all. You didn't go deep into the forbidden zone. Everyone suddenly realized that Yi Chen had not gone deep into the forbidden zone. As for being wounded, it would be normal. It would be weird if he did not get wounded at all. Being chased by 4 extreme astral-reaching realm warriors was not a joke. Yi Chen being able to escape successfully was already enough to prove his power. If it were any other normal extreme astral-reaching realm warrior, there would be a huge chance for him to die. Thinking about it, Yi Chen had been hiding for 5 months to heal his wounds. Powerful warriors were not the same as weak ones. Powerful warriors had a strong life force and would not die easily, but it would be extremely hard for them to heal their bodies. Especially the wounds caused by some of the ace attacks, which would affect the mental state. Congratulations on your safe return. Let me propose a toast to you. A toast to young hero Yi as well. The banquet lasted until late at night before it ended. In the guest room of the restaurant, Yi Chen sat on the bed with his legs crossed. The 4 months of searching for the way out of the forbidden zone had a huge impact on Yi Chen. Seriously speaking, it was even more than the challenge from the Dual Sword King and the Iron Sword King statues. Mentality. What was the mentality? It was actually a person's inner world. To put it simply, it was the inner heart. Being strong on the outside was not true strength. Being strong on the inside was the strength that came from the inside out. It was a strength that could not be crushed, a strength that could break through fate. The boring journey of 4 months and 7 days had raised Yi Chen's mentality to a frightening level. On average, he had to use his soul power 180,000 times a day, which would be more than 20 million times in 4 months and 7 days. If it were any other astral-reaching expert, they would have long since gone crazy or collapsed. Or they would have directly given up and not stepped into the Sea of Soul Realm, not planning to leave the Forbidden Zone. Even Sea of Soul Realm experts did not have the same perseverance as Yi Chen. Repeating the same thing for 4 months and 7 days. Repeating it 180,000 times a day. Just thinking about it would make one shiver in fear. However, this was not the most frightening thing. What was frightening was that Yi Chen didn't know when he would be able to leave the Forbidden Zone. Perhaps it would be a few months, or perhaps it would be a few years. Everything was unknown. Who could stand up again and again in the midst of disappointment and loss of confidence, and defeat themselves? Yi Chen's experience in these 4 months and 7 days contained the setbacks of several lifetimes of others. Of course, the harvest of defeating oneself time and time again was bountiful, far beyond one's imagination. With a powerful mental state, Yi Chen's sword will become even more indestructible and unshakable. Every strand of will was exceptionally pure. It would not be an exaggeration to say that within the same realm of sword will, no one would be his opponent. His current sword will was more or less the same as an ordinary Sea of Soul Realm sword artist. In terms of power, even ordinary Sea of Soul Realm sword artists would not be his opponent. An ordinary Sea of Soul Realm martial artists would be thrown into the air by him. They could not be compared at all. Above his Sea of Soul, a 3-finger-long ancient longsword blossomed with specks of silver radiance. These specks of silver radiance were the radiance of will. From Battle King's Sword Dao knowledge, Yi Chen knew that within the Sea of Soul Realm, only Sea of Soul Realm masters could emit radiance. Below Sea of Soul Realm, powerful Sea of Soul Realm sword artists could occasionally do it. However, Yi Chen had done it at the astral reaching realm. Once the radiance appears, the will is almost indestructible. Yi Chen sucked in a deep breath, his pupils emitting a soul-stirring light. Chapter 381. In the next half a month, Yichen had been training in the 9-star White Jade Tower. He had already used more than half of the hundreds of top-rank soul stones he had gotten from the black-robed elder, which had increased his cultivation to the next level. His Zhenyuan was getting richer and richer. Do not underestimate the small gap between the peak-level late astral reaching realm and the late astral reaching realm. The amount of Zhenyuan needed to accumulate would be shocking. No matter how talented you were, you would have to train honestly. Of course, it was not that there were no shortcuts, but they were too hard to find. For example, the rare spirit plants and the priceless top pellets could allow a late astral reaching realm warrior to reach the peak level instantly. Or, a Seas of Souls realm warrior could use his or her power to help you. No rush. With my battling power, I am almost invincible among the astral reaching realm warriors. I can take my time with my cultivation. Even if I reach the peak level late astral reaching realm, it would still be a long process for me to reach the Seas of Souls realm. It would take at least 3 to 5 years, and at most 8 to 10 years. It would all be possible. The challenge between the astral reaching realm and the Seas of Souls realm is called the Mortal Transcension Challenge. It is not without reason. The Mortal Transcension Challenge, as the name suggested, would allow the warrior to leave the mortal body and be able to do whatever he wanted. Therefore, the warriors who managed to reach the Seas of Souls realm would be called powerful warriors. The sky was getting brighter, and the oil lamp that was covered by a layer of glass was still shining with a dim light. Opening his eyes, Yichen pressed his finger in the air. Pooh! The glass did not shatter, and the light went out. After washing up a bit, Yichen opened the door and walked towards the lobby on the 7th floor. There were twice as many astral reaching realm warriors in the lobby compared to half a month ago. Part of the reason was because Yichen was living here, and a lot of astral reaching realm warriors wanted to make friends with him. Another reason was that the new Hidden Dragon rank competition had just ended, and the people who had gone to the Hidden Dragon Ancient City to watch the competition had all returned. Although this year's Hidden Dragon rank competition was not as good as the last one, there were still a lot of top martial geniuses. The first place was a disciple from the Floating Mountain Martial School, the descendant of the Stone King, Gu Yuyin. The second place was Qian Yun from the Sunset Martial School. As for the martial school that Yichen was in, it had a lot of top martial geniuses. There were 3 people who made it into the top 72, and the most talented one among them was Zhang Haoran. I heard that he was a martial genius from the same generation as Yichen, but Yichen had caught up to him. Besides that, there were also a lot of core disciples from the Sky Cloud Martial School, who almost made it into the top 72, which made all the leaders of the other martial schools have their eyes wide open. With a genius leader like Yichen in the Sky Cloud Martial School, it would be hard for the disciples to not remember him. Yi Chen Chen School was a top. Yi Star. Martial genius leader. Yi martial of Yi. Of course it's true. These days, we often drink and chat together, and occasionally exchange martial arts experiences. Don't be fooled by his young age, his understanding is much deeper than mine. Many things have been enlightened by his advice. In the past, our strength was equal, but now it might not necessarily be as good as mine. Hee, who doesn't know how to brag? If there's a chance, let's exchange some pointers. Of course. While everyone was talking, Yichen arrived at the lobby. Young Hiroyi is here. Young Hiroyi, you're really here. It seems that I've come to the right place. The newly arrived astral reaching realm warriors all cupped their fists towards Yichen. Yichen had heard their conversation before, and had some understanding of the situation of the Sky Cloud Martial School's disciples. Zhang Haoran's rise was expected. Back in the day, among the disciples of the same generation, only Zhang Haoran could compete with him. 5 to 6 years had passed, and he should be at the peak level late clasping Yuan realm, not far from the astral reaching realm. As for Su Jing, who was not even 24 years old and did not participate in the competition, Yichen had a feeling that she had already reached the astral reaching realm. Su Jing's path was different from most of the other martial artists. She mainly trained qi power, which was the opposite of Zhen Yuan. Zhen Yuan was stored in the dantian, through the meridians of the whole body, while qi power was stored in the blood, flesh, and bone marrow. Every part of the human body was a qi power path. There was no limit to it. Training qi power was the super version of body training. When normal people trained their bodies, they would be able to strengthen their bodies, which would allow them to have hundreds or even thousands of pounds of power. However, it would not turn into qi power. The early stage of body training was similar to body training. It would also strengthen the body and increase the power. In the later stages, one would be able to squeeze out physical power from the body, which would be qi power. Qi power did not have as many uses as Zhen Yuan, but in terms of aggressiveness, it was way more powerful than Zhen Yuan. It was truly unbreakable. When fighting against the warriors who train qi power, one should never get too close to them. Otherwise, one would die a horrible death. The defense that one was so proud of would be as fragile as a piece of tofu in front of them. There was another big difference between training qi power and body training, which was that it could not be seen from the outside. For example, Su Jing's qi power was definitely one of the best in the whole South Ridra region. However, she still looked like a young girl with a beautiful body. Her arms were very slim, but these slim arms could easily kill a demonic beast at the same level. Of course, it would still be easy to tell if a warrior who trained qi power met another warrior who trained qi power. For the warriors who trained qi power, because their qi power was too powerful, their essence qi would be like smoke, and their blood qi would be rolling. Therefore, the qi power of the warriors who trained qi power would definitely be able to sense each other. Although Yi Chen's qi power was not as powerful as Su Jing's, he was still a little bit better. Plus, his soul power was the only one at the astral reaching realm, so he was very sensitive to everything. Meeting with Su Jing again, he should be able to tell her current power. While drinking with the crowd, Yi Chen asked about what had happened in the hidden dragon rank that was worth paying attention to. There seems to be one. The prince of the Black Dragon Empire, who was ranked third in the hidden dragon rank competition, had come to watch this year's hidden dragon rank competition. The prince of the Black Dragon Empire. Yi Chen nodded. He knew this man. Si Kongsheng had participated in 3 hidden dragon rank competitions, and he was ranked first in the second one. The second one was Yan Qihua, and the third one was the prince of the Black Dragon Empire. He was already 23 years old back then, and after 6 years he should be 29 years old now, which was a lot older than the current young generation. No one had expected that after hiding for 6 years, the prince of the Black Dragon Empire would come out with a peak-level late astral reaching realm cultivation. It had shocked everyone. Yeah, even I was shocked at that time. Yi Chen did not care too much about it and asked, what did the prince of the Black Dragon Empire do there? Recruiting talents. I heard that he had already recruited a bunch of people, including a couple of top-ranked martial geniuses. This year's champion Gu Yuyan and Qianyan had both been recruited by him. Zhang Haoran from Yi Warriors Martial School was also one of them. I wonder if he had accepted. Recruiting talents. This prince is really calculating. Yi Chen knew that those who were able to make it into the top 72 of the hidden dragon rank were all people with great luck. Recruiting them into the royal family of the Black Dragon Empire would be able to gather a lot of luck for the royal family. Even if it did not work out, when these martial geniuses grew up, they would be able to become the guardians of the Black Dragon Empire. Of course, in the South Ridra region, only the royal families of the top 3 countries would dare to do this, since the 3 royal families were even more powerful than the rank 6 martial institutions. Soon it was already the afternoon. On the street, a group of 6 people walked slowly. Prince, we are here. Among the 6 people, 5 of them were elders, all wearing black long robes with golden threads. One of them had a golden flower embroidered on his chest. The elder with the flower said to the tall young man who was half a step in front of him. The young man was more than 190 centimeters tall. He was quite handsome, and there was a black dragon embroidered on his black robe. The eyes of the black dragon were golden, which added a bit of aura to the young man. He said lightly, as expected, Yichen should be in the 9-star White Jade restaurant. I wonder if he will accept my invitation. Ha! If he does not know how to appreciate favors, then teach him a lesson. The one who spoke was a muscular elder with a face full of evil. The leading elder in black rubbed his chin. Don't underestimate him. He was able to escape from 4 extreme astral-reaching realm warriors, so his power is definitely not normal. Of course, there is no need to be afraid. Yan Beidao, wait for the prince to speak. Don't be reckless, in case you ruin the prince's plan. Yan Beidao's power was second only to him. His blade arts were shocking, but unfortunately, he was too evil, and could easily kill people. Don't worry, I know what to do. Arriving at the entrance of the 9-star White Jade restaurant, the waiter who welcomed the guests was shocked when he saw the 6 people's clothes. He immediately recognized them and bowed before leading them inside. Then the manager of the White Jade restaurant personally welcomed them, his face full of smiles. Is Yi Chun staying in the 9-star White Jade restaurant? The leading elder in black asked. The manager hesitated a bit, then nodded. Young warrior Yi has been staying in the 9-star White Jade restaurant for half a month. It is on the 7th floor. Alright, you go do what you need to do. We will go up by ourselves. On the 7th floor, Yi Chun and the others were drinking. Seeing the prince and the other 5 walk up, his brows slightly creased. He felt that they had come for him. Although the prince had never seen Yi Chun before, he had seen Yi Chun's portrait. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Brother Yi is so free and unfettered. I heard that you made it out of the bewilderment fog forbidden zone. I didn't dare to believe it before, but now I do. Yi Chun said. I was lucky. Why is the prince here? Just now, someone had already told him the prince's identity. The prince waved his hand, signaling the others to make way. He sat in front of Yi Chun and went straight to the point. This time, I have come for no other reason than to hope that Brother Yi can become my personal guard. I can give you the position of personal guard captain. Moreover, I will also help you resolve the grudge between you and the Floating Mountain School. What do you think? After saying these words, the prince's gaze became clear as he looked straight at Yi Chun. Yi Chun's brows twitched. Among the 6, there were 3 extreme astral-reaching experts. One of them was the black-robed old man. Another was a robust old man, and the last one was actually the prince of the Black Dragon Empire. However, with his talent and comprehensive ability, becoming an extreme astral-reaching expert at the age of 28 or 29 was not out of the question. It was common knowledge that between 25 and 35 was the peak period of a human's body. This was the period where one's progress was the fastest. Xianhou had entered the Sea of Souls realm at the age of 25, and the Life and Death realm at the age of 35. Therefore, the prince's strength did not surprise Yi Chun too much. He was a famous genius of this generation, and his strength would not be inferior to the prince at the age of 28 or 29. Moreover, with a genius leader like Yi Chun, the pressure on the later geniuses would be even greater. It was very likely that they would reach this realm earlier, or even surpass it, leading the South Ridra region to the peak. Sorry, I can't agree. Yi Chun's expression was indifferent as he drank a mouthful of wine. The prince faintly smiled, his gaze faintly carrying an oppressive feeling as he smiled. Brother Yi, why don't you reconsider? Becoming my personal guard will only bring you benefits. There are no disadvantages. You're wrong. Becoming your personal guard is the biggest disadvantage. Yi Chun did not feel any restraint or pressure as he casually said. Impudent. I've given you some color, and you want to open a dye shop? If you don't agree, then ask my blade. Yan Beidao could not help but reprimand him. He was not afraid of the prince's displeasure. In fact, this time, inviting Yi Chun to become the prince's personal guard was only one of his goals. If the latter did not agree, then he would move on to the second goal. Therefore, the prince was overbearing from the start. If Yi Chun agreed, then it would be best. Otherwise, his trip would not be in vain. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.